this tutorial, we will learn about the Selenium framework, why is it called as a framework, and what are its advantages and disadvantages and its components. So let's get started. Now here as an automation tool, we will be studying the Selenium WebDriver. For this, you need to have some prior knowledge about the Java, and I have also explained what are the requirements of an automation tester. I will give the link in the description box. So when you go for an interview as an automation tester, the very first question that comes to you is, what is Selenium? See, this is very important. Before mastering your skills in Selenium, you need to know what is Selenium, its components, its advantages and disadvantages, and what are the different types of frameworks. So we will be studying about Selenium today. So first, let us understand what is Selenium. Selenium is a portable framework for testing web applications. Now here there are three terms to understand in this definition. One is portable, second is framework, third is web application. Now what is portable? Portable in general, it means to be easily transported or relocated. That is the meaning of portable. Now what is framework? Framework, we can divide the word framework into two parts. Frame plus work. That is, we work in a frame, like here you can see this house, right? This is a house frame or a basic structure or a supporting structure. With the help of this structure, we will be able to build a house. So this is a framework. So framework just gives us the basic structure which will add our code for greater functionality of the system. Now you must be thinking, why do we use framework? We use framework for reusability, and we don't need to build things from scratch. Like suppose, let us take up an example. If you're making a dynamic web page, and what will you do? You will create folders like suppose index.html, then style.css, validate.php, and etc. See, the problem here is not that you have to create folders, but the problem is that you have to follow the same process again and again. But if you use a framework, we don't have to worry about that. You just need to code your logic and that's it. So that's framework. Framework just gives us the basic structure round which we will add our code for greater functionality of the system. Okay, that's framework. Next, we have web applications. Now there are basically three types of applications: web-based application, desktop application, and mobile applications. Web-based applications are applications that can be accessed through browsers. That is like the online forms, the registration forms. Those are online-based applications. Then we have the desktop application. The desktop applications are the applications in which we install in the local system. For example, the Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint. That's your desktop application. Mobile applications are applications we install in our mobile through a Play Store. We download some apps like WhatsApp, Flipkart, Amazon. Those are mobile applications. Now Selenium is a portable framework for testing only web applications. Selenium tests only web applications. That is the application that can be accessed through browsers. This also serves as a limitation, but we will discuss that later. So moving forward, why Selenium? First thing, we will choose Selenium because of cost. Selenium is free, it is open source. As compared to the other tools like Qtp and UFT, they are paid. The second point is flexibility. Selenium supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Python, Ruby, and many more. Whereas if you go to some other tool like Qtp, it supports only VB script. Next is the multiple browsers. Selenium supports multiple browsers like Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and many more. Whereas if you take Qtp as a Selenium tool, it supports only Chrome. It also supports multiple OS like Windows, Linux, Apple, and many more. The main important point is that why are we using Selenium? Because it supports parallel testing. Now let me tell you what is parallel testing. The browser will execute the commands in two ways. One is the parallel execution, second is the cross-browser execution. Now here you see on the screen parallel execution. Let us understand that first. Parallel executions are execution in which the test scripts opens all the browser at the same time and executes at the same time. It's called as parallel execution. Here you can see there is a test scripts. Then you can see there are 3 browsers over here. The first one is Chrome, the second is the Firefox, the third is the Internet Explorer. So the test script will open all the browser at the same time and execute it at the same time. This is parallel execution. I will explain it with an example. Just wait. First understand what is cross-browser execution. Cross-browser execution. Let us take up an example. Like suppose in the test script over here, it is written to insert some value in the drop-down menu. So this command will be first executed in the Chrome browser. When the execution is finished, that is when the value is inserted in the drop-down menu, then the Firefox browser will be opened. And the command to insert the value in the drop-down box will be executed. And when that command is executed, then the Internet Explorer will be opened and the command will be executed. So this is called cross-browser execution. That means the test script will open the Chrome browser first. After 2-3 minutes when the execution is done, it opens the Firefox browser. And then after some time, it will open the Internet Explorer browser. This is cross-browser execution. Whereas in parallel execution, if we have the same command to insert some value in the drop-down menu, then this command will be executed in all the browsers at the same time. This is parallel execution. And Selenium supports parallel execution. Now let's move a little deeper towards the Selenium. We will study the Selenium components which comprises of the Selenium suite. Total we have the 4 components like the IDE, RC, WebDriver and Grid. Let us discuss IDE first. Now the Selenium IDE is the most simplest tool in the entire suites of Selenium. It is nothing but an integrated development environment. See, earlier this IDE was simply just a Firefox extension and it's just a play around tool. Like, you just play record functionality. Mainly it is used for prototyping and it is used only for demo purposes. You cannot use IDE for creating automation real-time projects because of its some limitations. We will discuss those limitations later. Then the next component is the RC, that is the Selenium remote control. It is used to write web application test in different programming languages. It interacts with the browser with the help of the RC server, through which we can interact to the web browser. But this RC server got deprecated in the Selenium version 2 and was replaced by the WebDriver in the Selenium version 3. We will discuss that also, why it happened. The next component is the Selenium WebDriver. The Selenium WebDriver is one of the most important component in the Selenium suites. It is an API to create and execute the test cases and it is a successor of RC. Basically, the Selenium WebDriver is a collection of open source API and which will be used to automate the testing of a web application. As I said, we will study the Selenium WebDriver very deeply. The next component is Grid. The Selenium Grid is used to run multiple test scripts simultaneously on the different browser and platforms. And it supports parallel testing. What is parallel testing? I explained in the previous slide. So because of Grid, Selenium supports parallel testing. So these are the 4 components in Selenium. Let us discuss the drawbacks of IDE. The first drawback. Selenium IDE is a Mozilla Firefox plugin, which means the tests can be recorded only in the Firefox browser and not in any other browser. Second, it's not suitable for dynamic web pages, because it is just a prototyping tool which works well only with the static web pages and not with the dynamic web pages. Third, data-driven testing is not possible. Fourth, cannot provide detailed test reports, whereas RC, the next version of IDE, can provide detailed reports. Then we cannot perform database testing through IDE, same because it is just a prototyping tool. It is used for demo and it is not used for automating web applications. Due to these drawbacks, RC came into picture. Now we have discussed the components of Selenium. Let's see the versions of Selenium. Here we have total 4 versions. Selenium version 1, Selenium version 2, 3 and 4. Now see, here we will dig into some history of the Selenium. Here the Selenium version 1, we have the Selenium IDE, RC plus grid. So when Jason Huggins introduced the Selenium, the tool was called as a JavaScript program. He called it as a JavaScript test runner. But he had one major issue that is called as the same origin policy. So now you must be thinking that what is this same origin policy? This policy says that when JavaScript is executed in the domain, it can access the web pages in that domain only, and it cannot access any other web page in the another domain. For example, suppose like a web page in the Google, like if you have a domain google.com. Okay, so you can access the search bar, the email, the drive, but that can be accessible, but nothing can be accessible outside the google.com. Like if you want to access Yahoo, Myntra or Amazon or any other domain, that cannot be accessible. Definitely this is because of some security reasons, so that is why this is called as the same origin policy. Now to overcome this policy, remote control server was designed, that is the Selenium RC. Now the main reason to create this server was to trick the browser in believing that the Selenium code in which we are running the scripts and the web application under test are in the same domain. Now here this same origin policy is solved. So this was the version 1 of Selenium, where we have the IDE, RC and grid, where the same origin policy was solved in the version 1. Then comes the Selenium version 2. Here we have the IDE, the WebDriver, the RC and the grid. See, in 2007 when Simon Stewart, he invented this WebDriver. Now, why did he invent this WebDriver? Because the architecture of the RC was very complicated. And in RC, we need a separate server to talk to this. Like we need a separate server to talk to the browser. So what he did is, he removed the requirement of the separate server, and this is the Selenium version 2, where the WebDriver was introduced. Now why, you must be thinking like why WebDriver and RC is introduced over here in the version 2? Because the WebDriver was in the development phase and they were trying to implement it. So that is the reason why we have in the Selenium version 2 the IDE, the WebDriver, the RC and the grid. So in the Selenium version 3, we had the IDE, WebDriver and grid. Here you see that the RC was completely deprecated and we only have the WebDriver. Currently we have the Selenium version 4. There have many new features. This is the new version of Selenium 4 and now it is still in development. Recently there was a version known as alpha version was introduced, and this version was mainly introduced because of complete W3C protocol adoption. But this change in protocol isn't going to impact any of the user, because many major of the browser drivers like the Firefox, the Chrome driver, and they all are included in the Selenium 3.8 version, which we are going to use. And I will be also explaining, explaining some of the features of the Selenium 4th version. We will do that also. Like there are many ways to take screenshot in the Selenium 4 version. There are 2 to 3 methods. So there are new APIs added. There are some ways to access the web elements also, and there are some of the features that are very new introduced in the Selenium version. So mainly we will be studying about the Selenium WebDriver. Now you must be thinking, why Selenium WebDriver? Now why are we studying the Selenium WebDriver? For that we need to know the drawbacks of the Selenium RC. Now this is the architecture of the Selenium RC. This is the main reason why we are studying the WebDriver. So the Selenium RC is a test tool that allows you to write automated web applications in various programming languages like Java, Python, Ruby. So let's see the architecture of Selenium RC. First, we need to write the test scripts in supported languages like Java, Python or any other supported language. But before writing these test scripts, the major requirement in RC is the RC server. So first you need to start the RC server before you run a code, and this RC server is a separate application. This RC is responsible for receiving the Selenium command from your test scripts. It interprets them and then reports the result back to the script. Now I use the word Selenium over here. Now what is the Selenium commands? They are nothing but the commands that are written in the test scripts are called as Selenium commands. In IDE and RC they are called as Selenium commands. Now let's look at the browser interaction. How the browser interacts. The browser interactions happens through the RC server. This RC server is a simple HTTP post and HTTP GET request to communicate, okay? It uses the simple HTTP post and GET request to communicate to the browser. Now how this communication happens? This RC server acts like a proxy. Now you see there's a complete cycle. Starting from your test script, then the RC server injects the JavaScript in the web browser, runs your commands, takes back the results, sends it to the RC server, and then the result is displayed. This whole cycle gets repeated for each and every command which is written in the test scripts. This is how the test case gets executed in the RC server, like the Selenium RC tool. This is how the whole cycle goes for each and every test scripts. Now everything was good, but why was RC not good enough to run test scripts? Let me tell you why. What are those drawbacks? First, time taken for execution of command is longer. Why? Because there is an additional server RC so it executes each and every command is executed through the RC. So it takes a lot of time for execution. The API supported by RC are redundant and confusing because one command means many meaning. It has a lot of meaning for one command. Like suppose there is a command called as click and click at. So which one to use? It's very confusing for the developers. Then there is complicated architecture. RC consists of an additional server that acts as a middleman. Also, the mobile apps cannot be tested using RC. So these are the drawbacks of RC. Now let's see how does Selenium WebDriver overcome these drawbacks. For this, we need to understand the architecture of the WebDriver. So in the WebDriver architecture, we have the test scripts, the web browser, and the web server. However, we do not have an additional server for communication like the RC server, which we saw in the Selenium RC, which makes the architecture of the WebDriver very, very easy because we don't have an additional server in this. As you can see, there are direct interactions with the web browser. So as an advantage, the Selenium does not use an additional server. And since there is no intermediate server there, then the browser is controlled directly from the system. Due to this direct communication, the overall cycle that we saw in the RC server which was very indirect communication. Since this indirect communication made the execution very slow, so that's why we have the WebDriver in which the execution is faster than the RC server. As you can see, the execution time for command is shorter due to this simple architecture. Now you have seen the architecture of RC and WebDriver. Let's compare the Selenium RC and the Selenium WebDriver. Let's see in terms of API. Now RC is less object-oriented API. Now the API in RC is very confusing and redundant. For example, we have commands like click or click at commands. Which one to use? So it was very confusing for the developers, and the direct browsers interpreted different commands also, which was very challenging for the developers working on different browsers. For different browsers there were different commands. So it was very challenging. Whereas for Selenium WebDriver, it is very simpler API and it is very easier to use. For example, we have the click function to click on the web element. We have the send key command to send text on any web element in the web page. So it has a very simpler API. Now let's see in terms of speed. Selenium RC is slow in execution. And in terms of speed, WebDriver is faster in execution. Because in Selenium RC, we have the RC server, whereas in WebDriver, there is no additional server. Next, let's see in terms of browser support. See, RC and WebDriver supports multiple browsers, but RC does not have support for HTML unit, which is a headless browser. Now, let's see what is this headless browser. Headless browser is a browser which does not have a UI. This helps to make testing more faster. because it does not need a real browser for testing. It does not take time to load the web elements. So, and the headless browser is very quick. So RC and WebDriver, they support multiple browser, but RC does not support HTML unit, that is the headless browser, whereas the WebDriver supports the headless browser, and it makes the execution more faster. Next, we have the comparison in terms of testing mobile applications. Selenium RC does not support testing of mobile applications, whereas WebDriver, Selenium WebDriver, it supports testing of mobile applications. There is an application name as APM through which we can test mobile applications. So these were the difference between the RC and the WebDriver, but every component has its own drawbacks. So let us see the drawbacks of WebDriver. One, cannot readily support new browsers, but RC can, and it does not have a built-in command for automatic generation of test results. See, it cannot readily support new browsers. There are many new versions coming up, so this challenge can be overcome. Second, we don't have built-in commands for automatic generation of test results, whereas in RC we can generate test results. There is a proper format in RC, whereas in WebDriver we don't, but we can use a third-party tool. We can integrate third-party tools for the test results generation. So now we will discuss some advantages and disadvantages of Selenium. Advantages of Selenium. Selenium is an open source tool, and it supports multiple operating systems and multiple browsers like Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer, and many more. It also supports multiple programming languages like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, etc. Apart from all this, we can also integrate the third-party tools in Selenium like Apache PUI, AutoIT, SQL, and why do we need to integrate this? We will understand that in the next slide. Here you see the disadvantages of Selenium. The first disadvantage is that it cannot support window-based application. It can only support the web-based application. But to overcome this disadvantage, we can use a third-party tool, that is the AutoIT or the SQL tool. The second is that it cannot support test reports, but if we integrate TestNG or extend reports, through that we can generate test reports. Third, cannot support Excel files. Now you must be thinking, why do we use Excel files? We use Excel files while we are doing the data-driven testing. We use it because suppose there is a username and a password field, and there are many test data to it. Like for username you have the admin, for password you have admin@123. That's one test data. The second test data, third, fourth. So like this, there can be many test data. To check the expected and the output result, we will match it, and then we will pass the status as fail or pass. So matching those and results and communicating the test scripts to the Excel files, that Selenium cannot support that. But through Apache PUI, we can do it. Next, we have less or no technical support in Selenium, because Selenium is an open source tool, so there is very less or technical support. But there are many forums and communities on internet wherever you can write your queries and you can get your answers. Then writing test cases are sometimes very time consuming because it is just a programming interface and not an IDE. See, whereas if you go in other tools like the QTP and UFT, those are IDE as well as the programming interface. That means you can record also. You can record also the test scripts that you have written. Whereas over here, it is just a programming interface. Each and every command needs to be written. So at times it becomes very time consuming. So these are the disadvantages of Selenium. Till now, we have learned what is Selenium, why is it called as a framework. We have learned the versions of Selenium, their components, their drawbacks, and why are we starting the WebDriver. We have also learned what are the advantages and disadvantages. So in the next tutorial, in the next video, we will learn the installation part of Selenium, and then we will start the implementation of Selenium. We are going to install the IntelliJ IDEA IDE and some drivers and jar files for Selenium framework. So let's get started. So the first thing that you need to do is go to Google and type IntelliJ IDEA. And here you see the first link that we have, that is www.jetbrains.com. Simply just click on this link. So this is the official website of the IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So the IntelliJ IDEA is an integrated development environment, that is the IDE, written in Java for developing computer software, and it was developed by the JetBrains. Apart from all this, the IntelliJ IDEA IDE has many features like built-in tools. Then it supports the JVM languages like the Java, Kotlin, Scala, and it also has some frameworks like Spring, Java EE, and it also supports mobile development and some of the web development like the HTML, CSS, Angular, TypeScript, JavaScript. So these are some of the features of the IntelliJ IDEA IDE. And in terms of system requirement, we will need a RAM of 2 GB minimum, and the disk space that we require is of 3 GB of space. We also need to install the Java JDK first, and then we will install the IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So let's install the Java JDK first. All you need to do is just type Java JDK download, and the first link that you get is the www.oracle.com. Just click on this link. And here you see there are different versions of JDK, like we have the Java SE15, we have the Java SE14 and Java SE11. We will download the latest version, that is the Java SE15. Click on JDK download and click on this Windows x64 installer. This one, if you're using the Mac OS, then click on this one. But I'm using Windows, so I'll be clicking on JDK 15 Windows. Now here you must accept the license agreement for Java Oracle SE, which says that I reviewed and accept the Oracle Technology Network License Agreement for Java Oracle SE. Simply just click on this checkbox and click on download JDK 15. So now here you can see that my JDK 15 has been downloaded. So let's install this. Simply just click on it, click on next, and your JDK will be installed in this file. So just let it be that way. Just click on next. And yeah, it's installing now. It might take some time. So now here you can see that my Java JDK 15 has been successfully installed. So let's check this out. Simply just click on close, and over here just click CMD. Let's see if this has installed or not properly in our computer. So we will check it through command prompt. Simply just type Java space dash version. So here you can see that we have downloaded our Java JDK version 15. So once we have installed our JDK, we have to set the environment variables. All we need to do is just go here and write environment variable, and here you can see edit the system environment variable. Click on this. Here you can see in the advanced tab there is environment variable. Click over here, and in system variables go to path, click edit, and here we will edit the path. How are you going to do that? Just simply go where you have installed your JDK, that is C drive, program files, Java JDK bin folder. Open your bin folder, copy this path and place it over here, and click on OK. OK, and over here also OK. So you have set your environment variable path also. Now you will install the IntelliJ IDEA IDE. Simply just go to the official website of the IntelliJ IDEA IDE and click on download over here. So there are two versions over here, Ultimate and Community. We will download the Community version. Click on download. Here you can see that it started downloading. It might take some time, so just wait. Now I have downloaded the IntelliJ IDEA IDE, the community version. Here you can see. Now let's install it. Simply just click it. Click on run. Click next. Next. Now over here, create desktop shortcut, yes, for the 64-bit launcher, and update context menu. I'll click this checkbox. Create associations. For now, I don't want to create any association. Then update path variable. Restart needed. Yes, I will add the launcher dir to the path. I'll click this checkbox as well. And then click on next. Click on install. And here you can see that the IntelliJ IDEA IDE is getting installed. Now here you can see that my IntelliJ IDEA community version has been installed. So I'll just click on this. Simply click on new project. Then here just click on Java, and here you can see that the Java version 15. This is the JDK that we have installed before. Simply just click on next, create project from template. I'll just name it as hello and finish. I'll just change the interface of this IDE. All we need to do is simply just go to File, go to Settings, and here in the appearance bar, just change the theme to IntelliJ Lite. So this is how you can do it. Now let's run a program saying hello world. Simply just write S out, and here you can see we have the system out.println. So this IntelliJ IDEA IDE has a feature of auto completing also. Just simply by writing S out, it will be system.out.println, and I'll write hello everyone. I'll save it, and I'll click on this button. So here you can see the output, that's hello everyone. That's what I printed over here. So our program has been successfully executed. So this is all about the IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So now we have installed the IntelliJ IDEA IDE and the Java JDK also. So we will install some of the drivers and the Java files that we require in the Selenium. So all you need to do is you need to go to this official page of the Selenium, is Selenium HQ. I will give all the links in the description box so it will be easier for you. Click on this link, that is a selenium.dev, and go to downloads. This is the official website of Selenium, and we will download all our drivers and jar files from this website only. Now here first we will download some of the Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. Now Selenium supports many languages like Ruby, Java, Python, C#. We will be working on Java. We will be working with Java. So in order to create scripts of Selenium WebDriver, you need to make use of language specific client drivers. So these are the drivers of Java. See here, there are some of the versions that I have told before as well. There is a stable version that is a 3.141 and the alpha version that is recently released. I have discussed about the versions of Selenium in the previous videos. You can check out that. For now, to download these jar files, we will click over here, download. And here you can see a zip file is being downloaded. Here you can see that it is downloaded. Simply click on this file, just extract it. And here you can see Now see, I would recommend you to make a separate folder for jar files, so it will be very easy and beneficial for you, because we will be downloading many jar files and drivers. So it will be very confusing, and here we will be giving the paths also in the program when we execute our test cases. So it will be very difficult that which driver is placed where. So it's better that you would make a separate folder for those drivers and jar files. So here in D drive, I'm making a separate folder name Selenium jar and drivers. Okay. So I'll be placing all my jar files and drivers in this file. All I need to do is those files which I had downloaded. Here you can see that this is jar file. This is executable jar files. These two jar files I'll copy first and place it over here. Then the next I'll go in libs folder, and over here all these jar files I will copy it and place it here. Okay. So these are the jar files which we downloaded. Now we will add all these jar files in the IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So now we will add the jar files. So simply just go on File, go to Project Structure, go to Modules and go to the Dependency tab. You can see here add sign, this plus sign, click on this, click on jar or directories. Then go to the file where your jar files are placed. So here you can see all these jar files which I have pasted in this Selenium jar and drivers. Just click all of them and add it. Click on OK. And here you can see the jar file is added. Click on Apply and click on OK. Just wait for a second. Here you can see indexing dependencies. Just wait for it. So here you can see now those jar files are added. So now we have installed the JDK, we have set the path for it, and then we have installed the IntelliJ IDE, and we have added the jar files also. So now let's install the drivers. Just go to the official website of Selenium, that will be selenium.dev. Click on this and click on Downloads. So here you can see platforms supported by Selenium browsers. Now for various browsers we have various drivers. For Firefox we have the Gecko driver, for the Chrome we have the Chrome driver, for Safari we have the Safari driver. So mainly I will be performing operations using the Chrome driver. So first we will download the Chrome driver for Chrome. Just simply before downloading, open your Chrome and be careful about the versions of Chrome, Firefox and Internet Explorer. You can do that by just going over here and click on Settings. Click on About Chrome, and here you can see my version is 85.0.4183.121. So I'll be installing the driver of this version only. Be very careful with your drivers, because if you're having an old version of Google Chrome and you're downloading a driver of a different version, so it won't work. So it's better check out your version first, update it, and then download an updated driver. So I'll just simply go and write here download Chrome driver for 85.0.4183.21. And here you can see, I'll give the links in the description box, so it will be very easier for you to download. See here, the Chrome driver for the latest is 86.0, but the latest version, that is the stable version that I'm having, is 85.0.4183. 4183. So I'll be downloading this version. Now, if you're having Linux, then click this one. If you're having Mac, then click this one. And if you're having Windows, then click this one. I'm having Windows, so I'll be clicking Chrome driver _ Windows 32 zip folder. And here you can see it has downloaded. So here you can see this Chrome driver. It is a zip file. I will extract it. Just simply click on extract all and it will start extracting it. And here it is. It is Chrome driver. All you need to do is just copy this driver and paste it in your folder that you have made. So I have made different folders over here, like for Chrome driver, Firefox driver, IE drivers, and the jar files. Keep things making programs while implementing the Selenium framework. When you're implementing it, we need to add many jar files, we need to have many drivers also. So if you keep things very systematic, it will be very easier for you. So here for Chrome driver, I have added this. Now let's go and install the Firefox driver. Simply just go on Firefox. Again, check your version. You don't need to do anything. Just click on settings and go to general. And here you can see my version is 81.0. So I'll be downloading the driver for version 81.0. Just type download Firefox driver for version 81.0. So here you can see the Gecko driver. And here you can see it's downloading it. So here this is the driver for the Firefox. I will extract it. And here it is. Again, I will copy it and paste it over here in Firefox driver. So today we're going to install the IntelliJ IDEA IDE and some drivers and jar files for Selenium framework on Windows 10. So let's get started. So open your Google and type IntelliJ IDEA IDE. The very first link that we see is the www.jetbrains.com. So click on this link. The IntelliJ IDEA is an integrated development environment, that is the IDE, which is written in Java for developing the computer software, and it was developed by the JetBrains. Now, apart from all this, IntelliJ IDEA IDE also has features like we have the built-in tools, we have the JVM languages like Java, Kotlin, Scala, Groovy, and also it supports some of the frameworks like the Spring, Java EE, and it supports the mobile development and web development as well, like the HTML, CSS, Angular, Node.js. So these are some of the features of IntelliJ IDEA IDE. In terms of system requirement, we need a RAM of 2 GB minimum, and disk space that we require is of 3 GB of space. And also before installing the IntelliJ IDEA IDE, we have to install the JDK first. So all we need to do is first type JDK download. Now I haven't installed the JDK. I'll show you. Go to CMD and I'll type Java space - version. Here you can see I haven't installed my JDK. It says that Java is not recognized as an internal or external command or operable program or batch file. I will run this command again after installing my JDK. So I'll close this, and here you see we have the www.oracle.com. Click on this link And we have different versions of Java JDK. We have the Java SE 15, we have the Java SE 14, and we have the Java SE 11. We're going to download the latest one. Click on JDK download. Now, if you have Mac OS, if you're using Mac OS, you can install installer. You can click this one, and if you're using Windows, then you can click this one. So I'm using Windows, so I click this file. Now here you must accept the license agreement for Oracle Java SE, which says, I reviewed and accept the Oracle Technology Network license agreement for Oracle Java SE. You have to simply just click on this checkbox and click on download JDK 15. So now here you can see that my Java JDK has been downloaded. So all I'll need to do is I'll just click on this. So click on next. So this is the place where your Java JDK will be saved. Let it be this way and click on next. And here you can see that it is getting installed. It will take some time, so wait for it. So here you can see that my Java SE Development Kit 15 has been successfully installed. So I'll click close, and here I'll type cmd again. Just simply type Java space dash version, and here you can see Java version 15, Java SE runtime build 15 has been installed. This shows that you have successfully installed your Java JDK 15, and if it's not coming this way, and if you type this command and this is not the output of it, you need to go through the steps again and install it again. So now we have installed our Java JDK on our system. So we're going to set the environment variable. Simply just type environment variable, and here you can see edit the system environment variable. Click on this. Here you can see environment variable, right? Click on environment variable. Here you'll see system variables. In this system variable window, click on path and click edit. So click on new, and here we're going to enter the path. How are you going to do it? So just go on C drive, go to program files, and here you can see Java. Go to Java, go to JDK 15, go to the bin folder and copy this path and paste it over here. So this is going to be the new system environment variable. Click OK and click OK and click OK. So you have set your environment variables as well. So we can install the IntelliJ IDEA IDE now. Simply go to the official website of IntelliJ IDEA IDE and go to download. Here we have two versions, the ultimate version and the community version. And if you're using Windows, go to Windows, and if you're using Mac, then click on Mac, and if you're using Linux, then click on Linux. So I'm using Windows, so I'll be clicking on Windows, and we're going to download the community version. Simply just click on download. And here you can see that my IntelliJ IDEA, IDE, the community version is getting downloaded. So now here you can see that my IntelliJ IDEA, the community version has been downloaded. So click on this, click on next, click next. So over here, create desktop shortcut, yes, for the 64-bit, and update context menu. I'll click add open folder as a project. Then create associations. I don't want to create any associations for now. Then update path variable, that is the restart needed, and add launchers dir to the path. I click on this checkbox as well, and I'll click next. Then I click on install. And here you can see that the IntelliJ IDE, the community version, is getting installed. And just click on finish. So here you can see that the IntelliJ IDE, the community version, has been installed, and I have created a shortcut desktop icon over here. So I'll just click on this and I'll click I confirm that I have read and accepted the terms of this user agreement, and I'll click continue. Data sharing, I'll just click don't send. I don't want to share data sharing. So this is the UI theme. I'll click the light one. Go to next. Just go to next. Go to next. Okay, so click on new project. Here click on Java, and here you can see that we have the Java version 15 because we have downloaded the JDK, so it will be visible here. And if you have not downloaded the JDK, it will show that link to download JDK. Like here you can see over here, download JDK. So I have downloaded, so it's showing 15, Java version 15 has been downloaded JDK. Just click on next. Create project from template. Click next. So I'll just write hello world. So let's run a program over here. I'll simply write s out, and here you can see, like if I write s out, a system out.println. So this IntelliJ IDE has a very cool feature of auto completing it. Like if I write s out, it's in system out.println, and there are many more shortcuts to this. We will learn as and on we keep on programming, we'll keep learning it. So I'll just write hello world, and I'll click on this button, that is the run main. Click on it, and here you can see, here it's hello world. So we have installed the Java JDK, we have set the variable path also, and then we have installed the IntelliJ IDE, and we executed a program and it's successfully executed. So we're done with the installation of the JDK and the IntelliJ IDE. Now we have to install Java files and some of the drivers that we require for the browsers for the Selenium framework. So all we need to do is just go to the official web page of Selenium, that is the Selenium HQ. Here you see we have the www.selenium.dev. Click on this. Click on downloads, and here we have the Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. See, to create Selenium WebDriver scripts, you need to make use of language specific client drivers. Now, as we know, Selenium supports many languages like Ruby, Java, Python, C#, and JavaScript. So for every language we have the specific client drivers. For Ruby we have some client drivers, for Java we have some client drivers. So we'll be using Java, we'll be doing Selenium with Java. So here you can see we have the stable version for Java is 3.141.59, and the latest release that we have, the alpha release 4. I have discussed about the Selenium versions also in the previous tutorial, so you can check out that. So we're going to do with Java, Selenium with Java. So simply click on download. So here you can see we have this zip file of Selenium Java. I'm going to extract it. And here we have the executable Java files. So it is recommended that you create a separate folder for the Selenium Java files and the drivers. So I'll be creating a separate folder of Java files and drivers. Just create it on any drive like C drive or D drive or somewhere, because we're going to download many Java files and many drivers. So locating them, and it will be placed in somewhere, and then locating them and finding them at that point of time will be very hard. So just simply make a folder over here. I'll be naming Selenium jars and drivers. Create a folder in Selenium jars and drivers. I'll name it jars, and I'll create a separate folder also, name it drivers. And in drivers we're going to install the Chrome driver and the Firefox driver, so we'll make the folders for that as well. Let's make things very systematic, because if we don't do it, then it will be very problematic. So this way we have created a new folder in our D drive, that is the Selenium jars and drivers. So we have downloaded the jar files. Let's check that out. We have the first two jar files over here. We're going to copy it and place it over here. Then again over here, go to libs, and we have the jar files here also. So we're going to copy it here, and here it is. So we're going to add these jar files now to our IDE. So just create a new project for Selenium, Java next. I'll name it as Selenium. I'll change the package name to Selenium, and I'll click finish. So here it is. Now we're going to add the jar files that we have downloaded. Simply go on file, go to project structure, must accept, okay, just click on accept, and go to modules. Here you can see dependency tab, go to dependency, and here you can see there's a plus sign, right? So click on this plus sign, and here you see jars or directories. Click on jars or directories. Go to the drive where you have created your folder. I've created in D drive, and I have named it as Selenium jars and drivers. Go to jars and select all those jars that you have downloaded, and simply just click OK. So here you can see that I have added my jar file over here. So just click on apply, click OK. So here you can see that I can see all my jar files over here in external libraries. Okay, so we have added the jar files also. So now let's download the drivers. So all I need to do is same on Selenium HQ, just go down, and here you can see platform supported by Selenium. Browsers, click on browsers, and for different browsers we have different drivers. Like for Firefox we have the Gecko driver, for Internet Explorer we have the Internet Explorer driver, for Safari we have the Safari driver, for Chrome we have the Chrome driver. So basically we will perform all our test cases in Chrome driver. We're going to launch the Chrome driver frequently, but in the next tutorial I will explain how to launch drivers like the Firefox driver, the Chrome driver. So for that we need to download the drivers for it. So all we need to do is just click on documentation over here, and here you can see the latest beta version that we have is the Chrome driver 86, and the stable version that we have the 85. Now see over here, you need to check your Chrome browser version first. So what you need to do is go on settings and go to about Chrome, and here you can see your version. It's version 85, and if it is not updated then please update it and then download your driver, because your driver version and your Google browser, the Chrome browser, should match, and if it's not matching, and then your browser will not be launched. So here I have the stable version, that is the 85 version. So I'll be clicking over here, and here you can see this page. If you have Linux, click over here. If you have Mac, click on this link, and if you have Windows, then click on this link. I'm having Windows, so I'll be clicking on this link. Here you can see this is the Chrome driver, this is the zip file. I will extract it. I have the exe file over here. Copy this file and paste it in the folder that you have created in Chrome driver. Same way, we're going to download the Firefox driver. Go to documentation. Here we have different versions of Gecko WebDriver. So what you're going to do is just go to Firefox and check out the version that you have. Simply go on settings, go to general, and here you will see that your updated version, that is the version 81. I'm having 81.0.1. So my Firefox is updated, so I'm going to download the version 81. Just go on Gecko driver release, and here you will see the driver versions. Now I'm having Windows 64-bit, so I'll be clicking this, and if you have Mac, then click this, and if you have Linux, so depending upon your operating system, just click. So here you can see we have the Gecko driver. It's a zip folder, so we're going to extract files, and here you can see it is an exe application. We're going to simply copy it and paste it to the folder where you have created your drivers folder in Firefox driver. So today we are going to understand many topics. Like first we are going to create two sets of test cases. We will learn how to launch the browser. Next we will learn how to navigate to a particular URL. We will understand the hierarchy of the interfaces and the classes in the Selenium WebDriver. Also we will understand a particular command, that is the Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Why is it not called the best practice? Okay. So let's get started. So as we know, before automating any test script, we have to prepare manual test cases first. So first we will create two sets of test cases over here. So the first set. In the first set, we will have three test cases. The first test case is open the Chrome browser, or to launch the Chrome browser. Now whenever we create the manual test cases, to open the browser or to launch a browser is the first test case, is always the first test case. Okay. Next we're going to navigate to the URL, that is the www.google.com. The third command is close the browser. So these are the three test cases that we are going to execute. One is the open the Chrome browser, that we are going to launch the Chrome browser. Next we're going to navigate to the URL www.google.com, and the third we're going to close the browser that we are opening. Okay, this is the first set. In the second set, we're going to launch the Firefox browser. Open the Firefox browser. Next we're going to navigate to the URL, that is the www.google.com. Next is we're going to close the browser, that is the Firefox browser. Okay, these are the two sets of test cases that we have prepared. We're going to execute these test cases today. As we know that the Selenium supports many browsers like the Firefox browser, the Chrome browser, the Internet Explorer browser, Safari browser. As we have installed the exe file of the Chrome driver and the Firefox driver that we have installed in the previous lecture. So we are going to launch the Chrome driver and the Firefox driver, and since the process is very similar, so once you understand how to launch a particular browser, you can launch any of the browser according to your requirement. Okay, open IntelliJ IDE. So in the previous tutorial, we had included our jar files in a Selenium project. We had created a Selenium project. We included a jar files in that. So we're going to continue in that project itself. So yeah, as we know, so yeah, we have created 2 sets of test cases. We are going to execute it. How are we going to do that? First thing, we know for Chrome browser, the driver that we require is the Chrome driver, right? That we have installed in our computers. We have installed the Chrome driver and the Firefox driver. So first we will execute for the Chrome driver, and then I will execute the test cases for the Firefox driver. Okay, for the Chrome browser, we require the Chrome driver. So now what we're going to do, first, the very first step that we are having is the open the Chrome browser. This is the first step, right? So how are we going to do that? First thing, we're going to create the object of Chrome driver. Okay, we're going to create the object of Chrome driver. But how do we refer this Chrome driver object? We need to understand the hierarchy of the Selenium WebDriver, which has the classes and the interfaces. So let's understand that first. So this is the diagram that we are having. The Selenium provides many number of classes and the interfaces, and we need to understand the hierarchy of classes and interfaces. Now, to understand this hierarchy, we need to have a knowledge about the interfaces and the inheritance concept of Java. Now here you can see this diagram, right? In Selenium WebDriver, the search context, the very first interface, these yellow boxes are interfaces and the green boxes are the classes. Okay, so this yellow box, search context, this is the super interface of the WebDriver, and it contains only 2 methods, that is the find element and the find elements. Yes, these 2 methods are different. It is not just about a S in find elements. They are different. They are used to find the element on our web page, the web elements that we have, that is the text box, the drop down menu. These commands help to find the web elements on the web page. So we will understand that when we practically implement the test cases, but for now, let us understand that the search context, this search context that we have is the super interface and is an interface that contains abstract methods. Now, what are these abstract methods? These methods are these abstract methods are the methods that has no implementation. They have only definition. There is no implementation of abstract methods. They just have the definition. Okay, so this is the search context, that is the super interface, which has the abstract method, find element, and the find elements. Next, we have the WebDriver interface. Okay, the WebDriver interface, which is extended from the search context. Okay, it is extended from the search context. This means that it contains the methods, the abstract methods of find element, and find elements method is also in the WebDriver. Apart from this, it also has the other methods like the get method, the quit method, close, get window handles, and many other methods. Okay, so all these are abstract methods that has only body and there is no implementation. Okay, and so these are the topmost root interface. Apart from this, the WebDriver also has the nested interface. Okay, it also has some nested interfaces like which has windows, navigation, target, locator, timeouts, option. These are also abstract methods. Through these methods, through these interfaces, we can perform various operations like navigating to the URL, maximizing the window, and many more. Okay, so the WebDriver also includes the nested interfaces. Next, we have the remote WebDriver. This is a fully implemented class, okay, which implements the interface WebDriver. Here you can see it implements the WebDriver interface. Okay, now this WebDriver, remote WebDriver, this remote WebDriver is a fully implemented class. Here you can see it's a fully implemented class where all the abstract methods coming from the search context and the WebDriver are implemented in this particular class. Because obviously when we create abstract classes, right, so these when we create abstract methods, we have to use those methods. You just don't have to keep it, you will use it. That is why there is no implementation and only definition in it. As I said, your core Java knowledge will be required over here to understand this hierarchy. So that is why we need to have the knowledge of inheritance and interfaces of core Java. So the remote WebDriver, so the remote WebDriver contains methods of the search context and the WebDriver. In addition, also it implements a JavaScript executor and takes screenshot. Okay, so it implements these interfaces also, which has abstract methods on its own, and we can implement those abstract methods. So to the conclusion, we can say that the remote WebDriver is a fully implemented class which contains the abstract methods of the WebDriver interface and the search context interface and the take screenshot interface and the JavaScript executor. Okay, so this is about the remote WebDriver. Now here you can see these classes. These classes are the browsers that we have of Selenium. Selenium supports many browsers, you know, right? The Firefox browser, the Internet Explorer browser, the Edge browser, a Safari browser. So the remote WebDriver, it extends these classes, and here you can see these classes are the web browsers that we have, that is the Firefox browser, Internet Explorer browsers. Okay, so now there are various versions of Selenium, as I told in the previous tutorial. From 4th version, here you can see this is the Chromium driver and Chrome driver, right? From the 4th version, the Chrome driver extends the Chromium driver. This has happened from the 4th version. They had made some changes. They had included a Chromium driver also, which through which the Chrome driver will get extended. So these were the changes in the 4th release of Selenium. So this is the hierarchy of Selenium class and interface, in which we have the super interface, that is the search context. Then we have the WebDriver interface, which includes nested interfaces also, which has many abstract methods like windows, navigation, target, locator, timeouts, options. Then we have the remote WebDriver, which implements the interface WebDriver. And it also implements the JavaScript executor and the take screenshot interface. Next we have the browsers. These are the browsers which is supported by the Selenium, and the remote WebDriver extend these classes. These are classes. Okay, remember, the remote WebDriver and these browser are the classes, whereas the search context, WebDriver, nested interfaces, take screenshot and JavaScript executor are the interfaces. Okay, this is the complete hierarchy of the Selenium class and the interface. So now let's move to the program. So now over here, for opening the Chrome browser, the first thing that we did over here is we created a object of Chrome driver, right? Now how do we refer this object? Here in the, so remember, this Chrome driver is a class, right? As I have shown in the hierarchy, it is a class. Now here, just refer to this hierarchy again, and here we can see that the WebDriver is the parent interface. Here you can see that the WebDriver is the parent interface, and now you must be saying, no, the remote WebDriver is the parent. But what am I talking about? I'm talking about the interface. Focus on what I'm saying. I'm talking about interface. The WebDriver is the parent interface and the remote WebDriver is a class. Okay, remote WebDriver is a class and the WebDriver is an interface. So here the parent interface will be WebDriver. So the WebDriver interface will give a reference to the Chrome driver. How? I'm going to write WebDriver. I will give a reference like driver is equal to new Chrome driver. So now here in this command, WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver, we are using the dynamic polymorphism concept, in which the child class object that is the Chrome driver is referred by the parent interface, that is the WebDriver, through a reference variable, and that reference variable is called as driver. Okay, so this is how we are opening the Chrome browser. So let's run this command first. So our Chrome browser is not launched. Why? Let's see. Here it shows an error which says illegal state exception, which says the path to the driver executable must be set by the WebDriver.Chrome.Driver system property. Okay, this is your error. The path to the driver executable must be set by the WebDriver.Chrome.Driver system property. So here it says that I have to define a property, a system property, and to define this system property we have a system class. So I will write system.setProperty. Now this set property command has two values need to be entered over here. One is the string key and is the string value. In the string key, what we have to enter? It's given over here itself, WebDriver.Chrome.Driver. We will simply copy this and paste it over here. This is your string key. Whereas the value will be the path where your executable file is saved. That is the Chrome driver. So in my case, I'll go to D drive, Selenium jars and drivers, and the Chrome driver, because we're launching the Chrome driver. So I will simply just copy this path and I will paste it over here. Change these slashes. Okay, and we're going to include our file name over here. Our file name is Chrome driver. Okay, so we are going to write Chrome driver .exe. Now if you're using Mac, you don't need to write exe because Mac does not support exe files. So there's no requirement to write exe, but if you're using Windows, then you're going to write exe. Okay, we're going to execute this statement now. So here you can see my Chrome browser is launched. You can see this Chrome browser, it is launched, which says Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. Now this Chrome browser and this Chrome browser, the original Chrome browser, these two Chrome browsers are different. Here we cannot see any tab which shows that Chrome browser is being controlled, but over here you can see Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. There's a tab over here. Okay, so this is the difference between the Chrome browser that we are launching through automation and the Chrome browser that we have originally on our computers. So I'll just close this. So we have launched the Chrome browser, and yes, one important question that you must be thinking is by looking at this diagram. Now over here you must be thinking, as I said, that the parent interface is the WebDriver, but here the super parent interface, that is the search context, is also there. So why are we not writing search context driver? Like I'll just write driver1 equal to new Chrome driver. Now this command is also correct. I'm not saying that this command is wrong, but why are we not writing search context driver is equal to new Chrome driver, and why are we writing WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver? The reason behind this is, refer at this diagram again. Here I have told before that the search context interface contains only two methods, that is the find element and the find elements. So if we are writing search context driver1 is equal to new Chrome driver, it will only have two abstract classes, two abstract methods, that is the find element and the find elements. Whereas if I'm writing WebDriver, it has all those methods like the find element and the find elements also, and all the WebDriver methods as well. So that is the reason why we are writing WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay. So now the next question that you must be thinking is, okay, we are fine with the search context. We are not, there's no advantage in writing search context because it will have only two methods included in it. That is the find element and the find elements. So why not remote? Why not remote WebDriver? Like we can write remote WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This is also possible. But the reason behind why we're not writing remote WebDriver is because the remote WebDriver mechanism, the architecture of the remote WebDriver is very different from the WebDriver. Here there are two reasons, okay. If we want to use this approach, the remote WebDriver, driver 3 is equal to new Chrome driver. If we are using this approach, then this approach is only accessible when we want to access in remote location. See here, the remote WebDriver works very different from the WebDriver, and it also the remote WebDriver is a class. Always remember there's a difference between a class and an interface, okay. So class, and it contains methods which shows that what action is to be performed, that is remote WebDriver, whereas interface, it contains the abstract methods. So the remote WebDriver is not serving as advantages as the WebDriver that we have included over here. So it is the best practice is to include the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Okay, so I'll delete these commands, and yeah, through system.set property, we have a key value, we have entered the string value over here, that is the webdriver.chrome.driver, and here we have entered the path of our executable Chrome driver. Next we have written WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Through these two steps, the Chrome browser is launched. Now remember, these two steps are common for all the test cases we are going to write, because in every test case we are going to launch a browser. So these two steps are going to be similar. Okay. So the next test case. The next test case that we have is navigate to the URL. Okay. How are we going to do that? Now we have driver as a reference variable. We're going to write driver.get. And we're going to include the site where we want to navigate, that is www.google.com. This is the site I want to navigate to, and we're going to run this command. The Chrome browser is launched, but it has not navigated to the URL. Why? Let's see. So here it says Chrome browser, Chrome driver was started successfully, and here it says invalid argument exception. There is invalid argument. Why? Let me tell you. Here when we write the URL, you need to write the complete URL, which includes https:// Now let's see. So our Chrome browser is launched, and here it is. It is navigated to the URL, that is the google.com. Okay. So I'll just close this. I'll close this as well. Okay. So now you have understood, to navigate to a URL, we will write driver.get. The get command is used to navigate to the URL. Okay. So the third test case is to close the browser. How are we going to do that? We're going to simply write driver.close. The close command is used to close the browser. Save it and run. So here our Chrome browser is launched, and it is navigated to the URL, and it is closed. See, it happens very fast, but yeah, this is the process. Like, we have launched the Chrome browser, we have navigated to the URL, and we have closed the browser. To navigate the URL, we are using the get command, and to close the browser, we are using the close command. So these were the steps to launch the browser, to navigate to the URL, and to close the browser. Now let's execute the second test set, which has the Firefox browser, in which we have to launch the Firefox browser. So I'll comment all these, and we're going to launch the Firefox first. Okay, there is no harm if we write both the browsers. There's no harm. It will execute the Chrome browser first, and then it will execute the Firefox browser first. We will do that also, but first let us execute this particularly. Okay, so in the next set of test cases, here it is. We have opened the Firefox browser, navigate to the URL, and close the browser. The only difference is that we are working with the Firefox browser over here, okay, and over here we were working with the Chrome browser. So let's start. First thing, the first test case which says that we have to open the Firefox browser. Okay, so how we're going to do that? Obviously we're going to write system.setProperty, which is having two string values, one is key and one is the value. Okay, so over here you can see, over here the key value is WebDriver.Chrome.driver. So over here it's going to be WebDriver.Gecko. Gecko is the driver name for the Firefox browser. .driver. Okay, this is the key. Now we will enter the value. How are we going to do that? We're going to go to the path where our Firefox driver is saved. Here it is. We're going to copy this path. We're going to simply paste it over here. We will change the slashes and we're going to include the file name. So our file name is Gecko driver. Gecko driver.exe. Okay, and next command, our next command is that we're going to create an object of Firefox first. And how we're going to refer it? We're going to refer it by the WebDriver interface. WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox. Okay, next we need to navigate to the URL. How are you going to do that? Navigate to the URL. We're going to simply write driver.get HTTPS. We need to write HTTPS colon www.google.com. Okay, then the third command is to close the browser. How are we going to do it? We simply write driver.close. Okay, so let's launch it. So let's run this program. We'll click on this. And here it is, our Firefox is launched, it is navigated and it's closed. Yes. So as I said, there is no harm, like simply I will uncomment all these. I'll name this as driver 1, driver 1 and driver 1. Okay, so let's execute this statement. It will open the Chrome driver first. Yes, it is opening the Chrome driver first, it is navigating and it is closing. Now our Firefox will be opened. Yes, it is navigating and it is closed. So there is no harm if you're including two browsers in one program. There's no harm in that. Okay, just change the reference variable. Here I have changed the reference variable to driver 1 and driver 1. Now since we have executed these two sets of test cases, now let me explain you this command. Now here we have written WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. We can also write Firefox driver dr1 is equal to new Firefox driver. This command is also valid. Okay, there's no harm in writing Firefox driver dr1 is equal to new Firefox driver. But what are the disadvantages behind this statement? I'll tell you. Now see, when you're working in an organization, you are working with many people. You will be having at least 500 number of test cases, and out of which 250 test cases are need to be automated. So there are large number of test cases which are need to be automated. In that you will be supporting the cross browser testing. So you have to simultaneously run multiple browsers at the same time. Okay, and there are large number of test cases. Now see, the advantage behind writing WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver, here you are not stick to one browser. You can execute multiple browsers this way. But whereas if we write Firefox driver driver 1 is equal to new Firefox driver, here we are stick to one driver. It is we are specific towards a driver, that is the Firefox driver. Here, if you want to change to Chrome driver, it will be, you have to write Chrome driver dr2 is equal to new. This is what you have to write if you want to change to Chrome driver, and you have to comment this line. And even you have to change, there will be many other changes also in the program because of a driver. Okay, so this thing is very harmful. It is not a good practice of writing this command, that is the Firefox driver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. Whereas if you're working with this and there is a situation where you have to change to Chrome driver, you have to simply just change over here Chrome driver. You'll just write Chrome driver, and your entire program will be launched through a Chrome driver. Okay, so this is the difference between the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver and the Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver. These are the problems that we are facing if we are writing Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver, that is the program is specific towards the Chrome driver. Whereas if you are writing WebDriver is equal to new Chrome driver, it is not specific towards a particular browser. Okay, so let's first revise what have we understood in this tutorial. So what did we learn? The first thing that we learned is to launch the browser. In case of Chrome browser, how did we do? First, we set the property through a system class, that is a system.set property, in which we are having two string, we need to enter two string values, that is the string key and the string value. In case of Chrome driver, the string key is the WebDriver Chrome driver, whereas the string value will be the path where our executable file is saved. The next statement is that we're going to write WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Through these commands, it will launch the Chrome browser. Now in case of Firefox browser, same we are going to write system.set property, but the key value will change, that is the WebDriver.getCode.driver, and also the path where our Firefox driver is placed, that will also change. Okay, then the next command will be WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. Through this command, we are launching our Firefox browser. Next, we learned how to navigate to a particular URL. Simply, we will use driver.get command. The get command is used to navigate to a particular URL. We have to include the HTTPS, all the website, any URL you are entering over here. You have to enter the full URL, the entire URL, including the HTTPS. Okay. Then to close the browser, we learned how to close the browser, that is we are using the close command, that is a driver.close command. So the next thing that we learned is about the hierarchy of the classes and the interfaces. That is, we learned first thing about the search context. It is a super interface of the WebDriver and it has only two methods, that is the find element and the find elements. Next, we learned that the WebDriver is an interface which extends the search context interface, and the WebDriver has methods like the get method, the get title, get current URL, close, quit, etc. That has many methods, and also it has the nested interfaces also. Then the remote WebDriver is a fully implemented class which implements the WebDriver interface. Okay. Then we have the Chrome driver, the Internet Explorer driver, the Firefox driver, Opera, Safari driver. All these are child classes of the remote WebDriver class, and they provide the browser-specific implementation of the Selenium WebDriver. So these are the hierarchy of the classes and the interfaces of the Selenium WebDriver. Next we learned that what are the this PPT shows that what are the valid statements that we can write through creating an object of Chrome driver and how can we refer it. Now writing WebDriver driver is equal to new WebDriver. This command is wrong. Okay, this command is wrong. We can write WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver, new Firefox driver, new Internet Explorer driver. This is the best practice. In industry level, we use the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. This command is frequently cut. This command is only used because writing this command, Firefox driver, through this, it is the program, the script that you're writing is specific towards a Firefox only. It is launching, it will launch only the Firefox browser. Whereas over here also it will launch only the Firefox driver, but there's a situation where you have to change the driver. They might say that the company says that you have to launch the Chrome browser, launch the entire test script in the Chrome browser. So what you're going to do is you just have to simply change over here to Chrome driver and you're done. But whereas if you're writing Firefox driver, you have to change the entire statement, and there will be other statements also that you have to change. Okay, so the best practice is the WebDriver practice. WebDriver driver is equal to new Firefox driver. But whereas if you write Chrome driver is equal to new Chrome driver, there's no harm in it, but the best practice is to write the WebDriver. So this is all for today. So in this tutorial, we will understand what are web elements, what are the different types of web elements. We will understand the locators and its types. Also, we will understand the difference between find elements and find element method. So let's get started. First thing, what is web element? Now, anything that is present on the web page is called as a web element. For example, the text boxes, the drop down menu, the radio button, anything that is present on the web page is known as a web element. Let me show you this site. For example, this is the web page. Now, anything that is present on this web page, anything that is this search bar, these my account link, this more link, this cart link, the search icon, anything that is present over here is a web element. We have to inspect all these elements. Like over here, if you want to send any command, if you want to send any text message on the search bar, how are we going to do that? We're going to inspect the elements. So all these are known as web elements. Now, web elements are basically of two types. One is single element, the second is the group elements. Now, single element. This is the registration page. Here you can see these text boxes, right? So these are single elements. Why? Because we can easily find out a locator to work with this. For example, we can find out through ID, we can find out through name. So these are the different types of locators that will be used to inspect these elements, these text boxes, this radio button. But I'm explaining here what are the different types of web elements. So there are two. One is the single element, the second is the group element. Single elements are the text boxes because we can identify them very easily through locators, through name, through class name. Whereas the drop down menu, they are known as group elements because here to identify the drop down menu, we will use a locator as well as that we will use a combination of a value or an index property. Now, what is this value or index property? When we understand how to inspect the drop down menu, at that time we will come to know that what are the different types of commands that is used to inspect the drop down menu. So that is the reason why it is called as a group element. So next we have locators. Now, what are locators? Locators are the way to identify a web element. Anything that is present on a web page is called as a web element, right? So how do we identify it? For example, here you can see, right, this search box. How will you identify the search box? How will you send commands to the search box? How will you click on this icon, on the search icon? How will you do that? For that, you need to inspect these elements. For that, you need to locate these elements. So how are we going to do that? Simply just place your cursor on this element or whichever element you want to inspect. Just right click it and click on inspect. And here you can see I'm actually placing my mouse on this syntax of search button of this search box, and it is highlighting. Here you can see, right, it is highlighting. So this is the way you can inspect your web element, and through these locators we will inspect the element. For example, here you can see input. This input is your tag name. It is an element. Your input has many attributes, like we have class, we have type, we have name, we have title. So these are the different attributes of input tag. So we will be using these attributes as locators to locate these web elements, to inspect these web elements. Okay, so now what are locators? Locators are a way to identify a HTML element on a web page, as we just saw right now. Now there are different types of locators. One is a locator, the second is the customized locator. Under locator we have the ID, we have the name, we have the link text and the partial link text, we have the tag name, we have the class name. Whereas in customized locators, we have the CSS selector and the XPath. Now this XPath is one of the most important locators, and it is frequently used by many automation testers because it is one of the most easiest thing. And we will be using a different plugin for this XPath, that is called the CrowPath plugin. So choosing XPath as a locator will be one of the most easiest locator. Yeah, even though ID, name and all these are easiest, but most of the time automation testers, they prefer the XPath locator. Okay, so we will do that at the end because there are many technical things also in this. It is a little hard to understand. Before that, we will understand what is ID, name, link text, partial link text, tag name, class name and CSS selector, and we will have a command on this. We will practically implement also this. Okay, so locating by ID. Now before proceeding, I would recommend you to have a basic knowledge about HTML, which will be very beneficial for you because we are automating the web pages over here, and a web page is made up of HTML, CSS, JavaScript languages. So your HTML and CSS will play a lot of role over here in locating the web elements. Just a basic knowledge and then it's fine. Okay, so now locating by ID. Now ID, they are unique for each element. The ID value that we have, right, is always unique for each element, and it is one of the most common way of locating an element. And the ID are supposed to be unique on a page, and that is the reason why ID are the most reliable locators. Like in form of priorities, whenever the automation tester tests the application, the first thing that they will do is they will try to automate the web element through ID. Because ID, the value of ID is always unique for each element. So that is the reason why ID is one of the most reliable locator and the fastest and the safest locators out of all the locators. Okay. Now let us assume this is your text box, email address, and you want to send some value over here. You want to automate this field. Okay, you want to inspect this field, you want to send some value over here. How are you going to do that? And this is the HTML syntax that you have for this text box. So how will we locate this element by ID? We will simply write driver.findElement. Here I am using find element and not find elements. Okay, driver.findElement by .id, and here when you inspect this element, when you right click and inspect on this element, here you will get the syntax right. Over here ID is equal to email. You will place this value over here. Now see, whatever value you enter here is case sensitive. Okay, whatever is written over here, you have to write it over here the same way. Like over here the email is written in small letters, you need to enter your email in small letters only. It's case sensitive. Okay, then I will send a form command. This is the send key command over here. This is a form control which is used over here to send a particular text to this field. What I'm doing is send keys abc@gmail.com, right? So I'm sending this email ID, that is abc@gmail.com, in this text field. The text field which is located over here, this email. So you get it. I'm writing driver.findElement by.id email, which I found it over here in the syntax, dot send keys abc@gmail.com. So this is the way how I'm going to locate the ID. See, we're going to implement it also. First, just understand this command. Okay, the next one, locating by name. The next locator is name. Okay, now here same thing. Just assume you have a text box which is name, which is of email address, and this is the syntax of it. So how are we going to locate by name? It's the same as ID, but the only difference between name and ID is that name locator are not unique for a page. Like I said, for ID, for each element the ID value is unique, whereas for name it's not that. Okay, that is the difference between the ID and the name. So over here you can see, right, name is equal to from. Similarly, we will write driver.findElement by.name from .send keys abc@gmail.com. So this is the command which I will use to locate by name locator. Now let's implement this practically. I'll just open my IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So now I'll create a new Java class. Simply I'm having this project name Selenium, and I'll create a new Java class. I'll name it as Selenium Tutorials. Now here you can see this web page. Now we will be automating this web page. So the task that we have for today is, here you can see the search bar. So we will be automating this search bar. So how are we going to do that? We're simply going to click on the search bar and click on inspect. And here you can see, as my mouse is on the syntax, and you can see that the search box is highlighted. Okay, here we have different attributes like the class, we have the type, we have ID, we have name. So we will be using these attributes to locate this search element one by one. Okay, so let's do it. Now open your IntelliJ IDEA IDE and create a new class. I created a new class in my Selenium project, that is the Selenium Tutorials 2. And in the previous tutorial, I explained how to launch a browser. We will be launching the Chrome browser. So here I have written the two commands that were used in launching the Chrome browser, that is the system.setProperty. Here we have to enter the key value, that is the WebDriver.chrome.driver, and the path of the executable file, that is the Chrome driver executable file. Next, we had written that the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. So these two commands are used to launch the Chrome browser. So let's run this. Okay, so here our Chrome browser is launched. Now what I want to do is, I want to maximize this Chrome browser. That is, my Chrome browser is minimized right now. This is what I want. So how am I going to do that? I'll simply write driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. So this command will maximize the Chrome browser. Now let's see. Let's run. So here you can see my Chrome browser got maximized. Okay. Then the next command. As I said, we are going to locate this search box through ID and by name. Okay, locators. So let's do it by ID first. Let's do it by ID locator. So first, okay, sorry, just before that we have to navigate to the URL, right? So first we will navigate to the URL. We're going to write driver.get. I'm going to enter this URL. And yeah, okay. So yeah, first we launched the Chrome browser, we maximized the Chrome browser, then we navigated to the URL. Let's check it first. It's launched, the Chrome browser is launched, maximized, and it is navigated to this URL. So I'll just close this. Now, as I said, I want to locate this search box through ID. Now here, same, I'll just place my command, click on inspect, and here this syntax here you can see, right? This syntax, here you can see ID is equal to search underscore query underscore top. So this value will be used to locate this search box. Now how am I going to do that? Just check it out first. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to write driver dot find element. It's find element and not find elements. Okay, find element, I'm going to write by dot. See, here you can see it's by dot tag name, ID, class name, CSS selector. So I'm using ID, and then I will here insert the value of ID that is given over here. Simply just double click on it, copy it, and paste it over here. Okay, it is case sensitive, so paste the same thing. This value should be same as the ID that is given in that syntax. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to send some command to it, so I'll write send keys and I'll simply just type I want to send t-shirts. Chrome browser is launched, is maximized, it is navigated to this page. And here you can see it's here, it's written t-shirts, right? We haven't inspected this element, this search bar, and that's why it's not clicking on this. Okay, we will do that later. So now this is the first way of writing driver.findElement by ID and .send keys. Okay, the second method that you can write this command is, let me comment this. So I can write driver, similarly just the same thing, but I'll write it in a different way. Find element, I'll write by dot ID okay, that's it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to store this in a variable. I will name it as search is equal to driver.findElement by dot ID. Now what I'm doing, I'm locating a web element, right? In Java, usually when we write it as int a is equal to 10, right? Then we write float b is equal to 10.2. So here you're giving some data type to your a and b variables, right? So here also we will, this search element, so here also we will write something, right? So what you're going to do that? So what you're going to write? Simply here you see this search underscore query underscore top. What is this? We are locating a web element, right? So we are finding a web element on a web page. So this search variable will be of what type? It will be of web element type. So web element search is equal to driver.findElement by dot ID search underscore query underscore top. Okay. Now over here you could see I had written dot send key. So simply what I'll do is I'll write search dot send keys and I'm going to write t-shirts. Okay, so let's run this command. This is the second way of writing this one line command. You can write it this way or you can write it this way, depends on your choice. Okay, so I'll just run this. The Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized. It is navigated to this URL. And here it is. Here you can see it's t-shirt. Here the value is sent. Okay, so I'll just close this. I'll close this also. Okay, so I'll just comment this. For now, this method is better. Okay, next we will do it by name. We will locate the search box by name. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Again, we're going to write driver dot find element by dot name, and here you will see we have the value of name. Just double click it, copy it, paste it over here and write dot send keys. I'll write shirts. Okay, so now let's run this. Chrome browser is launched, it's maximized, it is navigated to this URL and Here you can see, okay, wait a minute. Okay, I didn't comment this. Let me comment this. Okay. I'll do it again. So I'll click on run. The Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized. It's navigated to this URL. And here you can see it's shorts. Okay, so I'll just close this. Now we have understood how do we locate by ID and how do we locate by name. Similarly, here you can see the same way you can write it by name also. There's nothing different in it, but this is the most precise way. You just write it in one line. Here you have to write in 2 lines. It's the same thing. So I prefer this one. So it's up to you, which one do you prefer. There's no harm in writing either of the way. Okay, so we have learned by ID, we have learned by name. Next we have locating by link text and partial link text. Now what is link text and partial link text? See, whenever we have links in our pages, okay, like there's a web page and there are links involved in this. In that case, we have the link text and the partial link text. Now link text and partial link text both are different. They are not the same, but partial link text is not mostly used by the automation testers. Link text is mostly used by the testers because this is the most precise way of automating or clicking a link. For example, like suppose let me show you here this page. You can see, right? Now here women, I have dresses. Now there are various dresses over here. So if I want to click on this link, here you can see this link. So if I want to click on this, like how am I going to do? I'm just simply going to click inspect, and here you can see this. You can see there is an anchor tag over here. So this anchor tag is used for links in HTML. Okay. Now here you can see, is there any class? Is there any name or ID attribute used over here? No, right? So how will you identify this element? How will you inspect this element? We will inspect this element through link text. That is the link text which is written over here. Here you can see women A-line multicolor dress. You can see this text written over here, right? We're going to inspect through this text. This is the link text that is given over here. And the A class, which denotes the anchor class, which is used for links in HTML. Okay, so for clicking the links in Selenium, we will be using the link text locator. So how are we going to locate this element through link text or partial link text? Now for example, here we have various links like the printed dress, the printed summer dress, and this is the syntax of this. Okay, so it is a syntax of printed summer dress. So how are we going to click on this printed summer dress? How are we going to click on this link? For that, we will be using, I'll be explaining link text first. We'll write driver.find element by.link text printed summer dress. Here you can see this is printed summer dress. This link text is used to identify this element. Here you can see there is printed summer dress. This printed summer dress, right? This text is used to identify this element, that is the printed summer dress. Okay, so I'll just simply write printed summer dress. This is case sensitive, just write it the same way. And dot click. Again, before we were writing send keys, right? That is the form command. This is also a form command which is used to click a specific element or to click a specific link. So what operation I need to perform over here? I want to click this element, right? Printed summer dress. So I'm going to write dot click. Similarly, for partial link text, what you do, you partially write the text. Like over here, we have the printed summer dress. We'll just write summer dress. Still, it will detect this printed summer dress and it will click at this link. Okay, that's the partial link text and the link text. Now here the partial link text means that we don't need to pass the complete value here. You just need to pass a portion of the text. Like I said, you need to pass the portion of the text. I have passed summer dress over here, right? So through this also, it will click at printed summer dress. So let's practically do it first. For just open your IntelliJ IDEA. So I'll just create a different package over here. I'll just create a different class over here for link text and partial link text. So I'll just write Selenium tutorials 3. Okay, just click on dresses. Okay, so I'll just copy this and I'll paste this URL here. Okay, so now by link text, so it's going to be driver dot find element by dot link text. Okay, so now here I want to click on this link. So how am I going to do it? I am going to inspect this element first. So I have inspected this element. Here you can see I have the printed chiffon dress, which is written over here. This is the link text. I will copy this and I will paste it over here, and I'll simply write click. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, it's launched. It is maximized, it is navigated. And here it is selected. So here you can see this is printed chiffon dress. As I had written printed chiffon dress dot click, so here it's clicked. Okay, now let's try it by partial link text. So I'll just simply command this. I'll do it by, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write driver dot find element by dot partial link text, and what I'm going to enter is chiffon dress, and I'll click this text. Okay, so now let's run this. Chrome browser is launched, it is maximized, it is navigating. And now it's clicked. Okay, so now here you can see through partial link text also my printed chiffon dress, this link is clicked. So now we have understood ID, we have understood name, then we have understood the partial link text and the link text. So next is class name. Now through class also we can locate our web element. For example, we have this text box name, email address, and we have this syntax of HTML syntax. Now we have the attribute class over here. Here we have the class attribute form control, the value is. So how are we going to locate by class? Simply just write driver dot find element by dot class form control send keys and whatever value you want to send away. It's similar to ID and name. There's no such difference in it. But this one thing is that the class name, that the value of form control, now this value can be of multiple elements on a web page. It's not unique. Whereas the ID is a unique value, right, which is given to each element. For each element the ID value is different, whereas for class the value for each element is similar. Like for multiple elements there must be a class name form control. Okay, so in that case many of them don't use class. The automation testers, they use class locator very less as compared to the ID and the name. So the next locator that we have is the tag name. Okay, now tag name are used to find multiple elements on the web page. Like, let me tell you what is tag name. Like suppose here you can see, right, this input, this is your tag name. This is the tag name here over your input, and the attributes are this type, name, ID, These are the attributes that is used. So tag name are used to find multiple elements on the web page. For example, suppose this page, okay? Now I want to find the number of links present on this page. So how can I do that? I'll simply click on inspect. I'll find the anchor tags, the number of anchor tags present on this page, okay? Through that I can find out the number of links that is present in this page, okay? So tag name, now your tag name like A, like here the anchor tag is used as a tag name. Now through this A, that is the anchor tag, we can locate the we can find the number of links present on this page. Now remember, tag name is used when we want to find multiple things. Like suppose I can now if I want to find the number of sliders over here, like how many sliders are present. So how am I going to do? I'm going to inspect the element, like under every anchor tag we have the image. Like suppose for example, let me inspect this. Here you can see under every anchor tag we have the image, so the source image resource. So through this anchor tag I can inspect the number of sliders that is there. I can inspect these sliders, how many sliders are present, how many through this image tag I can identify how many images are present on this web pages. So the tag is used to find multiple elements on the web page. Now for example, it is mostly used like if I want to find the number of sliders, if I want to find the number of links on this page, if I want to find the number of images on this page. So through this I can find the number of multiple items or multiple elements on the web page. So let's implement that. So what I'm going to do is let's create a new class, Java class, right? Selenium tutorials. Okay, so I have created a new Java class over here. Here I'll write driver.get, and in this I'll write, let me inspect this element. Okay, we will inspect this. We will try to find the number of links present on this page. Okay, let's see whether this program runs properly or not. Okay, my Chrome browser is launched. It is maximized. It is navigated to google.com. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to find the number of links that is present on this page. Okay, there are many links like this image, Gmail, and there are links like Hindi and the different types of languages. So I want to know the number of links that is present on this page. So how am I going to do that? Okay, simply I'll use the tag name tags over here. So here we will be using by tag name the locator. So I'll just simply write driver dot find elements. I'll use find elements over here because I have to find multiple elements over here. Okay, by dot tag name, and here I'll write which tag do I need to inspect to find the number of links that is present on this page. So I'll be inspecting the anchor tags that is present on this page, right? The number of anchor tags, I want to know the number of anchor tags that is present on this page. So I'll be using A. This is the tag name which I want to inspect. Okay. Now here I have used elements, find elements, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a variable over here. Link is equal to driver.find elements by tag name. Now this link is of what type? That we need to decide, right? So how are we going to do that? Now here, this find elements, okay? This find elements need to return a list. It needs to return a list of elements. It needs to return a list of web elements, Web elements are this anchor tag, the links that is present on the web page. Anything that is present on the web page is known as web elements, right? So we are returning a list of web elements, right? We need a list of web elements. So here we will be using the collections concept that is there in the Java, in which we have the list. That is a Java util package, and here in list, this a tag is what? It is identifying what? It is identifying a web element, right? So I'll write a web element. So this find elements is designed to return back a list of web element, which is what is being assigned to the variable link, okay, whose type is of what? List web element. Okay, so now here there's a variable link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write s out and link dot size. Now the size method is used to find the number of elements that is present, okay, number of elements that is present on the web page. Through this command, through link dot size, this method is used to find the number of elements, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save it and let's run. Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized. It's navigated, and here you will see there are total 27 links present on the web page. Now what I want is I want the name of these links. So how am I going to do that? To print those names, I'll use the for loop. I'm simply going to write for, and here we are inspecting the web element. So I'll write web element. I'll name it as L, and here I'll write link s out, and I will write L dot get text. Now the get text method is used to retrieve the or to return the text that is inspecting, that we are inspecting. Over here we are inspecting the links, right? So it will get the text of those links. That means I want the name of the links that is that they are identifying over here, these 27 links, right? I want the name of these 27 links. So I'm writing a for loop in which I have given a web element L because I'm inspecting a web element, that is the links I'm inspecting. I've given I have stored it in L, and here I'm printing those links, the name of those links, okay. So I'll just click. And here my Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized, it's navigated to google.com, and here you can see we have the different types of links that is present over here, okay. So through this way we can find the number of links, and we can find the name of the links that is present. That is, we can find we learned the get text method and the size method over here, okay. Locating by CSS selector. Now this CSS selector, this is a type of customized locator. Now before studying this CSS selector, we need to study some CSS concept. So let's have a look at it. Now for example, we have a front page.html, we have this HTML file, we have the HTML tags and everything, and inside the body tag we have this div tag, okay. Now we have written div class is equal to box. I have given the class value as box, okay, and then I have given the text and I have given a code inside this div element, this div block, whatever it might be. But the thing is over here is about the class and the ID, the difference between the class and the ID over here, okay. So we have this front page.html in which we have the div tag. Inside the div tag we have the class, okay, and the value of this class is box. So if I append the style sheet in this HTML page, so how will I style this class? How will I style this div block? So I'm going to style through this class value, that is box. Now how am I going to do that? To access this class, I'm going to write this dot, do you see? I'll be accessing it through a dot. This is a period that is used while accessing the class value. Okay, so I'll write dot box, and then whatever attributes I want to write, like color, green, red, or whatever it is, whatever formatting I want to do or whatever style I need to add, I'll add between these blocks of code. Okay, so this is one concept. For class we will use dot. Now let's see for ID. Now here we have the front page.html similar, and we have the div block in which we have the div ID is equal to box 1. I have given the ID value as box 1. So if I want to style it, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the hash symbol over here. Here you can see I'm using the hash symbol to access this ID. I'm going to use the hash symbol, that is the hash box 1, and then whatever styling I want to perform, I'll perform between these blocks. But the thing that I want you to understand over here is that for class we are using the dot, and for ID we are using the hash. Okay, so this is the CSS concept you need to know for the CSS selector. Okay, so now locating by CSS selector, that is the tag and ID. Now just assume we have this text box, that is the email text box, and this is this HTML syntax that we are having. Now here for tag and ID, your tag, what is your tag name? Your tag name is this is your tag name input. Okay, and these are your attributes like the class, ID, name, these are your attributes, right? So what you're going to do is, like for tag and ID, it is tag name hash ID, like as I said in the previous slide. To access ID we use the hash, right? So over here we'll use tag name hash ID. So how we're going to write is like driver.findElement by .css selector. We'll use CSS selector over here. We'll write tag name first. The tag name is input, so we'll write input. Then we'll write hash, and then we are going to write the ID value because it's tag and ID. The CSS selector that we are using is tag and ID, right? So we're going to write the ID value, that is email. Okay, now this is case sensitive, just write it the same way which is it is written over here. So we're going to write input hash email dot send keys. Okay, whatever text you want to send, just send it over here. So this is how you're going to write the CSS selector for tag and ID. Now let's see for tag and class. Okay, so here we have the text box, email address, and we have the syntax over here. So how are we going to write for tag and class? For class we use the dot operator. Here you can see we use a dot, right? So similarly, before we were using hash, here you can see we were using hash for ID. So for here we are using the dot for class. It's the same thing. We're just going to write driver.findElement by .css selector input dot, that is a tag name, your tag name is input dot class value, the value of your class is control, right? So I have written control over here dot send keys @abc@gmail.com, whatever text you want to send over here. Okay, next we have the tag and attribute. Okay, so how we're going to work with tag and attribute is tag name, then we have the attribute name is equal to attribute value. Now we can use any of the attribute that we want. Like over here we can use the driver.findElement by .css selector input name. Like here I can use ID, I can use name, I can use class, anything I can use. So I'm using name. Name is equal to from, that is the attribute name is name, my attribute value is from, here you can see, and my tag name is input. Okay, my next CSS locator is tag and class and attribute. So how am I going to do that? Simply I just have this text box, that is the email address, and I have the syntax over here. So what I'm going to do is over here for tag name, it's tag and class and attribute, right? So for tag name we'll first insert our tag name, that is the input. Then we have the class, we want to write the class. For that we need to use the dot operator over here. We are using the dot over here, dot. The class value that we have is control over here, it's control. Then the attribute name, now here I'm using ID, you can use any of the attribute. So I'm using ID is equal to email.sendkeys abc@gmail.com. Okay, so I hope it's clear for you. The CSS selector. Now see, CSS selector is not mostly used by the automation tester. They don't use this CSS selector a lot. Instead of CSS selector, they use the XPath. See, the frequently used locators are the ID, the name, and for links we use the link text and the XPath. The XPath is used frequently by all the automation testers because it is one of the most precise form to use the locator, and it's tough to understand, but once you understand it, it's very easy to use. Okay, because we have a CropPath plugin to use that. We will use that plugin to find our XPath. Okay. So next, one of the most important interview questions that you will face is that what is difference between the find element and the find elements. Okay. Now we found this find element and find elements in tag name. In tag name, I wrote a program in which I used find elements because I wanted to find the number of links on a web page, right? I wanted to find multiple web element on a web page. So that's the method used to find multiple element on a web page. We use the find elements. That's where I use find elements, right? So the first difference is that find element, this method is used to access a single web element on a web page. We will use to access single element on the web page. Till now we were accessing find element because we wanted to access only one web element, that is the text box or some other box, that is the email box. So we have to access only one web element. So that is the reason why we are using find element. Whereas in find elements, this method is used to access multiple web element on a web page. In our case, we were finding multiple anchor tags, the anchor tags, that is the A tag that is used on our web page. We were finding the number of links in our web page. Okay. Next, in find element, when the element is not found, it throws an exception. See, whenever the element is not found in find element, it will throw an exception such as no such element is found. Okay. Whereas in find elements, when the element is not found, it returns an empty list. It will return some empty list. Okay. Next, the find element, it will find only one web element, whereas the find elements will find the list of elements which matches the same locator. Like if we have written A as a tag name written over here in find, and we find the number of A tags. So it will return the list of elements. That is, the list of elements will be returned as I have shown in the program. Let me show you the program. Here it is. Here you can see it is returning the list of web elements. That is, it is returning the list of links. So the find elements will find the list of elements which matches the locator. Now let me explain you when the element is not found. Like here you can see when the element is not found, it throws an exception, no such element found, right? So we're going to do that. I'll show that, I'll implement that for you. For example, suppose let's go to this tutorial and comment this. Okay, and suppose this by name. Okay, I'm just writing search, just writing something so that you don't find the element. I'm using the find element method over here. See, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to prove you this statement that when the element is not found, it will throw an exception, no such element found. I'm trying to prove this statement. Just check it out. Okay, so I have changed the value over here. Now let's see. The Chrome browser is launched. It is navigated. So let's see. See, here you can see no such element, exception, no such element, unable to locate element. Here you can see we have got an error over here. Here you can see name is equal to search underscore QU. Unable to locate element. That's what I said, right? for find element, when you're using find element and the element is not found, you will get an exception that no such element found or unable to locate the element. Whereas in find elements, we will return an empty list. Now let's try to do this one. We use the find elements method here, right? Find elements. Now let me change the tag to, suppose I'm changing to AR. Okay, this is what the tag I'm changing, and I'll just comment this for time being. Navigated. Here you can see, are we getting any list of array? It's just simply 0. Number of we didn't find any tag name AR over here, so it just returned 0. So that's what it said, that it won't give any error or something. It will just return an empty list. It will just return, like if the element is not found, it will return an empty list. Over here it returned 0, so there is no tag name AR. So this is what is the difference between find element and find elements. This is one of the interview question which is asked in Selenium, and it is also one of the most important question that is asked. So this is all for today. In the next tutorial, we will learn what is XPath, and we will we will practically implement that. We will also download the CrowPath plugin that we used for XPath. Hello everyone, my name is Varsha and welcome to Programming Knowledge. So in today's tutorial, we are going to create test cases and we're going to execute them. But before that, let us understand what we did in the previous tutorial. So in the previous tutorial, we learned what are the web elements, what are the different types of web elements, and one of the most important concept that we learned in the previous tutorial was the locators. Now the locators are the way to identify a web element on a web page, and we discussed the different types of locators like the ID, name, tag name, class name, the link text and the partial link text. And also we discussed about the CSS selector in the previous tutorial. So the ID, name and the class name are the attributes that is used in the HTML through which we can identify the web element. Whereas the link text and the tag name, these two are used. First of all, the link text is basically used to click a link on a particular web page. If we want to click on some link, we use the link text. Whereas the tag name is used to retrieve multiple elements on a web page. Like for example, I want to know the number of links present on the particular page. So I'm going to inspect the tag name, that is the anchor tag, that is the A tag, and I'm going to count how many A tags are present on that web page, through which I will retrieve multiple elements. So that is for that we are using tag name. Whereas the CSS selector, we use the tag in ID, we have the tag in class, we have tag in attribute, we have tag class and attribute. So these are the different types of CSS selector also we understood in the previous tutorial. So these were some of the concepts that we learned in the previous tutorial. Now in this tutorial, we are going to create test cases and we are going to execute it. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a test case in which we are going to open the Chrome browser. I'm going to navigate to this URL, this page that you're seeing, right? I'm going to navigate to this URL. I'm going to enter the valid username and password and click on login button. Next, I'm going to verify the title of the page, that is the orange HRM, and I'm also going to verify the URL that is specified over here. See, the main intention behind this tutorial is that we are going to learn different types of commands in this. Also, we are going to learn how to verify an element. Like in manual testing, we use the expected result and the actual result, and the status column is present, right, in which you have to match the results and pass the status that it is failed or passed. So over here also we are going to verify some elements, like I am going to verify the title of the page, we are going to verify the URL of the page. So these are some of the elements that we are going to verify today. Before that, let us understand some of the commands that we used in the previous tutorial. Let's understand that. Let's revise that. The first command that we used was a form command, that is the send keys command. Here you can see the send keys command, which is used to send a particular text to the particular element, right? Then we use the click command, which is used to click an element. Then we use the get command, which is used to navigate to the URL. Next, we use the get text command, which is used to retrieve specific elements text. If you remember that we were counting the number of links in a page, right? So in that, I wanted to know the name of those links. So we use the get text command. Next we learned about the size command. The size command is used to get the number of elements in the list. Now if you remember, while counting the number of links, we use the size command to know how many links are present on the web page. Next we use the driver.manage.window.maximize command, which is used to maximize the window. Next we use the system.set property. As you know, it is the very first line in our program, so which is used to set a value and a key. The key is like the webdriver.chrome.driver, and the value is the path of your executable file. Okay, so these were the commands that we learned in the previous tutorial. So now here I have prepared some of the test cases. First is open the Chrome browser. We will navigate to the URL, enter the valid username, enter the valid password. Next we will click on login button, then we are going to verify the URL, and then we are going to verify the title, and then we'll close the browser. So these are some of the steps that we're going to perform today. So let's get started. Now open your IntelliJ IDEA IDE. I'm going to create a new class over here in my project. Okay, so now I have created a new class. I have named it as Selenium Tutorials 5, and I have opened my Chrome browser. These are the two commands that I've used, that is the system.set property. Next I have used the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Next I have navigated to the URL. This is the URL, and I have maximized the window. These are the commands that we have been learning in the previous tutorial also. So now what I want is, I want to enter valid username and valid password over here. So I'm going to simply click on this element and click on inspect. Here you can see there are different attributes used. So I'll use the ID attribute first. So I'm going to write driver dot find element by dot ID. I'm going to enter the value that is there. This is case sensitive, so enter the same value. And what I want to do is, I want to send some value to it, right? So I'm going to write send keys, and I'm going to enter the valid username. Here you can see the username and the password it's given. This is a demo website which is normally used for automation. So you can also use this and you can automate this website. So the username here used is admin. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it over here. So here I have entered a valid username. Now I'm going to enter the valid password. So for that I'm going to write driver again dot find element. I'm going to write by dot, I'll use name. So let's see, let's inspect that element. Here you can see this name attribute. I'm going to copy this, paste it over here. I'm going to send some information to it. The password is given over here, so I'll just simply copy this password and I'll paste it over here. So here we have entered the valid username and valid password. So I've entered the valid username and password. Next I have to click on login button. So I'm going to inspect this login button. I'll simply click on inspect, and here you can see we have the name, class, ID. So I'll use the ID. I'll use driver dot find element by dot ID. Now enter the value. And what I want to do is, I want to click this, right? So I'll right click. Okay, so now let's run this. My Chrome browser is launched successfully. It's navigated and it's maximized. Okay, there is some problem to it. Okay, here you can see I have given some space, so there is no space in password. Again, let's run this command. launched, it's navigated, and my admin and password. Okay, it's logged in successfully. Okay, so now what I want is that I want to verify the title of the page and I want to verify the URL that is present over here. Okay, so let's verify that. So first we will verify the URL. Let's verify the URL. Now for that we are going to use the get current URL. This is the command that we are going to use to verify the URL. Now this command returns the current URL of the web page. Okay, so let's see. What we're going to do is we are going to write driver.get current URL. Okay, and we're going to store this in a variable. We're going to store this in a string type variable. Let me write the actual URL. Okay, so we are storing in a string type variable. I have named the variable as actual URL, and I have written string actual URL is equal to driver.get current URL. Okay, now let me print this. Let's see the actual URL of this web page, and then we will verify it first. So let's run. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, and the username and password is entered. It's logged in successfully, and here it is. This is my current URL that I'm getting. Okay. Now I am on this page. I am on the dashboard page, so that is the reason why I am getting this URL. The current URL retrieves the URL of the current page. Okay, you're on which page? On that page the URL will be retrieved. So here we have printed the URL. Now let's verify it. So now I have to verify it, right? How am I going to do that? Now I have already created a string variable, that is the actual URL, in which I have got the current URL of the web page. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another variable of the string type in which I will store the desired URL, and I'm going to match both these URL. Okay, so this is what we're going to do it. So first we will create a string type variable, and I'm going to write it as desired _ URL, and I will paste this URL that I am getting. Okay, next I'm going to match this actual URL and desired URL. For that I'll be using the if command. Simply I'll write the actual URL dot equals the desired URL. Now if they are equal, what I'm going to print is I'm going to print pass, and if they are not, then I'm going to print fail. Okay, so let's see. Let's run this command. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. Okay, I've entered the valid username and password, and it's successfully logged in. And here it is. I have got the actual URL is also retrieved by the get current URL command, and also the actual URL and the desired URL both are matching, so the output is pass. Now what if I change this URL? If I write current.com. So now let's run this command. Now you see the output will be fail. It's launched, it's navigated, the browser is maximized, valid username and password is entered, and here it is on the dashboard page. Now let's see. Here you can see the output, it's fail. Why it's fail? Because I have changed the desired URL. The desired URL that I want is the open source demo orange hrmlive.com, and the actual URL that I'm getting is this. Okay, so that is the reason why it's failed. So this is how you can verify the URL of a web page. Next, let's verify the title of the page. Okay. Similarly, we're going to verify the title of the page the same way. For that, the command that we will use is the get title command. Okay. So what you're going to do is we're going to simply write string actual title, that will be driver dot get title. Okay. Next, let's print this title. I'm going to write actual title, and let's see. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. Valid username, password is entered. It's logged in. Okay. So this is the title that I got. The first one is the I got the current URL. Then the test case that I have verified is failed because I have written the desired URL that I want is this, and the actual URL that I'm getting is this. The next one is that I'm printing the title of the page, that is the orange HRM. Now how do we get the title? Simply just inspect this page, and here in the head tag you can see the title. Here you can see it's orange HRM. So this is the title of the page. Okay, so this is the desired title that you want. Okay, so what you're going to do is, similarly we're going to write string desired title, that we want is the orange HRM. This title that we want is, we're going to match this. So we're going to simply place it over here. Now we will verify it. We will verify with the if command. I'm going to write if the actual title dot equals, then we're going to write the desired title, and here we're going to write if my test case is passed, then I'll write pass, and if it's not matching, then I'm going to write fail. Okay, so now let's run. Okay, now I've launched, it's logged in, and we have logged in successfully. Okay, let's see. Now here we can see the current URL. My test case is passed. Next, I can see the title of the page, that is the orange HRM, and the desired title and the title that I'm getting, the actual title, they both are matching, so the test case is passed. What if I change this desired title? And now let's see. Okay, my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and okay, and here you can see it's failed. Okay, so we have verified our title, we have verified our URL. The next command that we're going to use is the driver dot close. So this command is used to close the browser. So let's run this again. We have opened the Chrome browser, it's launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and login successfully, and here it says it's passed. The current URL is retrieved, the test cases of verifying the URL is passed. Next, the actual title of the web page is retrieved, and the test cases fail because I have written only orange HR. So let's change it and save it, and let's run it again. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. The valid username password is entered, and here it is. Okay, and it's closed also. So this is the current URL. The test case of verifying the URL is passed. This is the current title, and the test case for verifying the title is passed. So this is how you can verify the URL and the title. These are the different commands, and the different commands that we learned today is, one is the get current URL, then we learned the get title also, and we learned how to verify the commands. Okay. So this is what we learned today. We executed this test case. We opened the Chrome browser, we navigated to the URL, we entered the valid username, the valid password, we clicked on login, we verified the URL, we verified the title of the web page. Next we closed the browser. So we executed these test cases. By executing these test cases, we learned how to verify the title, we learned how to verify the URL. Also, we learned different commands. We learned like the get title command and the get current URL command. Okay, so there is also one more command that I want to explain you, is the get page source command, which is usually used to get the page source, that is the source code of the page that we are on. So these are some of the get commands that I am explaining you. These are frequently used by the automation testers. So we are going to write the driver dot get page source, and we are going to store this in an element. Sorry, we're going to store this in a string type variable. I'm going to write the page source, that is PS, and we're going to simply print it. Okay, so let's run this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and okay, so here you can see that my source code, that is the page source code, is visible over here. This is the source code that I've got. Okay, so this is also one of the command which is used, that is the get page source. This is used to get the source code of the page that we are navigated to. So in this tutorial, we learned the three commands, that is the get page source, we learned the get title, and we learned the get current URL. Okay, so in the get source, we learned that we through get page source, we can get the page source, we can get the source code of the page. Next, we learned through get title command, we learned how to get the title of the web page. Next, we learned the get current URL, which is used to get the current URL of the page. So these were the three get commands that we learned in the today's tutorial. So in the next tutorial, we are going to learn about the XPath. We are going to use the plugin, the XPath plugin for the Chrome browser, and through that XPath plugin, we are going to retrieve our XPath. So we're going to study what are the different types of XPath also. So in this tutorial, we will understand about the XPath. We will understand what is XPath, how to locate the element using the XPath. We will also understand about the XPath plugin, the types of XPath, what are their syntax. Then we will understand the difference between the absolute and the relative XPath, and out of the absolute and relative XPath, which one is preferred and why. So let's get started. First, let us understand what is XPath. Now, as I said, it is a part of a locator. Here you can see this chart, right? We have the different types of locators as I discussed in the previous tutorial. I discussed about the ID, name, link text, the partial link text, the tag name, the class name, and then the CSS selector. We are left with XPath. Now, there are different types of XPath like the relative XPath and the absolute XPath, and it comes under the customized locators. As I discussed in the previous tutorial, locators are the way to find an HTML element on a web page. XPath is used when we don't have the ID, the name, the tag name locators present in the HTML. That is when we use XPath. Like here you can see, in Selenium automation, if the elements are not found by the general locators like the ID, class, name, or the link text, the partial link text, the tag name, etc., Then the XPath is used to find an element on the web page. XPath is also defined as the XML path. The shortcut, the short name of XPath is the XML path. Now, XPath is basically a syntax or a language for finding any element on the web page using the XML path expression. As I said, XML path is defined as the XML path, right? To find any element, we use the XML path expression. Now this XPath is the address of element using the HTML DOM structure. By using the HTML DOM structure, we will find the XML path expression. Now what is this HTML DOM structure? Now here you can see we have the normal HTML code that we write usually. We have the HTML head, title, body, and we close the HTML tag. This is the normal HTML code that we usually write. But when a web page is loaded, the browser automatically creates a DOM structure, that is the document object model. Here you can see this is the DOM model. Like we have the document, we have the HTML tag, that is the root element, then we have the head, we have the title, we have the body, under body we have the different types of elements. So this is the DOM model, that is the DOM structure. Why it is called as a DOM structure? Because the browser automatically creates a DOM structure, that is the nodes, that is the different nodes are created automatically. Over here you can see we have the HTML head, title is just simply written over here. But over here we have the nodes. There are nodes present over here. So that is the reason why it is called the HTML DOM structure. And it is created automatically by the browser. DOM is basically an API interface that is provided by the browser. Now see, if we go detailing into the DOM structure, it's a very huge concept. But for now, to understand that the XPath, the XML expression that we will derive from the HTML DOM structure. You know, this structure that we have, we will derive from this. For example, so this is the web page. Now if I want to inspect any of the element, I'll simply click on inspect, and here you see this is the DOM structure of a web page. Like we have the HTML head, body, the HTML tag is closed. Inside head we have different types of meta property, we have the style, we have the script. So all these are in the form of the HTML DOM structure. Okay. So when a web page is loaded, the browser automatically creates this DOM object, and this DOM is an API interface that is provided by the browser. Okay. Next, let us see how can we capture the XPath. Now this is the page that we want to inspect. Now suppose this is the email address field we have, and we want to inspect this element. So I'll simply click on inspect, and here you can see this text box is highlighted, right? Now I want to capture the XPath of this text box. How am I going to do that? I will simply syntax, I will simply right click over here, go to copy, and I will click on copy full XPath. See, here I have two options. I have copy XPath and I have copy full XPath. So I will use copy full XPath. There is a difference between the two. We will understand that later. But for now, let's click on copy full XPath. I'll paste it over here. Okay. So here you see, this is the complete XPath that we are having for this field. That is the email address. How is it? First we have the HTML, then we have the body, then we have the different div tags that we have over here, and the last we have the input. Because we want to access this element, we have the input tag over here. Now here you can see these numbers 1, 2, 1. These are the index numbers that is present over here. Okay, these are the index number that is given over here. That is the first element of div. Under the first element of div, I am selecting the second div. Under the second div, I am selecting the first div. As you can see, there are different divs over here. So through these, by accessing these divs, I have reached to input tag, and over here I am accessing the email address, that is this field. Okay, so this is how we can access. So So this is the first method of accessing the XPath. The second method that we have is the XPath plugin. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll simply go to Google and type XPath plugin. The very first link that we have, I'll give the link in the description box. Just simply click add to Chrome, add extension, and it is added. Okay, now here you can see there is no option over here of XPath. But now let me refresh this page. I'll just close this browser, and here you can see we have the option XPath. Because we have added the extension to the Chrome browser, so we can see this option XPath. Okay, now I inspected this element. This element I have inspected. So let's see the XPath. And here it is. So here you can see this XPath, right? We have the relative XPath. Now, as I said, the XPath are of two types. That is the relative XPath and the absolute XPath. Then the CSS selector, we have the hash ID. The hash is used for ID, right? The CSS selector that we have is the hash email. Now, hash is used when we are accessing the ID. Over here, the ID that we have is email. Here, if you can see, it's email. Here it is, it's email. Okay. Next, the absolute XPath. This is the absolute XPath that we are having. And the tag name that we are using, that is the input. Here you can see the XPath is basically used to find the XPath of any element. And it is mostly used because it is used to find the element more precisely. Like suppose if I'll copy this, and here you can see the difference. This XPath is different from this XPath. Why? Because we are indicating index number for each and every div that we have. Here you can see there is no index number for this 3 divs, but over here we have the index number given over here. Why? Because XPath plugin is used to find the element more accurately. Okay, that is the reason why we use XPath plugin. There were previous plugins also that were used, that is the Firebug plugin, the Firepath plugin, but they are outdated. Mostly XPath plugin is used by the companies. And the second most reason is that here you can see we have the relative XPath, the CSS selector that it is selecting, the tag name that it is using. So all these things are present over here. It is showing these things. So whereas over here, if you can just simply copy full XPath, and that's the option over here. So that is the reason why we use the XPath plugin. Okay, now this is one thing. So the next thing that I want to explain is that suppose you have any of a XPath, suppose this is the XPath that you have, and you want to find the XPath, this XPath is of which element. So what you're going to do is, I'll simply copy this. I will click on this source code, Control F. Here you can see find by string, selector or XPath. I will place my XPath over here, and here you can see, here it is. I'm placing my password field over here. This XPath indicates the password field that I have. So this is how also you can find the element through the XPath. And by using XPath, we are finding the XPath, that is the absolute XPath and the relative XPath as well. Okay. Okay, so now you have got an idea of how to capture the XPath. This is a small example of it, which is very easier form. Now suppose this is the HTML syntax that I have for the username, password and login button. Now if I want to access my login button through XPath, if I want to click on this login button through my XPath, so how am I going to capture the XPath of this login button? The very first thing that we have is the /. This / is very important. It is used to access the element. Okay, / and then first I'm accessing the HTML, again a /, then I'm accessing the body tag, again a /, then I'm accessing the form tag, again a /, and then I'm accessing the input type, that is the index 3, that is 1, 2, 3. The third input tag that I want to access, because I want to click on the login button, right? Here you can see the syntax, it's input type submit, name submit, and the value is login. This is the login button that we are having for this, and I want to access this login button. I want to click on this login button. For that, the XPath that we're going to use is this one. Over here, the 3 indicates the index number. That is the third input type. That is the third input tag name I want to access. So this is how you will write your XPath. So next, now let us understand the different types of XPath. That is the relative XPath and the absolute XPath. There are 2 types of XPath, relative and absolute XPath. Let's see the absolute XPath. Now the absolute XPath, it contains the complete path from the root element to the desired element. Okay. For example, here you can see my root element is HTML and my desired element is this. That is the input type submit, name submit, value login. This is my desired. Okay. So I have to, for absolute XPath, I have to access from root element to the desired element. That's what I'm doing over here. I'm writing a forward slash. That is only one forward slash. Then I'm accessing HTML, again a forward slash. Then I'm accessing body, again a forward slash. I'm accessing form. Then in form tag, I want to access the third input tag. How I will write my XML path. Okay, this is the XML path expression that I discussed before. Next, it says that it starts with a single slash. Here you can see it is started with a single slash over here from root element to the desired element. Next, let us discuss its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of absolute XPath is that it identifies the element very faster. Now, obviously, over here you're writing the complete path. Like we are writing slash HTML slash body slash form slash input, the third index. We are writing the complete path. Because of this, it is accessing the element very faster. Okay, that is the advantage of absolute XPath. Whereas the disadvantage, now for this we'll take up an example so that it will be easier for you. So this is the page that you have, that is the username and password and the login page that you have. For that you have written the HTML syntax, right? Now what if the developer wants to make some changes on this page? It wants to, suppose the developer wants to enter another field of email. So here it is, username, password, email. I have written another syntax over here, that is the input ID, email, type, text. Okay, so the developer has entered another text field over here of email. And I have to access the login, and I had written the XPath before this one, right? This is the XPath that I had written before. So is it possible to access the login now after making these changes? No, right? This was the previous XPath that I had written for the login button. For that, this was the syntax. I am accessing the third element of input. That is the login, right? Over here, I am accessing the third element of input, which is the email ID, right? It is the email ID that is present over here. So this is the biggest disadvantage of absolute XPath. That is, if there are any changes that is made by the developers in the path of the element, then our written XPath will no longer work. As you saw in that example, I had written the XPath for the login, but when the changes were made by the developers, the XPath did not work for the login button, because at that place the third element of input tag was the email ID. Okay, so this is the advantages of the absolute XPath. So now let's discuss about the relative XPath. Now a relative XPath is the one where the path starts from the middle of the HTML DOM structure of your choice. Here there is no root node, there is no desired node. You can simply start the path where you want to, of your choice, wherever you want to start. So basically it means that it can search for the element anywhere on the web page. Okay, and it starts with a double slash, whereas the absolute XPath starts with a single slash. It has a syntax, and this is the basic syntax of the relative XPath. First we have the double slashes, then we have the tag name. This tag name can be div, image, input, etc., anything. Okay, then we will open the brackets, and then we have the @. This @ is used to select an attribute. we will write the attribute name and we will write the value of this attribute. Okay, for example, I have written first the forward slashes I need, the double forward slashes. Then I need input, that is the tag name. I'll open my brackets. At the rate, the attribute that I'm using is ID and the value of this attribute is email. So this is the basic syntax of XML, that is the relative XML, and this is most frequently used as compared to the absolute XML. Why? We will discuss that later. So the advantages of relative XPath. The first advantage is that you don't need to mention the long XPath. The long XPath, that is the absolute XPath, is from the root element to the desired element, right? So over here you don't need to mention this long XPath because there is no need to start from the root element. You can start the path can start from the middle of the HTML DOM structure, that is of your choice. But the disadvantage is that it will take more time in identifying the element, as we are specifying the partial path and not the exact path. Whereas in absolute XPath, we are specifying the exact path of the element. Over here, we are specifying the partial path of the elements. So that is the reason why it takes time in processing. So here we have some of the examples of the relative XPath. Like first you can see I have the two double slashes. The tag name that I have used is A. Then this is the @ sign. The attribute is href. And the value of the attribute that I have given over here. Next I have the two double slashes and I have used the image, that is the img tag name. Then I have the @ sign and the attribute that I am using is alt and the value of this is flower. So these are some of the examples. Now if you want to access XPath with multiple attributes, what if we have multiple attributes? Like suppose there might be a syntax where the name value, the value of the name is similar. So what we'll do is we'll use multiple attributes. We'll use ID with that because ID is never same. It is not the same for every element. It is different. ID is unique, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use ID, that is over here is name, and also the name attribute, that is the name value. So by using these multiple attributes value, I can access the element more properly, right? So the syntax of this is tag name, the two double slashes, tag name, open bracket @ attribute 1 is equal to value 1, and then the attribute 2, the value 2. Similarly, like attribute 3, value 3. So you can go on as you wish, okay? So this is a way of accessing multiple attributes in relative XPath. So now let's study the difference between the absolute XPath and the relative XPath. Now the absolute XPath, it contains the complete path from the root element to the desired element. As we studied, from the root element, that is the HTML, and the desired element that we wanted, that is the login button, we have the input tag, right? The input third index. So it contains the complete path from the root element to the desired element. Whereas the relative XPath is the one where the path starts from the middle of the HTML DOM structure of your choice. You can start from your choice. Okay, it starts with a single forward slash, whereas over here in relative it starts with a double forward slash. In absolute XPath, not used more often because it selects element from the root node, whereas the relative XPath is used very often because it searches the element everywhere at the web page. Okay. Next we have in absolute XPath, there is no attribute value. Over here the syntax that I had shown before, like this is the syntax of the XPath. Here we have the attribute value, right? We are using the value of the attribute and the attribute name, whereas in absolute XPath there is no such case. There is no attribute value. In relative we use the attribute and the value of it. This is the basic example of the absolute XPath and this is the example of the relative XPath. So this is the difference between the absolute XPath and the relative XPath. So we know XPath are of two types, but which one is mostly preferred? Obviously the relative XPath is mostly preferred. Why? Because if the application is not very stable, like if the application is not stable and all the attributes are not stable, so we cannot use the absolute XPath. Why? Because the developer might make changes frequently, right? It's not stable. So the developer will make changes, the XPath will keep on changing. So that is the reason why absolute XPath is not mostly used by the automation testers, whereas the relative XPath is mostly used by the automation testers. Because in relative XPath, the attributes used are fixed. They are not changing. We are not using the root element to the desired element. Okay. So that is the reason why we use the relative XPath and not the absolute XPath. So in the previous tutorial, we learned about the XPath, what is XPath and the different types of XPath, that is the absolute XPath and the relative XPath. Also, we learned the difference between the two. So in this tutorial, we will understand about the XPath operators and functions. So let's get started. So previous tutorial, we learned about the relative XPath and the absolute XPath. Let's implement that first on our IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So open your IntelliJ IDEA. So I will create a new Java class. I'll name it as Selenium Tutorials 6. Okay, so all I want to do is, this is the website like the ebay.com. All I want to do is I want to inspect this search box and the search button. Okay, so for that, in the previous tutorial, I explained about the CrowPath plugin. Now we're going to use the Selectors Hub plugin. See, the Selectors Hub plugin is the advanced version of the CrowPath, as the CrowPath is not having some of the features which this Selector Hub plugin is having. So what we'll do is, how to install is write Selectors Hub XPath. The first link that you get over here, I will provide the link in the description box. Simply just click to add to Chrome, add extension, and your Selectors Hub is added to your Chrome browser. So since we have installed our Selectors Hub plugin XPath on our browsers, so I'll just close this and I'll open it again. So let me inspect this. I'll inspect, and here you can see we have the Selectors Hub present over here. Okay, so now all I want to do is I want to inspect this search box and the search button. I will write the XPath for the search box and the search button, the absolute XPath as well as the relative XPath. So let's do it. Okay, so I have created this Selenium Tutorial 6. This is the Java class that I have created in my Selenium package. The first statement that I have written is to open the Chrome browser, that is the system.set property, in which I have given the key value and the value of that is the path of the executable driver. Next, I have written the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Next, I have to navigate to the URL, that is the URL I have given over here. Next, I am maximizing the window through driver.manage.window.maximize command. Okay, so these are the three commands which is same in all the tutorials till now. We want to locate the search box, right, through relative XPath and absolute XPath. Let's first do the absolute XPath. Okay, so simply I'll just write driver.find element by.xpath, and I will write the absolute XPath over here. Let me inspect this element. Here it is, and here you can see we have the relative XPath, we have the ID, name, class name, JavaScript path, the absolute XPath, and the tag name that is given over here. In Selectors Hub, we have many features. There are a lot of features provided in Selectors Hub as compared to the CrowPath plugin. The CrowPath plugin is not having that much of features in it, so that is the reason why Selectors Hub is mostly used by many automation testers. Also, it supports the Shadow DOM objects. Now, when I will be explaining about the Shadow DOM, at that time we will be using it. But for now, let us focus on the absolute path and the relative XPath that we are doing right now. So this is the absolute XPath that we have. I'll simply click on copy, and here it is. I want to send some command to it, so I'll write send keys, and I'll write t-shirts. Okay, so let's run this. I'll simply click on run. Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. The browser is maximized. And here you can see on the search box we have t-shirts written over here. Okay. So next, what I want to do is I want to inspect this element. That is, I want to click on the search button. Okay. So I will inspect this element. And here you can see we have the absolute XPath as well as the relative XPath. We will choose the absolute XPath, but here we'll write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I will write my absolute XPath over here. And what I want to do is I want to click, right? So I will write click. So here it is. I am sending some command to the search box, that is the t-shirt command, and then I'm clicking on the search button. So let's run this. Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. The browser is maximized. T-shirts, and here it's clicked. Okay. So it's working properly. Now let's do with relative XPath. I'll comment this. Okay, so now we'll do it relative XPath. I'll write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I'm going to mention my relative XPath over here. So for the search box, here it is. We have the relative XPath which is written over here. I'll simply copy this and paste it over here. Okay, so be careful with this syntax. We have only the single quote over here. There is no double quote because Java does not support double quote. So if you mention double quote over here, it will not support. Here you see, right? It's in red color. So that's the reason why Java does not support double inside double quotes another double quote. So that's the reason why we're writing with single quotes. Okay, so be careful with that. Now this is the relative XPath for the search box, and what I want to do is I want to send some key, right? So I will write shorts over here. So I'll write shirts for men. Okay, next I want to inspect the search button, right? For that I'll write find element by dot XPath. This is the search button. Let me inspect it, and here you can see we have the relative XPath given over here, right? So I'll copy it, paste it over here, and what action do I need to perform is I want to click on that button, right? So I will write click. Okay, let's see if this runs. Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated and it's maximized. It's written shirts for men, and here it is. Okay, so it's working properly. So this is how you can inspect element through absolute XPath and the relative XPath. The difference between the absolute XPath and the relative XPath, we studied about that in the previous tutorial. Also their advantages and disadvantages. Okay, so in this tutorial mainly we will understand about the XPath operators and their functions. So the first thing is OR operator. Now when we implement this practically, at that time we will understand it very properly. So first let us understand the syntax of it. As in the previous tutorial, I explained about the XPath with multiple attributes. Here you can see that is the two slashes over here, the tag name that we want, that is input A or any of the tag name. At the rate attribute 1 is equal to value 1, at the rate attribute 2 is equal to value 2, and so on. This is how we will write XPath with multiple attributes. Now with the help of these multiple attributes, we are inserting some of the operators of XPath, that is the OR operator and the AND operator. Like here you can see, we have the two slashes over here. The tag name that we're using, that is the input. @ID, the attribute that we're using is ID and the value of it is the search underscore query, or the OR operator which I have written over here. Then the second attribute that I'm using, @name, and the value of it is search. Okay, so this is how we will write the syntax with the operator in relative XPath. Now we will implement this method and then we will understand this table. So I'll just comment this. Okay, so now what I want is I will inspect this element and I'll try to send some of the keys of it, like I'll write t-shirts for men over here. So let's see if the element is identified or not. Okay, I'll click on inspect. Okay, so in this syntax here you can see we have the ID attribute as well as the name attribute present over here. Okay, so first let me write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and here I will write my relative XPath. So first the two slashes, the tag name that I want is input, open bracket. First I'm going to write @ID. So the value of the ID is this. Here you can see. So let me copy this. Next I'm going to write OR. Then I'm going to write @name attribute. The value of the name attribute, that is this. I will just simply copy it, paste it over here, dot send keys, and whatever keys I want to send is shirt for men. And let's see whether we can locate this element or not. So a Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see shirts for men. That means this search box is located through OR operator. Okay, so now here you can see this A part, the ID part, @ID is the A, @name is the B part, right? Now if both the elements are true, that means the element is identified and it returns both the element, right? Now what if my first element is true and the second element is false? It returns A. So let's check this out. That means @ID is equal to this value is correct, whereas this value is not correct. Now let's see what happens, whether we are able to locate the element or not. So I'll click on run. My browser is navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see shirts for men. The search box is inspected, it is identified, even though if my name attribute, the value of the name attribute is not correct. Okay, now what if my ID value is not correct? Like if I write this GH, let's see whether we can identify the element or not. The Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see shirts for men. It's identified. Okay, now what if the ID value is wrong and even the name value is wrong? Let's see if the element is identified or not. So our Chrome browser is navigated and it's maximized, and here you can see there is no element over here, there is no key sent over here, that is the shirts for men. Why? Because my ID value as well as the name value is wrong. Okay, so this is what the OR operator is. If my A element, that is the ID value, is wrong as well as the name attribute value is wrong. That means it's not the same as it is specified in the HTML DOM structure. The element will not be identified. Whereas if my ID value is wrong, but my name value is correct, the element is identified. Similarly, if my A value, that is the ID value, is right, whereas my name value is wrong, still the element is identified. And if both are right, the element is identified. But if both are wrong, the element is not identified. So this is all about the OR operator. Now let's check out the AND operator. Okay, it's the same as it is OR, only the rules are a bit different. You will understand that practically. So we are testing for AND operator, so I'll just write AND over here. Let's see. So the ID value is same and the name value is also correct. So let's see if it is inspected, the element is inspected or not. Let me comment this. Okay. All right. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see shirts for men. The search box is inspected as well as the command is sent, that is the shirts for women. So this means this line, this driver.find element, this function that we have written works well. Okay. Now what if I just write the ID value wrong, whereas the name value, the value of name attribute is correct. Okay. So let's see if the element is identified or not. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. Okay, there is no command sent over here. Okay, so if my ID is wrong and my name is right, that means the element is not identified. What if my ID value is correct whereas the name value is wrong? Let's see if the element is identified or not. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized. Okay, so here you can see that my search box is not identified and there is no command sent over here. So your element cannot be identified if the ID value is right and the name value is wrong, as well as the ID value is wrong and the name value is right. Both of the ways the element is not found. What if both of them are wrong? Let's see. Let me inspect it. Click on run. The Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. And here you can see there is no command sent over here. Okay. So what this basically means is, if the A element, that is the ID attribute, is having the wrong value, as well as the name attribute is having the wrong value, the element is not identified. Similarly, if the A attribute, that is the ID attribute, is having the wrong value and the name attribute is having the right value, still the element is not identified. If the A attribute is having the correct value whereas the B attribute is having the wrong value, still the element is not identified. In case of AND operator, the element is only identified if the ID attribute is correct as well as the name attribute value is correct. Only then the element is identified. So that is the difference between the AND operator and the OR operator. Like here you can see the element is identified in all the cases except if both the attribute values are wrong. Okay, whereas over here it is the element is identified in only one case, that is both the ID as well as the name attribute value should be correct. That is, it should be the same as it is mentioned in the HTML DOM structure. So this is the difference between the OR operator and the AND operator. So the next function that we're going to study about is the contains function. Now the contains is used to identify an element. All the functions that we studied till now of XPath are used to identify an element. When we are familiar with some part of the attribute value of an element. Now this means that when we are familiar with some part of the attribute's value, that is, for example, let me show you. The normal syntax of the relative XPath that we write is this, right? Two slashes, the tag name, @ID and the value. Like over here you can see 2 slashes, input, @ID, and the value that I have written is the first name. Now what if you want to use the contains method? When we are using the contains method, we will write @ID, comma, first. That is only the partial text I will write in contains method. I don't need to write the full text. So this is a feature of contains. The next function that we're going to study is the starts with function. Now see, all these functions that we are studying, they are used dynamically. For dynamic elements they are used. Now what are dynamic elements? There are two types of elements. One is dynamic and one is static. Static elements are elements whose attributes value does not change. The value of the attribute does not change. Whereas the dynamic elements are the elements whose attribute value changes on refresh or any of the operation of the web page. Like if we click on that element, the value changes. For example, let us take up the start and the stop button. Like this is the button. If I click on start, the function will start. But after start, the button changes to stop. And when I click on stop, the function will stop and the button will change, the value will change to start. So this is how, this is what is the dynamic working of the elements on the web page. Now for example, like over here you can see we have the button like start and the stop. If I want to inspect the start button, I want to identify the start element. What I'm going to do is I'm going to write slash input, 2 slashes input, @ID is equal to start. This will identify, this will locate the start button only and not the stop button. Because after clicking on start, the value is changing to stop, right? So it will only identify the start button. What about stop? So for that, I have to write input @ID is equal to stop. Over here also, it is identifying only the stop button and not the start button. So in this case, we will use the starts with operation. Now over here, you can see there are two things, there are two words in common, right? The S and T. These are the two words that are in common over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a starts with function. I'm going to write starts with @ID and ST. In this case, it will detect the start operation as well as the stop operation. So this is the advantage of starts with. Like here you can find, like here you can see, start with, find the element whose attribute value changes on refresh or any operation on the web page, like clicking the element on the web page. Now in this expression, matching the starting text of the attribute used to find the element whose attribute changes dynamically. Here the attribute value, this is the attribute value, right? That start and the stop. This attribute value is changing dynamically, right? So this is what we're going to do. We are going to match the starting text of the attribute values. This is the starting text, which is the similar, right? So always keep in mind that the starting value of the attribute should be similar. Then only starts with function will work. We can also find element whose attribute value is static, which does not change, but this works properly with dynamic functions. Okay. So let's implement this first. Now this is the page, this is the element that I want to inspect. I'll click on inspect and here it is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the XPath over here, okay, for contains method. So let me write 2 slashes, the tag name, input, then contains, open brackets, @ I'll use name. Let me use name attribute. So I'll write name, comma, single quotes, underscore nkw. Here you can see this value. Let me copy this. I'll close the bracket, close the bracket. And here you can see we have one element matching, which shows one element matching. This element is matching. It is highlighted, right? So this is the element which is matched over here. Now, if I'm using contains, as I said, I can use partial text, right? So what I'll do, I'll just remove W, and still you can see one element matching. And still you can see one element matching. I remove the K as well. So Let's see if it is detecting this element or not. I will copy this. Write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I will mention this, and I want to send some value to it, so I'll write shirts for kids. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see we have the value written over here, shirts for kids. So this means that the search box that I have inspected over here through contains method is working properly. Okay, we can locate the element over here. So this is how we will use contains method. Now if I use starts with, I'll just simply remove this contains and write starts with, and here you can see. So since selectors hubs gives us the feature of writing the XPath over here as well in the XPath text box, so I have written input starts with @name, and here you can see it is starting with _n, right? So let me write underscore, and here you can see we have one element matching. Now what if I remove n, and here you can see we have 3 elements matching, which is matching to underscore. We can see the 3 elements are given over here. The first element is over here, this is the second element, and this is the third element. Since we are inspecting this third element, so I'll just include n. See, it doesn't matter over here what type of value you are writing over here. These functions are used only for dynamically functions. Now in the next tutorial, when you learn about the advanced XPath, there you will see many dynamic elements. So at that point we will use starts with method. Okay, I'll just copy this element and let's see if it's working well or not. Driver dot find element by dot XPath, and here I will include the element. Now let me send some keys. T-shirts for kids. Let me comment this and let's see if it's working well or not. So our Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized, and here you can see T-shirts for kids. This means that my search box, the element that I want to inspect, that is the search box, is inspected through the starts with method. Okay, see, I'm just showing the demo of using these functions, that how you can use these functions. The next method that we're going to understand is the next function that we're going to study is the text function. Now see, text is an inbuilt function of the Selenium WebDriver, and it is frequently used, and it is one of the most popular XPath function that is used, and it is basically used to locate elements, the elements that we want to locate, right, based on the text of the web element. Like here you can see we have the user ID and the element that I want to locate. This is the text box that I want to locate, the text of the web element. The text of the web element is the user ID over here. By using this text, I'm going to identify this web element. Okay, this is what text function is. Over here, like you can see, like if I inspect this element, this is the element that I'm inspecting. We have the TD tag, inside the TR tag we have the TD, a line is equal to right, and the text that is used, that is a user ID. So if I want to inspect this element, how I'm going to write is the 2 slashes TD, the text function, the value of the text function is the user ID. This is how I'm going to write the text function. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do the demo of this. I'll comment this. So this is the cell link that I want to click on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to inspect this element, and I'll write the XPath over here. The tag that we're using is the A tag. It's a link. So A tag, and I'm going to write text. Here you can see. Okay, so here we can see that is the one element matching. So I'm going to copy this XPath and I'll paste it over here. That I'll write driver dot find element by dot XPath, paste it over here, and the operation that I want to perform is I want to click on this link. Okay, so let's see. So our Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated and it's maximized, and here you can see the cell link is clicked. Okay. Now suppose if I want to use the contains and the text method, both of them, I'll write contains, open bracket, then I'll write text function, comma, then I'll write cell, close your brackets, and here you can see. Here you can see we have 6 elements that is matching it. Cell, 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 selling, then we have saved sellers, then cell, seller information center, seller information center. Now see, here you can see we have used the contains method. When we were using the text method, only one element was identified, but when we are using the contains method, the 6 elements are matching. This means this cell word that we are using. See here, I have used the contains method. If I'm using contains method, I am finding 6 elements. When I was using the text method only, I found only one element matching. Whereas if I'm using the contains method, there are 6 elements that is matching over here. Why? Because in all these matching elements, there are some words that is cell. Like over here we have the cell, we have selling, we have saved sellers, we have cell over here again, we have the seller information center, then we have the seller information center. So if you're using contains and text, so this is the difference. Whereas if I use starts with over here, there are 3 elements matching over here. Here you can see we have cell, seller, seller information center. There are 3 elements that is matching to starts with. So this is how you can use text function with all the functions that I have explained over here with contains, start and starts with. Okay, so but the only difference will be that we will find multiple elements through these if we use starts with text, and if we use contains with text. So these were the functions that we studied. Let's see the final conclusion of it. Which function to use when? So when do we use contains method in XPath? We will use the contains method if you know the partial constant visible text or attribute. Now what is this partial constant visible text? Partial constant visible text means that if there is any text, like suppose there is an element which you want to identify, there is a text for it, right? That is what we are using in contains method. Like here you can see the contains method, the text which we are using the partial constant text. This first is the constant text, even name is the constant text. See, contains method and the starts method is used dynamically. So we will use only the words that are constant. Okay. Similarly goes with start with. Over here the words that are constant is S and T, whereas the other words are changing, right? Because start, as we are starting the button, it is changing to stop. So that value is changing dynamically. Okay. So we will use the contains method in XPath if you know the partial constant visible text. It should be constant, it should not be dynamically. Okay. Next we will use the starts with method if you know the initial partial constant visible text or the attribute. The initial partial constant text means that, like over here, there is an initial constant text, right? That is the ST. Here also ST. Rest all the words are changing. Okay. So the partial initial constant text is used in starts with. Next, we can use the contains method and the starts with method with absolute text or attribute also. This means that we can write the first name as well. Similarly for start with, we can write start or stop as well, but the only problem will be that it will identify that element only for starts with. Okay. Next, we can use the text method in XPath if you're aware of the absolute visible text. Now here in the text method, we cannot write the partial text. Like over here, you can see you cannot use text method with the partial text. Like in the contains method, we were writing the partial text, right? Whereas in text method, we are not allowed to use the partial text. Like over here, we were identifying the element cell, right? We were clicking the element cell in the demo. Now if I write SEL only, it will not identify if you're using the text method, but in contains method it will identify. Okay, so this is the difference between the two. Next, we cannot make use of starts with method if the initial text is constantly changing. Now for example, this ST word is changing constantly. Now suppose, just imagine we have a button named activated and deactivated. If you're clicking on activate button, the process is activated and the value of that button is changing to deactivate. So the first words are changing, right? So in that case, you cannot use starts with function. So this is the conclusion of the entire tutorial that we learned. That is the contains method, the starts with method, the text method. Till now we have learned so much about XPath. We have learned what is XPath, what are the different types of XPath, that is the relative XPath, the absolute XPath, the difference between the relative and absolute XPath, the functions of XPath, that is the contains, the starts with, the text method. So this is not all about XPath. The main part about XPath is the advanced XPath functions that we are going to study. That is this is the graph that we're going to study in the next tutorial. That is the XPath axis, in which we have the ancestors, we have the parent, we have the child, we have the following siblings, we have the preceding siblings. So this entire thing we're going to study in the HTML DOM structure, and we will also do the demo of it. So in the previous tutorial, we learned about the XPath operators and also the XPath functions, as well as we learned about the different types of XPath, that is the relative XPath and the active XPath, the different types of locators also we have studied, the ID, name, the CSS selector, linked text and everything. So in this tutorial, we will learn about the advanced XPath with their access method, in which we will cover what is the XPath axis and why do we use this XPath axis. Also, we will understand the different types of XPath axis and their relationship with their nodes. This is the most important thing that we need to understand. Next, we are going to understand their syntax, their descriptions, and also we will implement it practically. We will automate two websites. Let me show you those. First is this website. We will automate this table, as well as we will automate this form. So let's get started. So the first thing that we need to understand is what is the XPath axis. Now the XPath axis are those axes that is used to search for multiple nodes in the XML document for the current node context. Now what is this current node context? We will understand while studying the relationship of nodes. Now why are we using the XPath axis if we have locators like the ID, name, class, link text, and all these locators are there? Still we are using the XPath axis. Why? See, in the previous tutorial I explained about some of the XPath functions, right? That is the contains method and the text method and the starts with method. So even after using those XPath functions, we cannot identify the element. That is when we can use the XPath axis. So what to do when the XPath functions fail to identify the elements? In that case, we will use the XPath axis along with the XPath functions. Like the XPath functions can be contact, contains, text, start with. We can use those functions as well as the XPath axis. Also, we can use those selectors like the ID, name, class, link text, CSS selectors. These locators can also be used. Okay. So this is what XPath axis is and why do we use XPath axis. Next, there are different types of XPath axis, like we have the child, we have the parent, we have following, preceding, following sibling, preceding sibling, ancestor, descendants. We will understand these terms in detail. Now here it comes. This is the relationship of node, okay? This is one of the most important thing we need to learn in XPath access. You need to remember, you need to understand this relationship of node picture, and so just have a look at this picture properly and see, this topic is a bit difficult to understand, but once you get a hang of this relationship of nodes, it will be very easier for you to locate the elements in the DOM HTML structure. Okay. So now let's start from this node, that is a self node. Now I would suggest you that take this relationship nodes in your family context, as in when you study your family tree, that is the ancestor, parents, your siblings, your children, your descendants. So when you take in those contexts, when you take in those family terms, it will be very easier for you to understand this relationship. Okay, because there are many different keywords that we need to understand: the ancestor, the parent, the child, the preceding sibling, the following sibling. So to get a hang of it, just keep yourself over here and just imagine your family tree. So here this is you and this is the self element. Okay, each and every node present over here is an element. Okay, so this is self element. So what will be your parent element? The one above the self element is the parent element, that here you can see is 3. This is your parent element. And your ancestor is 1. Now if you keep yourself over here, who will be your ancestors? Your parents will be your ancestor, right? So in this case, 1 is your ancestor. So now this is your self element, 3 is the parent, 1 is the ancestor. Now if you keep yourself over here, your children, that is the 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13, these are the child nodes that are present over here. Okay, this is you. The one above you is your parent, and your parent's parent is your ancestor. And your children are your child nodes, that is the 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13. These are your child nodes. Okay. Coming to the next term, that is a descendant. Now what are those descendants? Descendant nodes are children's children as well as the children. Okay. That means descendant will be your 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18. Keeping yourself over here, your children and your children's children will be your descendants. Okay. So what did we understand till now? Keeping yourself over here, the element above you is the parent. Parent's parent is the ancestor, that is the 1. And your child nodes, that is your children, are your child nodes. Children's are your descendant nodes. Okay. Now let's go to the preceding and the following. These are the two terms that are left. Now the preceding siblings and the following siblings. Okay. Now here let's take in terms of family tree. This is yourself. Keep yourself over here. Okay. Now just imagine that your brothers and sisters that are elder to you, okay, is your preceding sibling. And your brothers and sisters that are younger to you are your following siblings. Okay, this is what is following siblings and preceding siblings. Now coming to preceding and following. Now here following means the elements that come after the current HTML tag. The current HTML tag means the self tag. The elements that come after the self tag is the following tag, which includes the following siblings also. Whereas preceding is the elements that come before the self tag, which includes the preceding siblings as well. See, when we practically implement this, it will be more easier to understand. You will understand in a very better way. Okay, we will do that practical implementation also. So let's see the syntax. These are the two slashes that are always present in the XPath. We will write the tag name slash, the single slash, axis, that is the child, parent or ancestor or anything, and there is an operator that is specially used over here, that is the scope of operator. In the scope of operator, these two colons, and then we will write the target element, whatever it is, the target element that we want to specify. So let's have a description of this. As I said, child means it traverses all the child element of the current HTML tag. Okay, so let's look at the description of it. The first is a child. It traverses all the child elements of the current HTML tag. All the child elements of the current HTML tag. Our current HTML tag is the self tag. Okay, it is traversing all the child elements of the current HTML tag, that is 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13. Next is the parent. Traverse all the parent element of the current HTML tag. So the parent over here is 3. Okay, our current HTML tag is self. So the element above the self is the parent element, right? So here 3 is the parent element. Next we have the following. Traverse all the elements that comes after the current tag. After the current tag, right? Self is the current tag. All the elements after the current tag, that includes the 7, 8 and also the 4. So this is the following. Okay. See, there is a difference between following and following siblings. Okay. The following siblings consist of 7 and 8 element only. Whereas following is having 4, 7 and 8. Okay. So there is a difference between the two. Next, coming to the preceding. Traverse all the nodes that comes before the current HTML tag. So the current HTML tag is self. Before the current HTML tag is 2, 5 and 6. Okay. So this is your preceding elements. Next we have the following siblings. Traverse from current HTML tag to the next sibling HTML tag. Traverse from the current HTML tag, this self, to the next HTML tag, that is this. This is your next HTML tag, which is just next to it, right? Next to your self tag, which is 7 and 8. So this will be a following sibling. Going to preceding sibling, traverse from current HTML tag to previous sibling HTML tag. Current HTML tag is self. Previous sibling HTML tag is this, that is the 5 and the 6. Okay. Next we have the ancestors, that is your grandparents in parent. Traverse all the ancestor elements of the current HTML tag. So the ancestor over here is 1. This is your current HTML tag is self and the ancestor is 1. Next we have the descendant. It traverses all the descendant elements, now which consists of the child node, the grandchild nodes of the current HTML tag. So this is the current HTML tag, the child node, that is the 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13, and the grandchild nodes, that is the 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18. So this is all about the relationship table in which we covered about the ancestor, the parent, the child, descendant, the following, the preceding sibling and the following siblings. Now let's implement this. So these two sites we will automate today. We will automate this table as well as this form. Now this table is dynamic. It keeps on changing. It is the Rediff money.rediff.com, the gainers page, in which we have the markets companies present over here, which keeps on changing according to their prices. And so we're going to automate this table today, which is dynamic. Also we're going to automate this form. Now this form is static, this is dynamic. So just open your IntelliJ IDEA IDE. Okay, so I have already created a Java class in this Selenium package and I have named it as Selenium Tutorial 7. So we're going to implement our advanced XPath accesses in this Selenium Tutorial 7. So like the 3 lines is always the same in all the programs. So first is the open the Chrome browser, that is the system.set property, in which we have to specify the key value and the value that is present, that is the executable file you need to write over here. And the key that we use is the WebDriver.chrome.driver, because we are launching the Chrome browser. The next line that we write is the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. And why do we write this? I have explained in the previous tutorials. So you can go and check out that. The next thing that we're going to do is we are navigating to the URL. So we are going to use the driver.get command, in which we're going to navigate to the particular URL. The next that we're going to write is the maximizing the window, in which we are using the driver.manage.window.maximize command. Okay, so these are the 3 things that we are going to do. So let's execute this. And yeah, we are automating this table first, and then we will jump onto this page. Okay, so first automate this one. So let's execute this first. Let's see whether we can launch the Chrome browser or not. So our Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated and it's maximized. Okay. So far these commands are working. So let's get started with the XPath access. So first important thing that we need to identify is the self node. On the basis of the self node, we will identify the other relationships, that is the ancestor, the parent, the descendants and everything. Okay. So first thing is we will identify the self node. So I'll take any of the column. Let me take this one. Okay, so I'll just click on inspect and I'll be using the selectors hub XPath tool. I have explained about the selectors hub in the previous tutorial, how to install it, so you can check out that. I'll also give the link in the description box to install it. Okay. So this is the element that I inspected. Here you can see RAS television network. So what I'll do is I will copy this relative path. I'll paste it over here and I'll write the contains method over here. Let me use the contains method. So here you can see we have one element matching. So what I'll do, first I'll identify the self. So the syntax for it is that I'm writing the tag name. I'm using the function that is the contains function of the XPath. I'll place a slash over here. Then I'll write self and the tag name. Here you can see the tag name is A, right? So I will write A and click on enter. And here you can see there's one element matching. That is this one. Okay. So I'll copy this and I'll write driver dot find element by dot XPath and I'll place it over here. And what I want to do is I want to click this link. So let's see. So let me run this. So our Chrome browser is executed, it's navigated and it's maximized. And here you can see the RAS television network is clicked. Okay. So we were performing the operation of click, so it's clicked. So I'll just close this. So here you can see this is the self node. We are using the self command. We are identifying the self command over here just by writing one slash self, 2 colons and the tag name that is we are using is A. Okay. Next, let's see is the parent node. Okay, let's find the parent node. This is our element. Now we have to find the parent node, that is the node above the self node, that is the current HTML tag that we're taking is the A, right? Above it we have the TD tag. Okay, so this will be our parent node. So now what if we don't know? What I'll do is I'll just write this will be the command, that is I'm writing the tag name A. I'm using the contains function and then I'll write one slash and I'll use the parent over here, and what I'll do is I'll write the asterisk. And here I can see I have one parent over here which is identified for this element, that is the RAS television network. Okay, for this element the parent is here. This is the parent where you can see it's identified over here. Here you can see it's highlighted. So this is the parent. This is in case when we don't know the parent of the current HTML tag. Okay, now here we know the parent, right? So since I have written one slash parent and the 2 colons over here which is in scope of operator, and then I'll write TD. Okay, so here I can see again it's a one element matching, that is this one. So what I'll do is I'll copy this and driver dot find element by dot XPath this, and let's do one thing. I will retrieve the text over here. Okay, so let's retrieve the text. So I'll write get text method and let me give a string variable over here. I'll write parent node. Then the next thing that I'll write is the system out.println. I'll type the parent node is similarly I'll do for this one also. Let's see what value do we get. Get text and I will give a variable over here. So I'll write the self node is. So let's see what value it prints. So I'll execute this command. A Chrome browser is launched. it's navigated, it's maximized. So let's see. See, the self node is Raj Television Network and the parent node is Raj Television Network. Now here there's one thing to notice, that is there any value in TD? Here we can see it's here. Is there any value in TD? There is no value in TD. There is no value in TD. So that is the reason why we are not getting any value printed over here. The only value that we are getting over here is Raj Television Network, because under the parent element, under the TD tag, we have the A tag, right, which has the link of the Raj Television Network. So that is the reason why it is printing Raj Television Network. If TD would be having any value, the parent node value would be different from the self node value. Okay, we will understand that in the forms when we will we will navigate the different website, this form website. At that time we will see the values also. At that time the values will be different. Okay, so for now, to understand, the TD tag is having no value, so that is the reason why we are getting the Raj Television Network over here. Okay. So now moving to the next thing is, see the child nodes. So now if I write child, 2 colons and the asterisk. So here we can see we have 0 element matching over here. There is no child node of this A tag. Okay. So now what we're going to do is, first we will go to the ancestor, and then we will find the child elements. For ancestor, that is the TR tag is having different child elements, like here you can see the B 34.05 and 39.20. So these are the child elements of TR tag, right? So we're going to find the TR tag, TR tags child elements. Okay, so how are we going to do? This is the self tag, that is the A tag. The parent tag is the TD tag, and the ancestor tag that we can see over here is the TR tag. Okay, so first we'll go to the TR tag, we will go to the ancestor, and then from there we will traverse the child elements. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Just have a look at it. This is the tag name that I'm using, that is the A tag name, and the contains method that is given over here. Then I'm given the slash over here, and then I'll write the ancestor. Here it is. Okay, who's my ancestor? My ancestor's tag is TR tag. Here you can see this is the TR tag. Click on enter, and here I can see there's one element matching to it. Okay, this is the element that is matching to it. Here you can see it's getting highlighted. Okay, so I have gone to my ancestor, I have traversed till my ancestor. Now I want to find the child elements of my ancestor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another slash over here, write child colons, and let's see how many. I'm getting 5 child elements over here. This is the first one, this is the second one, this is the third one, this is the fourth one, and this is the fifth one. Okay, now see, Selectors Hub is having this feature of identifying these 5 elements which are matching, which is showing over here also. So it's a great tool to use. So I would suggest you to use Selectors Hub for the XPath access when you're finding the XPath access, because you will get a knowledge of writing the XPath as well. It's not that you're getting used to this tool or not. See, sometimes people think by using this tool we are not getting a hang of writing your XPath. That's not the point. If you write your XPath over here, it tells you whether you're writing it right or wrong. Like if I just clear this one, so you can see it's red in color, but when I write this, it's not having any color. So it shows you that the XPath that you're writing is correct or wrong. So that will help you, like if you write bigger scripts, so in that case that will help you. So it is a very good tool to use. So use Selectors Hub. I would prefer you to use Selectors Hub. Okay, as in the previous tutorial I explained about the CrowPath plugin also, but the Selectors Hub is the advanced version of the CrowPath plugin. So I would recommend not to use CrowPath for now, because it's not that updated till now. So Selectors Hub is more updated, so use Selectors Hub. Okay, like here you can see I placed the asterisk mark, and here you can see there are different TD tags present over here, that is the child elements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are having 5 elements over here. Okay, so now what we're going to, so till now what we did, we went to the ancestor tag, that is a TR tag, and then we traverse the child elements over here. What I'll do is I will write driver dot XPath dot find elements, because I'm finding multiple elements over here. Okay, the child nodes that I'm having, the number of child nodes is 5. I'm not finding one element, I'm finding multiple elements over here. Okay, so find elements, then I'll write by dot XPath, and I will write the entire XPath over here. Now what I'll do is I want to know the number of child elements present over here. I'll print the number of child elements present over here. So I'll write child node is equal to this. Now what we are finding a web element, a multiple web elements we are finding, right? So I'll write web element. Now this is a WebElement child node, but we are finding multiple elements. We are using find elements, right? So it is a list of multiple elements. So what I'll do is I'll write list WebElement child node driver dot find elements by dot XPath and the XPath that is present over here. Now what I want is I want to print this. So the number of child nodes are child node dot size. Okay, so and after this what I want is I want to close the browser. So I'll write driver dot close. Okay, so let's run. So the Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. And it's maximized and it's closed. Okay, now here you can see the self node is Raj Television Network, the parent node is Raj Television Network. The same value is given because the TD tag is not having any value, and the number of child nodes are 5. Here you can see we have 5 elements that is identified, so the number of child nodes are 5. Okay, so far we have seen the self node, the parent node, and the child node. Let's see the ancestor node, since we have seen already, but let's print it. Okay, so what I'll do is same, these are my ancestors, so let me see. So there is only one ancestor over here. Okay, so I will copy this and I'll write driver dot find element by dot XPath the ancestor, and what I want is I want get text, so I'll save it in a variable that is string variable. I'll write is at ancestor node is equal to driver dot find element by dot XPath, and next I'll print it. The ancestor node is and plus ancestor node. Okay, so let's see, let's run this command. So our Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized, and it's closed. So here you can see the ancestor node is Raj Television Network B. Now see, when you're traversing the ancestor, that is the TR tag. Under TR tag we have the different tags, right? That is the TD tag, the TD this tag, then this TD tag, then the TR tag is closing. Now from this tag to this tag, the number of tags that we are having, it will print all the tags. First is printing the Raj, here you can see the Raj Television, then it's printing B, then it's printing 34.05. Just have a look at it. Here you can see we have the Raj Television Network, then we are printing B, then we are printing 34.05, 34.05, and then the 39.02, and then plus 15.12. So it's printing the entire. Why? Because under the TR tag, under this TR tag, there are different TD tags that is present, and under TD tag we have the different values that are present over here. That is the Raj Television Network, then the B, then 34.04, 39.02, and so on. Okay, so like these, there are 5 to 6 elements that we are printed over here. This is all about the ancestor. Now let's see the following. So I have the 2 slashes that is always there for the XPath. The A tag, the tag name that I'm using is A, contains the large television network. This is the element that is the self element. Now from here I want to see the following elements. Okay, so what I'll do is put 1 slash, I'll write following, 2 colons. Now I don't know what are my following elements, so I'll just put the asterisk mark, and here you can see. We can see there are almost 13,000 elements that is matching to the following element. You can see. So just have a look over here. The one that is highlighted, the blue one, is the following elements that is over there. These are the following elements. Okay, this blue one that is highlighted over here, there are almost 13,000 elements that is matching over here. So this is the following element. So I'll just print the number of following elements that is present over here. So I'll just write driver dot find elements by dot XPath. I put the following, and let's give a web element. I'll write the is equal to driver dot, and it is of type list, because the number of web elements that is identified over here are almost 13,000 web elements will be identified over here. So I'm writing list web element, and the following tag, that is the web element that I'm specifying over here, and the driver dot find elements by dot XPath. And next what I want is, so I want the number of following elements from the current HTML tag is, and I will write following tag size. Let's execute this. Okay, so my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized. So these are the number of the following elements from the current HTML tag that is present over here. Now let's see the following sibling. Okay, so let's check out the following siblings that are present over here. So what I'll do is I will just write following sibling. I don't know the number of following siblings, so I'll just write the asterisk, and it says that there is 0 number of following siblings present over here. That is, there is no node next to the self node. So again, what we'll do, we will traverse to the ancestor. So our ancestor tag is the tr tag slash following sibling, and then let's see. So what we did, we traversed to the ancestor tag, that is the tr tag, and from tr tag we traversed the following siblings. So the following siblings that are present over here are these are the following siblings. You know, this blue marking done over here, these are the following siblings. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just print the number of the following siblings over here. So what I'll write is, I will write driver dot find elements by dot XPath and the following sibling over here, and then I will following siblings. Okay, so let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized. Okay, so here it is. The following siblings are 1705. Okay, so the number of following siblings that are present over here is 1700. So now let's see the preceding. Okay, so what I'll do is I will slash preceding. Now I don't know the number of preceding elements over here, so I'll just write asterisk, and here you can see this is the entire preceding elements that is present over here. The entire preceding elements that we have is this. Okay, now what if I write preceding sibling? So there are 0 elements that is matching over here. So again we will go to the ancestor, the tr tag, and then we will go to the preceding sibling. So there are 6 elements that is matching to the preceding sibling, that is these elements. Before the RAS television network, the elements that is present is the preceding siblings. After the RAS television network, the elements that are present is the following siblings. And the elements that are present before the RAS television network, all these elements, this entire page that is present before the RAS television network is your preceding. Again, let me show you. This is your preceding sibling, but whereas your preceding is this. This is your preceding, and your preceding siblings were only these columns that is present over here before the RAS television network. So that is the difference between the preceding and the preceding siblings. Okay, so keep in mind that. So let's first do the preceding one. So I'll just copy this, and we will see there are at least 200 elements that is present over here. So I'll just write list. We are finding the web element over here, and I'll write the preceding, so pre and then driver dot find elements by dot XPath, and then this syntax of XPath, and the next line I'll write S out. I'll write the number of preceding nodes are. So our Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized. Okay, and here you can see the following siblings are 1700, and the number of preceding nodes that are there is 200. Okay, so 217. So these are some preceding. Now let's see the preceding siblings. Okay, so what I'll do is I will first find the number of elements that is present. So what I'll do is I first traverse to the ancestor. We have the ancestor tag, that is a tr tag. Then I'll write one slash, and then I will write preceding siblings. This, and I'll write the asterisk sign. And you can see we have 6 elements matching over here. So I'll just copy this XPath, and I'll write list is equal to driver dot find elements by dot XPath, and I'll place the XPath over here. So S out, and the number of okay, so let's run this now. So our Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized. Okay, so here it shows the number of preceding siblings are 6. Similarly, we have seen over here there are 6 elements that are matching, so the number of preceding siblings are 6. So this is the code that we have executed today for the XPath access, in which we have seen the self node first, and the parent node, the child node, the ancestor node, the following siblings, the preceding and the preceding siblings. Okay, so so far we have understood how do we write these elements when we are having a dynamic web page. So this table is dynamic, it keeps on changing. You can check it out also if you like open today and open it tomorrow. So these companies keep on switching, okay, depending on their change in prices. This is the way that we can identify the ancestors and child nodes, how to first traverse to the child node, and then for how to first traverse to the ancestor node and then to the child node. So this is the way to do it. So now this is the first web page that we traverse, and then the next web page that we're going to automate is this one. Okay, this code is available on the GitHub, so I'll give the link in the description box so you can check out. Okay, so this is the second web page that we are going to automate. We're going to use the XPath access over here. We'll find the parent, the self element, and all the elements, the XPath access elements over here. So first is to identify the self element, right? The self node. So I'll be taking this company name as the self node. So here it is, the company name. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my selectors hub, and let me see. Yes, this company name is my self node, and here it is. This is the, just copy the relative path over here. I'm using the 2 slashes first, the 2 slashes that is used for the XPath normally. Then the input tag, here you can see we have the input tag, and the ID locator has been used. the ID locator in which the value is the company. Okay, so as I said, the XPath access can be used with any of the locators, and in fact it can be used with the methods also. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to write a slash. This is the self element, so I'll write the self, 2 colons, and the tag, that is the input tag, right? The tag that is used over here is the input tag. So here you can see that there is only one element matching, that is this element. Okay, so I'll just copy this. So I'll write driver dot find element, because one element I'm finding, by dot XPath, and I will specify the XPath over here, and the command that I want to send over here is send keys. The company name is ABC. That's the company name. Run this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and here you can see the company name, that the command that is sent over here is ABC. Okay, so here our self node is identified. Let's find the parent node. So here this is our self node. So I'm writing the 2 slashes, that is the and the tag name that I'm using is the input tag, the ID locator that I'm using, and the value is company. So slash, and I'll be using parent. Now I don't know the number of parents over here, so I'll just write asterisk, and then let me see, there is only one element. The form here you can see. Why? See, because here input, above input we have the select tag which is of the same level, then we have the div tag which is of the same level, next we have the form tag which is the parent tag. Why? Because above input, now you must be saying about the self tag that I said, the current HTML node is this input tag. Above this input tag we have the select tag, right? So this should be a parent tag. No, this tag and this tag are on the same level. The parent tag over here is the form. So the parent tag over here is form, right? So we will access this element. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this. I'll just write driver dot find element. Now sometimes there is a question where people ask that for relative XPath, for absolute XPath, are there different ways of writing, like by relative XPath, by absolute XPath, by XPath accesses? No, there is only one XPath, that is by dot XPath. Okay, so this is what, and what I want is I want to find the value. Let me find the value of it. What value do I get from here? So I'll write string parent is equal to driver, and I'll write parent. So Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and the company name, that is the ABC, is being sent over here. Now you must be saying that here only one element is found, but the value that is printed over here, you can see there is a number of values that is printed. The parent value is name, email, role, job, and all these cities names and states names, and this entire thing is printed. Why? There's only one element matching, and how come all these values are printed? Why? As I said in the previous time when we were automating that table, that dynamic table, at that time also I said that when we are traversing to a parent tag or an ancestor tag, so all the tags that are under it, their values are printed. When we are printing the value, we are finding getText, right? The getText method is being used over here. Through getText method, we are finding the values, we are finding the text that is there for the parent string. See, the variable that we are using is parent over here, right? And the element that we are finding is this, the parent element, right? So we are printing the parent element, right? So while printing the parent element, all the elements that are under form, all the elements are printed over here. Okay, so here you can see until the form is ended, till here. So all the elements that are present till here, all the elements that are present, see here you can see it's highlighted. If you can see, this entire frame is being done, framing is being done. Okay, this yellow color frame that is done, this is your parent tag that is just showing. This entire thing is your parent tag. So everything is printed over here. That is the name, your email, your role, your company, your country, your postal code, your username. Everything that is present over here by registering, everything is present over here is printed on this console. Okay, so here you can see by registering you confirm. Similarly over here also by registering you confirm. So everything that is present under this form tag is printed over here in the parent. This is one way, so I'll just comment this because it's printing a long message. So this is the way we can do the parent tag. Next we have the child nodes. I'll write slash child, 2 colons and the asterisk mark, and you can see 0 child elements that is identified over here. So what you're going to do again, we go to parent. We can go to parent. The parent tag that we're using is the form slash child, 2 colons, and then we can use the asterisk. And you can see we have 26 elements that are highlighted. You can see 26 elements. The entire form is highlighted over here. If you can see each and everything, we have the name, we have the email, we have the role, company, the country, the postal code, the username, and all these elements are highlighted over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll just print the number of elements that is matching over here. Similarly we did in the previous while navigating the previous web table, the table that was there, the dynamic table. So I'll just write list and the WebElement driver dot find elements. I'm using find elements by dot XPath, and I will specify the XPath over here. And what I want is I want to find the number of child nodes, right? Plus child nodes dot size. We're using the size method. See, the reason why I'm automating 2 web pages, because that was a dynamic one, this is a static one. There is no such changes in it, but you should know, you should have a hang of it, and it's a good practice to practice this way. Okay, so you can automate any of the site, like you can automate the facebook.com, you can automate Gmail, you can automate the Google, so you can automate any one of it. That's on you. So let's run this command. Okay, so our Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, it's maximized, and the company name, that is the ABC company name. And let's see, the number of child nodes are 25. So this way we have found the number of child nodes. Now let's find the following nodes. So this is a self. After the self node, all the boxes that are showing over here is your following, right, till the end. So I'll just write following, and we have the 562 elements, that is the country, postal, username, this entire thing that is there, right? All the thing that is present over here, this country, postal code, username, by registering, all these elements, that is the 562 elements that is present over here, are under your following. Okay, same thing we'll do. We will copy it, we will write list WebElement. So let's execute this. Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized, and here our country value is being sent, that is ABC, and the number of following nodes are 560. So there were among 500 nodes that were present, so the number of following nodes that are present over here. Similarly, we'll go for preceding. Okay, so this is the preceding that we have. So let me just print the values of here. See, it's similar to the previous web page that we automated. So this is the same. This is just for the practice purpose. So open your Chrome browser, it's launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and the company name is also being sent over here. And here you can see we have the number of child nodes that are given is 25, the number of following nodes is 560, and the number of preceding that is given over here is 108. Okay, now let's find the following siblings. Okay, so this is the command that I've written. I have written the 2 slashes, the input, the tag name, the ID locator that I'm using, and the value is company, and slash following siblings, and 2 colons and the asterisk mark. So this shows the following siblings, that is the country, postal code, username, and this value and the sign up. Following siblings means this is the form, right? This is the parent tag over here is the form parent tag, right? So under the parent tag, after the company name, all the values that is coming, all the web elements that is identified after the company name are your following siblings. Whereas following means the country, the postal, the username, this, the sign up, and then this login already have a Salesforce developer environment. All this is the following, and whereas the following siblings is the country, postal code, username, and this value and the sign up value. Similarly for preceding, let me show you the preceding as well. So this is the preceding. There are 12 elements. That is the elements before the company. That is the company, role, email, name. And whereas when we are finding the preceding element, not the preceding sibling, the preceding element, we have all this also, that is get your own developer edition and all this is also included. Okay, so preceding, here you can see in the output that we have found that there are preceding is only 108, whereas the preceding siblings is 12 elements. So there is a difference between the two. Okay, so remember that. So these are the two syntax that I've written, the two commands, the following siblings and the preceding siblings. So let's execute it. This is our Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, it's maximized, and the company name ABC is been sent over here. And here you can see the number of following siblings at 12, the number of preceding siblings at 12. Okay. So this way we have seen the child node, the parent node, the following node, preceding nodes, and all the nodes that we have studied the relationship of nodes as well. So till now we have covered many things about the XPath. We have covered what is the XPath, the different types of the XPath, that is the absolute and the relative, and which one is better to use. Then we have studied about the XPath operators like the and the or operator, the contains method, the text method, and the starts if method. Also we have studied about the XPath accessor. So this is a simple cheat sheet which I usually use to refer the XPath whenever I study XPath or need to revise XPath. So this is a cheat sheet which I usually use it. You can also use it while going before the interviews. So let's get a hang of it. So these are some of the methods that is used for the XPath access. Like I said, the 2 colons in the scope of, and we're using the 2 slashes or 1 slashes. Now there's one thing that I need to remind you. See over here, you can see in the accesses, which is the self, following, sibling, we have the 2 slashes specified over here. It does not matter whether you put the 2 slashes or the 1 slash. For example, let me show you. This was the page that we were navigating. Like suppose we were inspecting this page, this one, and we were traversing to the parent, right? And there's only one parent element. So this one. So I have used 2 slashes over here. If you can see, I'll write it in front of you. Wait. 2 slashes I have used. There are 2 slashes over here, and I'm using parent, 2 colons, that is in scope of operator, and an asterisk sign, which is used to select all the elements, right? It shows all the elements. So it's selecting only one element is matching over here. That is the form tag. As I said, the form tag is the parent tag. Whereas if I use 1 slash, I have used only 1 slash and parent and 2 colons and asterisk. Still the one element, still only one element is matching. Okay, so it does not matter if you put 2 slashes or 1 slash to it. Okay, so next we have slash tag name. The tag name, slash tag name, is used to write the XPath that we usually write, that is the relative XPath. The syntax of it is this: the 2 slashes, the tag name, @ the attribute is equal to value, for example ID, and the value that we use, it in country or anything. Then we have the contains method and the text method. In the contains method, we can have the 2 slashes, tag name, and the contains method, and we can write @ attribute and the value, for example @ID and the value, that is country. Similarly, if you want to use contains method and the text method together, okay, so what we're going to do is tag name, contains, text, and then the value. Now here the star, the asterisk which is used over here, right, it selects all the methods with the same value. Now for example, if I write 2 slashes and the asterisk method, contains, text, and the value that I'm writing is country. So what it will do is it will select all the value which is having country. Okay, whereas if I'm taking tag name, like for example if I'm writing input, so under input tag, whatever country values are present, it will select that. Okay, so that is the difference between the asterisk and the tag name that is present over here. Next, we have the logical and the or operator that we were using. Similarly, we can just use and the or. The chart I have given the chart about the and the or operator, in which case the element will be identified, in which case it will not be identified. You can check it out in the previous tutorial. Next, we have the start with function that we are using. This is similar to the dynamic functionality which we were studying in the previous tutorial, the on and the off button which I explained. So you can write the starts with @attribute the value, whatever value is having the same value. For example, the start and the stop button, right? They have the two words, that is the st words, the starting value are same, right? So we can use that. So starts with is used in that case. The next we have the XPath accesses, that is the self, following, sibling, ancestor, preceding, descendant, parent and child. These are the syntaxes of all these self and following which we studied till now. So you can have you can study this and get a hang of it. Okay, so this is a small cheat sheet which I usually refer while studying the XPath, so you can also check it out. So this is all for today. So this is all for today. We learned about the XPath, the advanced XPath. We saw the practical implementation with the static web page as well as the dynamic table that we have seen. So in this tutorial, we will understand about the shadow DOM objects. So let's get started. So before understanding about the shadow DOM, let us understand what is DOM. DOM means Document Object Model. So when the web page is loaded, the browser creates a tree of objects on the web page, and this tree is called as DOM. Like in the previous tutorial, I explained DOM is an API in which when the web page is loaded, the browser creates a tree of objects on the web page. Like here you can see we have the root element HTML, then we have the head, we have title. Under the HTML we have the body tag. Inside the body tag we have the H1, the A tag, and all these tags are inside the body tag, right? So this is a DOM structure, that is the Document Object Model structure. For example, this page, and if I click on inspect, and here you can see this entire thing is your DOM. That is, we having the HTML head, body, and the div tags, the input tags. All this is your DOM. We have the head, we have the we have HTML, we have head and the body tag and the closing HTML tag. So this is a DOM structure. Okay. Now DOM provides power to JavaScript to do some following things, like they can change the elements of the page, they can change the attributes of the element of the page, we can add or remove elements or attributes in a page, we can create new HTML events, and we can react to those events. Now how do we do that? Let me explain you with the help of an example. Now for example, suppose let me write HTML. If I write HTML over here, and I'll write body, I'll give the body tag, then I'll use the P tag, I'll write a text over here, this is not shown. This is my P tag. Now let me run this, and here the output is on the console, that is, this is not shown, this is the output. Now what if I write a JavaScript code? I will write my JavaScript code in my script tag. So here I will write document dot get element by ID. So I'll give an ID over here in P tag. I will write an ID over here. I'll write it as X1. So the ID that I'm accessing over here is X1. Okay, now I'll use a DOM property, that is the inner HTML is equal to welcome to programming knowledge. Okay, now let's run this command, and here you can see the output is welcome to programming knowledge. Now what we can see over here is that welcome to programming knowledge is overriding this is not shown. Okay, what happens is when we write document.getElement by ID, it finds this ID X1 and it changes this element, that is, this is not shown is changed to welcome to programming knowledge. Okay, so this is what is happening over here. So DOM provides the power to JavaScript to change the element, to change the attributes of the element. We can add or remove the elements of the web page, and we can create new HTML events as well. What is the need of shadow DOM? Like in the previous slide, I explained that DOM provides power to the JavaScript to change the elements, right? Now there are websites that require some web components developed by others that contains the HTML, CSS and JavaScript code. What are these web components? For example, like this is the online ID that I'm having, and here you can see these advertisements, right? Here you can see these ads. These ads are controlled by some other site, okay? And here you can see this is Facebook, so this is controlled by the Facebook site. Similarly over here, if you can see, we have different types of ads over here. Like here you can see this Dell ad. Also, if you're looking some other pages, like here also you can see this is the Microsoft Exchange. This is also controlled by some other site. All these ads are controlled by some other site. So what we are saying is that these are the web components that is developed by others that contains the HTML, CSS and JavaScript code. Now for example, over here, this thing that you can see, this web component is having an HTML, CSS or JavaScript code. Now when I integrate with my code, this is the code that I am having. Obviously, as I said, DOM is giving the ability to JavaScript to change the elements, right? So what if all the code that is written over here in this JavaScript is changing the code that is written over here in the HTML? It's harmful, right? So that's the reason why we are using shadow DOM. Over here, the objective is that people want to use this web component of others, but they don't want to impact their sites. So how do we integrate a web component from other developer so that they cannot access my component, so that their component and my components don't interfere? How do we do that? The solution is the shadow DOM and iframes. Now iframe is something different. For example, suppose if I give something some iframe, some functionality is presented over here. There is some functionality over here. This is functionality 1, and there's another iframe that I have. There is some functionality 2. So whatever changes that I perform in functionality 1 will not affect the changes in the functionality 2. That is the feature of iframe. Okay, this is one feature of iframe. We will study about iframe in detail, but for now, to understand, whatever functionality, whatever changes I do in functionality 1 will not affect the changes in the functionality 2. This is what iframe is. Okay, coming to the next is shadow DOM. Now what is shadow DOM? Since we have understood the need of shadow DOM, we have understood what is DOM and how does DOM provide the power to the JavaScript to change elements. So we have understood what is the need, but what is DOM? This is the definition. Shadow DOM is a web standard that developers use to encapsulate their HTML code and style components so that no other style component can override their code. For example, suppose we are working in a group. We are working in a group of 4 to 5 people, and there's a project, and everyone is working on different functionality. So let us take up, suppose there's a user 1. So this user is developing some functionality, and I'll just write a code for it. Suppose div class is equal to, I'll write it v, and I'll write h1 tag over here, and I'll write hello world. Okay, and I'll write some styling over here. I'll give some styling. So since it's a class, so dot v, and I'll write some color, and I'll give color as red. Let's run this. So here the output is hello world in red color. Okay, this is the user 1's code. Now the user 1 is not knowing what the user 2 is coding. They are working in group but differently, right? Someone is working for some other functionality, someone is working for some other functionality. So this is the first functionality which the user 1 created. So I'll just comment this for now, and let's see the next example. So the next user develops some other functionality. Let's see some other functionality, and I'll just write a code of it. I'll write div, I'll write class, and now the user 2 does not know what the user 1 has coded. So there might be a chance that they have named the class similar. So I'll name the class as v itself. Then I'll write the in h2 tag, I'll write hello user 2. Okay, and I'll write some code for CSS. Because it's a class, so I'll access by a dot v, and I'll write color. I'll give it as green. Okay, so let's see. Here the output is for the user 2. Now since we are working in a project and we need to present it, so we will integrate the code. Okay, user 1 and user 2 are integrating their codes. So what will happen? For example, the user 1 and user 2 has integrated their code. Now what will happen? As we know, for user 1 our output was hello world in red color, and for user 2 our output was hello user 2 in green color. So now after integrating, let's see what the output is. It's hello world in green color, it's hello user 2 in green color, which means this CSS style is overriding this CSS style, right? That's what is the definition of Shadow DOM. Shadow DOM is a web standard that developers use to encapsulate their HTML code and CSS components. Style components means CSS components. They are encapsulating their HTML code and CSS components so that no other CSS component can override their code. Now in this case, if user 1 has given class v, so there might be many classes of class v, right, of name v. There would be very many classes of name v. All those v classes will get overridden by green color, right? The entire text will be of green color. So here the CSS style is overriding, right? So this is the definition of Shadow DOM. So when we try to find Shadow DOM elements using the Selenium locators, it will throw no such element exception. Okay, now how do we identify it is a Shadow DOM object? For example, I have this website. This website is having the Shadow DOM element. So if I want to inspect this element, I'll click on inspect. And here you can see this shadow root open. This shadow root open is used to denote the Shadow DOM object. So another thing that we can see over here is if I see in selectors hub, here it is in blue color, that is in Shadow DOM, it is written over here. So this means that this element is a Shadow DOM element. Here it is written the element inside the Shadow DOM, and for such elements XPath won't support. Yes, for Shadow DOM elements XPath will not support. We need to inspect these elements through CSS selectors. Okay, now let me give an example. Like suppose this is also a website which is having the Shadow DOM elements. So if I want to inspect this element, I'll click on inspect, and since here you can see we have shadow root open, shadow root open, shadow root open. So this is a Shadow DOM object. Okay, let me open my selectors hub, and here you can see we have this element is inside Shadow DOM object, and in such elements XPath is not supported. Now what if we give an XPath? If I want to inspect this element, let's see what error do we find. So I have already created a Selenium Tutorials 9 Java class over here, in which we have the first command is open the Chrome browser, in which we have system.setProperty, the key and the value is given over here. Next we have written WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver to launch the Chrome driver. Next we are navigating to the URL. This is the URL that we are navigating to, and this is the element that we want to inspect. So we will write a XPath for this element. Okay, let's see. Then I'm maximizing the window, and this is the XPath that I have written over here. Like I've written driver.findElement by.xpath, 2 slashes, and the tag that I'm using is the input tag. Here you can see we have input tag. Also the attribute that I'm using is the ID attribute, and the value of it is input. So the ID attribute and the value is input, and I'm sending some command as testing. So let's see if we can run this code and what error do we find. So our Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated and it's maximized. Can you see some text over here? No, right? So here there's an error. let's see what that error is. We have no such element exception, that is no such element, unable to locate this element. We are unable to locate this element. This is shown over here. This is the error that we are getting, and there is no text sent over here. Do you see any text? No, right? There is no text sent over here. So it says that it is unable to locate element. So whenever we try to locate the shadow DOM elements, this is the error that we find, that is the no such element exception is given over here, and shadow DOMs does not support the XPath. Okay, we have to use a CSS selector to access shadow DOM objects. Also, to access shadow DOM elements, we have to use the JavaScript executor. We will understand that by implementing it. Next, there are some terminologies in shadow DOM while inspecting the element, while identifying it. These terminologies will be used. One is the shadow host, that is the regular DOM node that the shadow DOM is attached to. This is the shadow host, right? It is the regular DOM node that the shadow DOM is attached. The shadow DOM is attached to shadow host. Next, we have the shadow tree. The DOM tree inside the shadow DOM. This is the shadow tree that we are having. Here you can see this highlighted part. This is the shadow trees that we are having. It is a DOM tree inside the shadow DOM. Inside the shadow DOM, these are the DOM trees. Next, we have the shadow boundary. Here you can see this is the shadow boundary. This is the place where the shadow DOM ends and the regular DOM begins. Okay, so this is the place where the shadow DOM ends and the regular DOM begins. Next, we have the shadow root. That is the root node of the shadow tree. Now, this is the most important element that we are going to inspect. Like, suppose if you want to inspect this element, we will inspect the shadow root, we will inspect the shadow host. So, we will understand that. But for now, these are some of the terminologies that is used in the shadow DOM structure. So now how to identify it, like I have showed you before, like we have the shadow root written over here, that means it is a shadow DOM object. Also, if we go on selectors hub, so over there it has a feature, it shows in blue color, that is in shadow DOM. It also gives information about that relative XPath is not supported, that is this element is in shadow DOM, and for such elements XPath is not supported. So this is one way to identify the shadow DOM object. Now next we will understand its implementation. Let us do a practical implementation on it. So this is the website that we need to automate, and this is the element that I am inspecting. So I want to enter some value over here, any value I want to enter. So this is the element. Now before writing the code for it, we need to understand the elements that are under shadow DOM and which are not under shadow DOM. Okay. So this is the DOM structure which we have. This is the entire DOM structure. We need to understand it first. This is the element that we want to inspect, okay, which is not under shadow root. The elements that are under shadow root is style, div, slot name. These are the elements that is present under shadow root. This input is under book input decorator top, okay. This book input decorator top is not under the shadow root. If you are thinking this is under shadow root because the shadow root is written over here, no. If we click on this, we can see the style and the slot tags are under the shadow root. But the book input decor top is not under the shadow root, okay. So this book input decor top is under the app toolbar. So this book input decor top is under the app toolbar, and this app toolbar is not under the shadow root. Can you see anything? Can you see the shadow root? The shadow root is present over here, in which we have the style and the div tags. Okay. So this app toolbar is not present under the shadow root. This book input decor is present into app toolbar. Okay. Next, this app toolbar is present under the app header. This is the app header, okay, which is inside the shadow root. Here you can see this shadow root. Now if I click on this, we can see app header, right? So app header is under the shadow root. And then we have the app book, which is the host. Here we can see the root element, and this is the host element, right? So first we will go on app book. We will inspect the app book. Then we will enter the shadow root element. After entering the shadow root, we will move to app header. After app header, we will go on app toolbar. After app toolbar, we will go on book input decor, and after book input decor, we will inspect this element. Okay, this is the element that we want to inspect. right? So this will be the entire process. The first thing is that we have to identify the host. This is our host, this is the root element, right? So first we will inspect the app book, then we will enter the DOM element. Inside the DOM element, first we will enter the app header. After app header, we will inspect the app toolbar, and after app toolbar, we will inspect the book input decor, and then we will inspect the inputs tag. Okay, so this is the element that we want to inspect, right? This input is the element that we want to inspect. This input is under book input. Okay, this book input is under the app toolbar, and this app toolbar is under the app header. Okay, this app header is under the shadow root. This is our root, and this is our host, and this is our host. So the first thing that we will inspect is this, the host. This is the second thing we will do. We will enter the DOM. Inside DOM, this is the third thing that we will inspect, that is the app header. After app header, we will go on app toolbar. This is the fourth thing that we will inspect. After app toolbar, we will inspect the book input decor. This is the fifth thing. And the sixth one is the input slot. Over here we will send the commands because it's the search box. We want to send some command to it. So after all these steps, we can inspect this. So this is the entire thing that we're going to implement now. First we will inspect the host. Then we will enter the root, the shadow root. After entering the shadow root, over here we will use a JavaScript executor. After this, we will access the app header. After app header, we will access the app toolbar. We will inspect the app toolbar. After that, we will inspect the book input decor, and then we can move on to input. Okay, so this is the entire process that we're going to follow. So let's do that. So first let's inspect the host. We will write driver dot find element by dot tag name. Over here we are going to write, this is our host, right? So we are inspecting our host. The tag name is book app. So I will write book app over here. Because this is a web element, I'll write web element host is equal to driver dot find element by dot tag name. Okay, next we will enter the DOM. Okay, for that we need to write JavaScript executor j is equal to driver. Because this driver is of WebDriver, driver is equal to new Chrome driver. So I'm going to typecast it. So I'll write JavaScript executor driver. Okay. Next, I'm going to do j dot execute script which accepts two arguments. One is the string and one is the object argument. So here in string, I will write return arguments, the 0th one. And where do I want to enter is I want to enter to shadow root, right? So I'll write the shadow root, the 0th shadow root. Shadow root is present in the host element, right? So I'll write comma host. Okay. Now I'll give this a web element. I'll write shadow DOM is equal to, says we need to cast it to web element. Now just because this is of JavaScript executor type, we need to cast it to web element because I want to inspect web elements over here. Okay. Now whatever we're going to do, we are going to do inside this shadow DOM. Okay. This is the shadow DOM. We inspected the host element. And we inspected the shadow root element. So we are inside shadow root now. Now inside the shadow root, what I want to inspect is app header now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, this is the app header. I will write shadow DOM dot find element by dot tag name, and inside the tag name I will write app header. and I will give it as a WebElement app header. Okay, so far we have inspected our host, we are into our DOM element, also we have inspected the app header. Now we are left with the app toolbar, the book input decorator, and then the input slot. So after navigating to app header, we need to enter the app toolbar. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I will write app header dot find element by dot. Now this app toolbar, there are two app toolbars here, you can see this one and this one, right? So here the class name is different, so we will access by class. So we will use the CSS selector over here. So I'll write by dot CSS selector, and then I'll write input I'll write app toolbar because it's a class, so I'll write dot and the toolbar bottom. Okay, so this is my tag name and this is my class. I'll give a web element, I'll name it as app tool. Okay, so far we have navigated to host, we have inspected our host, then we came into our DOM element. After that we navigated to app header, and after which we came to app toolbar. This is the app toolbar that we came. Now inside the app toolbar we want to go to the book input decorator. So we are going to write, this is the book input. So what I'll do is I'll write app tool dot find element by dot tag name, and I'll write the tag name over here. I'll give this a web element. I'll write a web element over here, web element book is equal to app tool dot find element. Okay, so now we will inspect our element, that is the input tag. So what we're going to do is we'll write book dot find element, or let us use a CSS selector. So I will use a CSS selector. I'll write by dot CSS selector. So we can use this is the tag and the ID that we have is input, so I'll use input because it's an ID, so hash input. And what value do I want to send? I want to send some key to it. I will send Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so let's run this. So our Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and here you can see that the command is sent, that is the Selenium WebDriver. Okay. So this is what is shadow DOM is. As I said, first we need to find the host element. So our host element was book app. Then we entered the shadow DOM. After entering the shadow DOM, we have to inspect the app header. After app header, we inspected the app toolbar, after which we inspected the book input decorator, and then we inspected the input tag. So here you see, first we need to understand the DOM structure. Before writing a code for the shadow DOM, we need to understand which elements are under shadow DOM and which elements are not under shadow DOM. So this is one way. So this is how we're going to do it. Now there are different sites where you can practice shadow DOM, like you can use the Chrome download page as well. This download page is also having shadow root elements. For example, like if you want to inspect this download. Here you can see we have shadow root elements. This is the shadow root, this is shadow root, this is shadow root. Also there are different websites like let me show you one. Like this is the website that is there for Shadow DOM practice. Like all the elements that are present over here are of Shadow DOM. Here we have shadow root, we have shadow root, we have shadow root. So you can have a hang, you can practice on this website also. So I'll give all these links in the description so you can get a hang of it.
So in the previous tutorial, we learned about the Shadow DOM objects. In this tutorial, we're going to understand some of the important Selenium commands which is frequently used to write the test scripts. Now these Selenium commands consist of the browser commands, the navigation commands, and the WebElement commands. Today we're going to understand the browser commands, like what are browser commands, what are the different types of browser commands with their syntax. Also we will implement some set of test cases, and then we will understand the difference between the close method and the quit method. So let's get started. Now first let us understand what are browser commands. Browser commands are something that are very basic operations of the WebDriver, which includes the closing of the browser, performing some few tasks. Those few tasks is like get title, to quit, to manage, to close the browser, to get the current URL, to get the page source. So these are some of the operations, these are some of the few tasks that we perform on the Selenium WebDriver. So, and these are some of the list that is given over here. This is the list that is given over here. Now, if you write, for example, if I write driver dot, you can see this list. So these are the different, this list which is getting highlighted over here. So these are the different browser commands that is present over here. Okay, so these are browser commands. Now I have just created this basic notes, this basic sheet which consists of the browser commands, the navigational commands, the WebElement commands, which consists of the commands, the description, the syntax, and what parameter it accepts and what it returns. It will be a very quick recap for you while going in interviews, because they frequently ask these questions like what is the difference between the close, the quit method, the submit and the click method, and what is the difference between find element and find elements. So these are some of the differences which we will cover, and also we will study these commands. So this is the sheet that I have prepared. I will give the link of this sheet in the description box. You can download the PDF format. Also, I have uploaded on my drive, so I will give the link of this drive as well. So you can get a hang of all those commands whenever you go for interviews. Now coming to the test cases. These are the test cases which we will execute. And while executing, we will cover these commands. These are the commands like the get title, the get current URL, the get page source, the close, and the quit. Now get window handle and get window handles is a part of the browser command, but it is a bit complicated. I will cover that in the later tutorial. So for now, we need to get a hang of get title, get current URL, get page source, close, and quit. So by executing these test cases, we will create the test scripts of these test cases. We will understand these commands also. Okay, first test case that we have is the open the Chrome browser. Okay, in which we use the system.set property and the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. These are the two commands that we use in opening the Chrome browser. Then navigate to the URL. To navigate to the URL, we use the driver.get command, right? So this is the part of the browser command. Next, we will maximize the window. Then next, we will verify the current URL of the page. For this, we will use the get current URL command, okay, through if statement, okay. Then we have the verify the title of the page. Now to verify the title of the page, we will use the get title command, okay, and we will verify it through if statement. Next, we will print the length of the title of the page. In this, we will use the length command. We will have a look at that, okay. Next, we will print the page source of the page, in which we will use the get page source command. Also, we will print the length of the page source, okay. Next, we have the close the browser and quit the browser. Now, we will understand the difference also practically. Okay, so this is the web page that I want to automate today. Now, I have created a Java class in my package com.selenium, in which I have named it as Selenium Tutorials 10. I'll be executing my test scripts over here in this Selenium Tutorial 10. The first test case was to open the Chrome browser, for which we use the system.set property, in which we give the key and the value. The key is the WebDriver.chrome.driver and the value is the executable Chrome driver file. Okay. Next we have the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Why do we write the statement? I have explained in the previous tutorial. You can have a look at that tutorial. Okay, the next command is that we have to navigate to the URL. So what I'll do is I'll write driver dot get and I will write my URL in this get. This is the first method, okay, to navigate to the URL. The second method that you can do, navigate is I can assign the URL to a string variable. Like I'll write string, I will name that variable as URL and I will place my URL in this variable. Next I will write driver dot get URL. So I can navigate to the URL through this way as well as this way. Both the ways it will work. For example, so let's see whether we can navigate or not. So by using this method driver.get method. Okay, so Chrome browser is launched and also it is navigated to this page. I will comment this and let's see. Okay, so Chrome browser is also launched and it is also navigated. So these are the two methods to which you can navigate to the URL. Now get method. I will just comment this. For now, we will use this driver.get method. Now, get method. Now, this commands open the specified URL in the browser. It accepts string as a parameter and it returns nothing. Okay, and this is the basic syntax of navigating to the URL, and it is a part of the browser command. So, next test case that we have is to maximize the window. So, I'll write driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Okay, so the next command is verify the current URL of the page. Let's first find the URL and then we will verify. So I'll write driver dot get current URL and I will store this in a string variable, string URL of the page, and I will print this okay. Let's see what is the output. So Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here it is. The URL of the page is this. This is the URL of the page. Now let's verify the URL. To verify the URL, we will use the if statement. So I will write if URL of the page dot equals. Now I will write the URL over here. Now, if I was executing this statement, this navigation statement, what did I do over here is that I have written string URL, right? So what would I do over here? I will simply write URL. Okay. So this means that the URL of the page, that is the output that we are getting, the actual output and the expected output will be matched. The expected output is this which is stored in this URL variable, and the actual output is stored in the URL of the page, right? So if I would execute this statement, I would have written this way. But since I'm executing driver.get command, I'm not writing it this way. I'm not storing it in a string variable and then writing driver.get, and inside get I'm writing the URL. The parameter that I'm giving is the URL, that is a string parameter. So I'm not executing it this way. I'm executing through driver.get command. So I'm not writing it this way. So I'll just simply write what output do I want. This is the expected output that I'm writing over here, and the actual output that I'm getting is the URL of the page. Okay, Now, if the actual and the expected matches, so what I want is, I want the output as the URL is verified, and in else I want the URL is not verified. So now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and now let's see the URL of the pages. This is the URL and the URL is verified. That means the actual URL that we are getting, that is this, and the expected URL, that is this, both is matching. Okay, this is the expected URL and this is the actual URL, both are matching. That's the reason why we have got the URL is verified. For example, if I just write it this way, now let's see if it works. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized. Okay, and here you can see the URL is not verified. Why? Because my actual, that is, this is my actual, and the expected is not matching. That's the reason why the output is the URL is not verified. The next test case is verify the title of the page. So first we will find the title of the page. So I'll write driver dot get title, and I will store this in a string variable. I will write string title is equal to driver dot get title. Next I will print it. So let's execute it. My Chrome browser is launched. So here it is. See, this is the URL of the page. The URL is verified, and then here the title of the page is Tools QA. This is the title of the page. Now, how do you see the title of the pages? So I'll just inspect, and here in the head tab, here you can see title, Tools QA title. This is the title of the page. This is the title of the page, and the title that we got is the Tools QA. So this is how you can find the title of the page on the web page. Okay. Next, we have to verify the title, right? So I'll use the if statement. I'll write if title dot equals. Okay. So this is the title. Let me copy this. And the output that I want, if the actual and the expected is matching, the title is verified. In the else statement, I will write the title is not verified. Okay. So here we are verifying the title of the page. So let's see the output of it. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. And here you can see the title is verified because the expected output and the actual output is matching. Okay. So now next test case that we have is we need to print the length of the title of the page. Okay, to print the length of the title of the page, we're going to use the length command. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write driver dot get title dot length. Okay, and I will store it in the integer type of variable because the answer that we're going to get is in integers. So I'm going to write int and title length is equal to driver.getTitle.length, and let's print it. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. And let's see. The length of the title of the page is 7. Now it is 7 because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the length of the title of the page is 7. So now the next test case that we have is to print the page source of the page. Now for that, I'm going to write driver dot get page source. I will store this in a string type of variable. String, I will write ps is equal to driver dot page source. Next, let's print it. Okay, so now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated and it's maximized. And here you can see the page source. This is the entire page source that here you can see is this. It prints the entire code of the page. Okay, so it's quite long. Now we have to print the length of this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write driver dot get page source dot length, and I'm going to store it in the integer type of variable. So I'll write int page source length is equal to driver dot get page source dot length. Okay, now let's print it. The length of the page source is length. So this is the Chrome browser. Now let's see here, this is the length of the page source. Now we won't sit and count, but since it's too long, so this is the length of the page source. Now the next test case that we have is we have to click on the new tab, right? So we'll use the click command over here. The click command is not a part of the browser command, it is a part of a WebElement command, but since we have to know the difference between the close and the quit, so we are going to execute this command. Now this is the new tab command, so I'll just inspect this. I'll go to selectors hub. Here I can see the relative XPath. I'll just copy this relative XPath. I will write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I will place my relative XPath over here. And what I want to do is I want to click, so I'll write click, and let's see. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated and it's maximized, and the new tab is clicked. So here you can see there is a new tab. Okay, so first we will see the close command. Okay, now if I write driver dot close, just look at it very closely. So I'll just write thread dot sleep, and I'll write 100 over here, so that you just get to know that how close method works. Okay, it adds the exception, throws interrupted exception over here, and we're going to use a thread.sleep. Now thread.sleep is used in multi-threading. If you know your Java's concept really well, we use thread.sleep. It causes the currently executing thread to sleep for some specified time. So here I have specified the time of 100 milliseconds. So now let's see the output. I want you to closely look at the how driver.close works. So our Chrome browser is launched. And the new tab is open, and here you can see there was a parent tag over here, the before tag. Okay, let me increase the timing over here. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated. Now this is my parent tab, and this is my child tab. Now let's look at it. This tab will be close to close.driver command. If you can see, let me show it to you again. I'm executing the command now. this is my parent tag, that is this browser windows is my parent tag, and this is my child tag. Now through driver.close, the parent tag will be closed, but my child is still open. Okay. Now I'll comment this and I will write driver. Now we'll use the quit method. So I'll just write driver dot quit, and I will write thread dot sleep. Okay. Now let's run this command. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, and this is my child tag, that's my parent tag, and here you will see driver.quit closes both the tabs. So this is the parent tag. Now here when we perform the driver.close command and the driver.quit command, there are two tabs. Okay, this is the parent tab, and here when I click on new tab, this is the child tab. Okay, so when I write driver.close command, it will just close the parent tag. It will not close the child tab. Okay, whereas when I write driver.quit command, it will close the parent tab as well as the child tab. So let's have a recap of what we have done till now. Now the first test case was to open the Chrome browser, in which I have written the system.set property, in which I have given the key and the value. The key is given that the WebDriver.chrome.driver, and the value is the Chrome driver executable file. Next, we have to navigate to the URL. We can navigate to the URL through two ways. The first way, we can do driver.get command. Now this driver.get command, this opens a specified URL in the browser, and this accepts a string as a parameter. Here you can see this is the string as a parameter, and it returns nothing. Okay. So this is the first method where we can write the driver.get command. The get command is a part of the browser command. And the second method that we can use is we can assign the URL to a string variable. Now here I have created a string variable, like I have created string URL, and I have assigned the URL to this string variable. And then I have written driver.get, and I have written this variable in my get. The parameter that here I am using is the string. Okay, so basically it accepts string as a parameter and it returns nothing. This is about the get command. Next, we have maximized the window. For that we have used the driver.manage.window.maximize method. Okay. Next, we have to find the URL of the page. What is the URL of the page? This is the page and this is the URL. So we had to find the URL of this page. So for that, I have used the getCurrentURL method. Now this method fetches the string representing the current URL which is opened in the browser. Okay, and this accepts nothing as a parameter. There is no parameter given over here, but it returns a string value. Here you can see in the output. Here you can see in the output the URL of the page. So it returns the string value and it accepts nothing as a parameter. And what does the getCurrentURL method does? It fetches the string representing the current URL which is opened in the browser. This page was opened, right? So it was fetching this string. This is the current URL of the page. So for that we have given a string variable, that is the string URL of the page, and I have written driver.getCurrentURL and I have printed the URL over here. Now to verify the URL, I have used the if command in which I have written the URL of the page in which I am getting the actual output. And here I am matching the actual and the expected output. Now I'm using the equals method, dot equals. Now I'm writing over here the expected output that I want. Now if the expected and the actual output matches, the output will be the URL is verified, and if not, the URL is not verified. Now here it's matched, so it is written the URL is verified. So the next is that we have to find the title of the page and we have to verify it. Now to find the title of the page, I will be using the getTitle command. Now the getTitle command is used to retrieve the title of the web page that the user is currently working on. Now this is the page. Now when I inspect this, here in the head tag, you can see the title. And here it is. This is the title of the page, that is the tools QA. This is the title of the page, okay? Now to get this title, I have used the getTitle command, which retrieves the title of the web page. Now it accepts nothing as a parameter. Here, can you see any parameters? No, right? So it accepts nothing as a parameter, but it returns a string value. Here you can see the value. The title of the page is this. This is the string value that it is returning. So to get the title of the page, I have written string title. I have created a string variable title. I have named it as title, and I have written driver.getTitle. The title is stored in this string variable. Then I'm printing the string variable over here. To verify it, I'm using the if statement. First, I will write the actual output, that is the title, dot equals the expected output that I want. The expected output is over here. This is the expected output. Okay. So here the expected output is written. When the expected and the actual output is matching, the output will be the title is verified, and if not, the title is not verified. Like here you can see the title is verified. Now to print the length of the title, I'm using the length command. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create an integer type of a variable, and I'll name it as integer length, and I'll write driver.getTitle.length. By writing length, I'm actually fetching the total length of the title. It returns the length of the string. Okay. Now to print it, I'll write system.out.println. The length of the title is, and I'll write the variable that is the title length. And here the output is. The length of the title is 7. Okay. Next is the page source. Now basically page source is a command, it is a browser command which returns the source code of the page. So this is the page, and this is the entire source code of the page. So it will return this entire source code of the page. So for this we'll use the get page source. And this get page source, it accepts nothing as a parameter. Is there any parameter over here? No, right? So it accepts nothing as a parameter, but it returns a string value. And the string value, this is the entire string value that is given over here. Now to print the page source, what I have written is string ps is equal to driver.getPageSource. I have used the getPageSource command, and I will print this variable, this string variable. Then to find the length of the page source, what I have done, I have used the length method. I'll write driver.getPageSource.length, and I store this length in the integer type of a variable named it as ps length, and I've printed over here. So the total length is displayed over here. This is the total length. So these were the commands, the browser commands. Next we will learn about the click and the next we will learn about the close and the quit command. The difference between the close and the quit method. Okay. For that we will click this new tab. So first, what did I do is I clicked this new tab. So for that, I inspected this element and I wrote the XPath, and I've performed the click operation on this web element. Next, to differentiate between the close and the quit, what I did is, let me execute this again. First, I've written driver.close. Now then I've written thread.sleep, which causes the currently executing thread to sleep for a specified time. For example, here I have written the 5000 milliseconds. Okay. Now let me execute this command and see the difference again. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized. This is my parent and this is my child tab. My parent tab will be closed. So this is close, driver.close, which means that the method terminates the current browser window. Okay. Whereas in quit, it will terminate all the browsers. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. And here you can see this is the new tab. And through driver.quit, both the tabs are closed. Okay, so this is the major difference between the close and the quit. The close in both these commands, they accept nothing as a parameter, and it returns also nothing as a parameter. This simply closes the tabs and the windows. So this is all about the browser commands that we have studied till now. We have studied about the get, then we have studied about the get title, the get current URL, and we have studied about the get page source. Then we have learned the difference between the close and the quit command. Now let's understand the difference. So the driver.quit command closes all the browsers, whereas the close method shall close the browser which is in focus. That was the parent tab was in focus, right? So it closes that browser which is in focus. Now the quit method closes all the active WebDriver instances, whereas the close method closes the active WebDriver instances. So this is the difference between the quit and the close command.
So in this tutorial, we will understand what are the navigational commands, what are the different types of navigation commands with their syntax. We will implement some test cases. Also, we will understand the difference between the navigate.to command and the get command. In the previous tutorial, I explained about the browser commands. You can check out the tutorial. I'll give the link in the description box. We will understand what is the navigation commands today. So first, let us understand what is navigation commands. Now the WebDriver provides some basic browser navigation commands that allows the browser to move backward, forward, or to refresh the browser. See, here you can see these buttons, that is the back and the forward and the refresh. So we will be handling these buttons through Selenium WebDriver. Like for example, suppose if I type Selenium WebDriver, I'm navigated to this page, right? Now what if I want to go back? So I'll click on the back button. If I want to move forward, I'll click on the forward button. And if I want to refresh the browser, I will click on refresh, right? So these are the buttons that we will be inspecting today. For that, we have the navigational commands. Now, how do we find it's a navigation command? We simply write driver dot navigate dot, and the commands that is highlighted over here are the navigational commands. Okay. Also, I have prepared the sheet over here in which I have written what are the navigational commands, their description, their syntax, also what parameter it accepts and what it returns. I will give the link in the description box. Just by clicking it, you can download the PDF. Also, I have attached the PDF in my drive, so I will give the link of this drive as well, so you can get the access of the navigational commands in PDF format. Also, the test cases that we are going to implement today. So moving on to the test case. Today we are going to implement two test cases. This is the first one and this is the second one. So the first one says that first we have to launch the Chrome browser. Then we have to open the Amazon website, maximize the window, and then we have to navigate to the eBay website through driver.navigate.to command. Then we have to enter some value in the search box. We will refresh the page. We will navigate back. Then we will navigate forward and then we will close the browser. This is the first test case that we will implement today. So open your IntelliJ IDEA IDE. Now under package com.selenium, I have already created a Java class. I have named it as Selenium Tutorials 11. So first is that we have to launch the Chrome browser. The test cases says that we have to launch the Chrome browser. For that we have to write system.setProperty, in which the key is the webdriver.chrome.driver and the value is the executable file of the Chrome driver. Next, I will write driver, WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. So the next command is that we have to open the Amazon site. We will be using the driver.get command. So I will write driver.get and I will write my URL over here, that is the Amazon website. I'll simply copy this and I'll paste it over here. Okay. The next command is to maximize the window. So I will write driver.manage.window.maximize. Okay, this will maximize the window. The next test case is that we have to navigate to the eBay website. So we will be using the driver.navigate.to method. Okay, so I will write driver.navigate.to. So I'll write my URL over here. This is the URL. I'll simply copy this and I'll paste it over here. Now the driver.navigate.to method, it loads a new page in the current browser. So this will be loading a new page in the current browser. The same browser in which it is loading Amazon, it will load the new page, that is the eBay page in the current browser, and it will accept the parameter, that is the string parameter is accepted over here. You can see we have written the string parameter over here and it will return nothing. Okay, so let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to Amazon and then it's navigated to eBay. I'll simply write s out. Okay, so now let's execute. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to Amazon. it's maximized, and then it is navigated to eBay through driver.navigate.to method. Okay, and here you can see the output, that is it's opening the Amazon page through driver.get, and then it is navigated to eBay through driver.navigate.to method. Okay, so far first we will open the Chrome browser, then we are opening the Amazon page, then we are maximizing the window, then we are navigating to the eBay page through driver.navigate.to command. Okay, so the next test case is that I have to enter some value. This is a search box. I have to enter some value in it. So I'll just inspect, I'll right click it, and here I can see there is selectors hub. So I'll just click on copy relative XPath. I'll write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I'll write my XPath over here. And since I want to send some commands, so I'll write send keys, and I'll write t-shirts for men. Okay, so I have entered some value, and then I have to refresh it. It's the same as here you can see there is a refresh button, right? So if I write t-shirt for men and then I refresh it, here you can see there is no text, right? That means it is refreshed. So what I'll do, I will write driver dot navigate dot refresh. Through this command my browser will be refreshed. So I'll just write thread dot sleep, and I'll write some time over here. I'll write refresh the browser. Okay, so next is that we have to navigate back to Amazon. So I will just write driver dot navigate dot back. Okay, and I'll give some time over here. I'll just write thread dot sleep, and I'll give some time over here, which is navigated back to Amazon. Okay, so let's run this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to Amazon and it's maximized. Then it's navigated to eBay. Then t-shirts for men is sent. It's refreshed. And here you can see it's navigated back to Amazon. Here it is opening the Amazon page. First we will open the Amazon page through driver.get method. Then we navigated to eBay through driver.navigate.to method. Then we have refreshed the browser, and then the page is navigated back to Amazon. Now this driver.navigate.back method is used to return to the previous page in the browser's history. In our browser history, the previous page was the Amazon page. So it was returning the Amazon page, okay, and it accepts nothing as a parameter. Here there is no parameter, and it accepts nothing as a parameter. Also, it returns nothing. Okay. Similarly, the refresh command, that is the driver.navigate.refresh method. This acts similar to the refresh button of the browser. Like here you can see this is the refresh button of the browser. This acts similar to that button, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, and it also returns nothing as a parameter. Okay. Our next test case is that we have to navigate forward to eBay. So I will write driver dot navigate dot forward. I will also write thread dot sleep. I'll give some time over here. Then I want to print. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to Amazon. It's maximized, and then it's navigated to eBay. T-shirts for men is sent. It's refreshed, and it's navigated back to Amazon. Then again it's navigated forward to eBay. Next, our next test case is that we have to close the browser. So I will write driver.close. We'll not use the quit command because there is no window or any tab open. See here, all the operations are performing in the current tab only. There are no other tabs that is opening. Like if you're thinking like for Amazon is one tab, the eBay is the other tab. No, it is opening in the current browser, and all the operations is performed in the current browser only. That is, it is navigating back or forward in the current browser. So that's why we are writing driver.close. So I'll execute this again. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to Amazon. It's maximized. It's navigated to eBay. T-shirts for men is sent, and it's refreshed. It's navigating back to Amazon, and then again it's navigating forward to eBay, and it's closed. So far, first we navigated to eBay. From Amazon to eBay, we navigated through driver.navigate.to method. Now this method loads a new web page in the current browser window, and it also accepts string as a parameter, but it returns nothing. That is the driver.navigate.to method. Okay. Next, after navigating to eBay, we entered some text values, we entered some values in the test search box, and then we refresh the browser. The refresh method, it does the same operation as clicking on the refresh button on the browser. When we click the refresh button on the browser, it does the same operation, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, also returns nothing. Next, we were navigating back again to the Amazon website. Since we were on the eBay website and we were entering some value and we refreshed the page, then after that we navigated back to the previous page. We used the driver.navigate.back command, which is used to return the previous page in the browser's history. Okay, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, it also returns nothing. Next, after navigating to back command, we are on the Amazon web page, on the Amazon website. We navigated forward to the eBay page. That is the next page. Okay, all the operations are performed on the current browser only. There is no other new tab or window that is opened. It is on the current window itself. So for the forward, we use the driver.navigate.forward method, in which we moved forward to the next page, that is the eBay page, and the forward command, it accepts nothing as a parameter and it also returns nothing. So this is all about the first test case. Now let us execute the second test case. So now let's execute the second test case. Just open your IntelliJ IDEA ID, and I have already created a Java class, that is the Selenium Tutorials 12 Java class in the package com.selenium. And the first test case that we're having is that we have to launch the Chrome browser, for which I have written system.setProperty. I have given the key as the webdriver.chrome.driver, and the value is the Chrome driver executable file. Next, I have written webdriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. The next test case is that we have to navigate to the page, and this is the page that we will automate today. So I will use driver.navigate.to command, and I will insert the URL over here. That is, this is the URL. Now this driver.navigate.to command, it accepts string as a parameter and it returns nothing. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to the wordpress.com. Okay. So the next command is that we have to maximize the browser. So I will just write driver.manage.window.maximize. Through this command, my window will be maximized. Next test case is that I have to inspect this element. That is, I have to click on this button, that is the get start button. So I'll just right click on it, and I have this selectors hub option over here. I'll click on copy relative XPath. This tool is amazing, that is the selectors hub tool. You can just simply right click on any element and you will get the option over there like selectors hub, and you can copy your relative XPath over here. Okay, so I'll just write driver.find_element by.xpath, and I will paste my relative XPath over here. And since I want to click on this button, so I will click on click method. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to the WordPress website. It's maximized, and here it's the button is clicked. That is the get start button is clicked over here. Okay. So now next is that I have to navigate back to the home page. So I'll just write driver.navigate.back. I'll also give some time over here, so I'll just write thread.sleep. Now let's execute. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to WordPress. It's maximized, and the button is clicked, and it's navigated back to the home page. Okay. So the next command is that we have to again go back to the get start page. So I'll just write driver.navigate.forward, and I'll give some time. So I'll write thread.sleep, and I'll specify some time over here, that is 5000. and then let's run this command. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to the WordPress website. It's maximized and the button is clicked. We are navigated back to the home page. We are navigated forward to the Get Start page. Okay, next is that we have to perform the refresh operation. So I'll write driver.navigate.refresh and then we have to close the browser. So I'll write driver.close. We specify some time over here. So I'll write thread.sleep and here also I'll write thread.sleep. Now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated to the WordPress website. It's maximized. Okay, so the Get Start button is clicked. We're navigating back to the home page. Navigating forward to the Get Start page. Refresh. And the browser is closed. So this is all about the navigation commands, in which we have the navigate to method, which loads a new web page in the current browser window and it accepts string as a parameter and returns nothing. Next we have the refresh command, which works same as the refresh button of any browser. This is the refresh button of the browser, and the syntax is that the driver.navigate.refresh and it accepts nothing as a parameter and it returns nothing. Next is the back command used to return the previous page in the browser's history. The syntax is that the driver.navigate.back command and it accepts nothing as a parameter, also returns nothing. Next we have the forward command. We will move to the forward page to driver.navigate.forward command. So these are the navigation commands that we have studied today. Also we have executed 2 test cases out of it. Next, let us learn the difference between the driver.navigate.to and the driver.get. Since when we write driver.navigate.to and we write the URL over here, it performs the same operation. Also when we write driver.get, it performs the same operation, but yet they both are different. Okay. Now the driver.navigate.to command, it is responsible for redirecting the page and then returning immediately. Like through driver.navigate, we can navigate to forward, we can write driver.navigate.back, then we can write driver.navigate.refresh. But is there any command like driver.get.forward? No, right? There is no command as such. So driver.get is responsible for loading the page and it waits until the page has finished loading. That's it. That is what driver.get is responsible for. Whereas driver.navigate is responsible for redirecting the page. We can perform the navigation operations, like we can move forward, we can move backwards, and then we can refresh the browser. So this is what is driver.navigate responsible for. Also, the driver.navigate.to command, it tracks the browser history and can perform back and forth in the browser. Like we have seen in the test cases, we were performing the back operation and the forward operation. So it tracks the browser history, whereas the driver.get does not track any of the history of the browser. Like through driver.get.forward, there is no such command. So it is not tracking any of the history of the browser. So these are the major 2 differences between the driver.navigate.to command and the driver.get command. So this is all for today. In the next tutorial, we will understand about the WebElement commands. I have also provided this sheet in which I have written the commands, description, syntax, and what parameter it accepts and returns. I will provide the link in the description box. You can directly download the PDF format. Also the link to the drive also I will provide in the description box. So it will be very useful for you to revise during your interviews. So this is all for today. So in this tutorial, we will understand some of the WebElement commands. We will understand the different types of WebElement commands with their syntax. Also, we will implement these commands. Then we will understand the difference between find elements and find element. Also, we will understand the difference between the is displayed, is enabled, and is selected method, and click and submit method. So let's get started. First, we need to understand what are WebElements command. To understand what is WebElement command, we need to understand what is WebElement. Anything that is present on the web page is called as a WebElement. For example, the text boxes, the buttons, the drop down menu, the radio buttons, etc. Everything is called a WebElement. To interact these WebElement, we have the different types of locators like the ID, name, class, the XPath. I have explained that in the previous tutorial. The WebElement commands are the list of actions that can be performed on various WebElements. These are called as the WebElement commands. Now here you can see these list of WebElement commands, that is the click, clear, the find element, the find elements, the get attribute, the get CSS value. Also, I have prepared a document. In this document, I have mentioned the commands, the description, their syntax, and what parameter it accepts and what it returns. Also, you can get this document in the PDF format. I have attached it to the drive. I will give this link in the description box. Also, I will give the direct link to download as a PDF. So these are the commands like the clear, click, the submit, the send keys, and the element visibility methods, and also these get text, the get tag name, the get CSS, the get attribute, get size, and get location. So these are the different WebElement commands, and we will be understanding these commands today through set of test cases. This is the test case that we are going to implement today, and this is the website that we are going to automate today. So first, open your IntelliJ IDE. So I have created this Java class Selenium Tutorials 13 under package com.selenium, and the first test case says that I have to launch the Chrome browser. For that, I have written system.setProperty, in which I have given the key, that is the WebDriver.chrome.driver, and the value is the executable file of the Chrome driver. Next is the WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. So these two commands will launch the Chrome browser. Our next test case is that we have to open the URL. So I'll be using driver.get. I'll insert the URL that I want to navigate to. This is the URL. So I'll copy this, paste it over here, and then I will maximize the page. For that, I will write driver dot manage dot window dot maximize. Now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and it's maximized. So my next test case is that I have to enter the username and password. So this is username and this is the password. I will inspect this element. I'll simply click on inspect, and here you can see we have the ID, name, attribute. So I'll use the ID attribute. I'll write driver dot find element by dot ID, and I will mention the ID over here. And here I'll be using the send keys command. Now the send keys command accepts the character sequence as a parameter and it returns nothing. So the character sequence that I want to send over here is the username. The username is given over here, so I'll simply just copy this. I will paste it over here. And this is the character that I want to send to username. Next, I'll write driver dot find element by dot ID. The next element is the password, so I'll inspect this, the ID. I'll copy it over here, and the operation that I want to perform over here is that I want to send some character sequence to the password field. So here I will write the password. The password is given over here, so I'll simply copy this and paste it over here. So this is the first WebElement command that we learned, is the send key. So here you can see we have send keys. Now this send keys stimulates the typing into an element which may set its value. This is the syntax. This is the parameter, that is the character sequence it accepts as a parameter, and it returns nothing. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and the username and the password is sent. So our next test case says that we have to clear the username and the password that we have entered. For that we'll use the clear command. Okay, so I will simply write driver dot find element by dot id dot, I'll use the clear command. It accepts nothing as a parameter, it also returns nothing. Next, I want to clear the password, so I'll write driver dot find element by dot id dot clear command. Now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and my username password is entered. So here you can see the username is cleared and the password is also cleared. Okay, so this is the next WebElement command that we have learned. So this is the next WebElement command that we have learned, is the clear command. This will clear the value. This is the syntax, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, also returns nothing. Okay, so our next test case says that we have to submit the login button. So here comes the difference between the click command and the submit command, these two commands. For that I have an example. Let's understand that with the help of the example first, and then we'll perform the test case. To understand the difference between the submit and the click, this is the page that I have made. There are two divisions present over here. One is the outside form tag and the second division is the inside form tag. In the outside form tag, there are two buttons, as well as in the inside form tag there are two buttons, that is the submit button and the button. The first one is of type submit. Here you can see this is input type submit, and this is of type button. Okay, so when I click on this shows that the submit button outside the form tag, and this is a button outside the form tag. Similarly, when I click on this shows that this is a button inside a form tag, and this is a button inside the form tag. So now I created this page just to understand the difference between the click and the submit method. Okay, so I have already created a Java class. I have named it as difference between submit and click. I have opened the Chrome browser, I navigated to this page, I maximize it. The first operation that we're going to perform is the click operation, and then we will perform the submit operation, and then we will see the difference between the two. So the first operation is the click operation, and I inspected the outside form tag division first, okay, in which I click the submit button and the button. So let's see, let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, submit button is clicked, then I navigated back, then the button is clicked, and it is navigated. So my click method works for submit button and the button which is outside the form tag. Now let's see whether it works for the inside the form tag or not. So I have written this code for the inside the form tag, in which I have inspected the submit button and the button through ID locator, and I have also written driver.navigate.back command just to navigate back to the page, and I have also written thread.sleep which shows the time so that it slows down the execution and we get to know what is actually happening. So let's execute this. Here my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated to this page, it's maximized. So this is the button inside a form tag, the submit button is clicked, it's navigated back. So the button is also clicked and it's navigated back. So here we can conclude that the click method is having no restrictions. That is, you can use click method to click on any button. If it is of element of type button or of type submit, the click will work for both. Okay, whether it is outside the form tag or whether it is inside the form tag. Now let's see the submit. To understand the submit method, this is the first division that we are having, the outside form tag. So we will inspect this element first and let's see what the output is. So I have written driver.find element and by.id, I have specified the id and the submit method, and then I have written thread.sleep to understand the execution. So now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized. And here you can see there is an exception over here. There is an exception of JavaScript execution, the JavaScript error unable to find O-wing document. Okay, so this shows that the submit button will not work for a submit type of element outside the form tag. Now let's see if it works for the button type of element or not. So I have written over here driver.findElement by.id, and this is the ID, and I will use the submit method over here, and I've given thread.sleep just to see its execution so that it can pause for some time. And let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized. Okay, so again here you can see we have an error which says that it is unable to find O-wing document. So this means that the submit function is not applicable for the buttons that is outside the form tag. Okay, now let's see, is it applicable for buttons that is inside the form tag? So here I have written driver.findElement by.id, and the ID I have specified over here, and the submit command, and I've also written driver.navigate.back command. Now let's see whether it is executing or not, or whether it shows an error. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and here it is. This is a button inside a form tag, and then it is navigated back. Okay, so our submit function is working inside the form tag for the submit button. But what about the element of type button? So I have written this driver.findElement by.id, and this is the ID that is that I have given over here, and the submit command, and also thread.sleep so that we can see the execution. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, and this is the button inside the form tag. So here you can see we had the division, that is the inside the form tag division, in which I had two buttons, that is submit button and the button, right? So I could automate the submit button as well as this button also. So the submit function is applicable only for buttons that are inside the form tag. So this means that there are some restrictions for the submit method and there is no restrictions for the click method. So let's see the difference between the two. So this is the difference. For the click method, you can use the click method to click on any button, whereas the submit function is applicable only for buttons that is inside the form tag. There is no restrictions for click button, but there are some restrictions for submit button, that is it is only applicable if the button is inside the form tag. Now this means that when there is no restriction for click buttons, that this means that the element type is button or it is of type submit, the click method will work for both. But whereas the element type of submit or button, it should be inside the form tag, then only the submit method will work. Okay, now if the button is inside the form tag or the button is outside the form tag, the click will work. But if the button is outside the form tag, that means the submit will not work, as we have seen in the example before. So now moving on to the next test case, that is the submit a login button. Is to submit a login form, right? So here let's inspect this element. Now this element is of type submit and it is under the form tag, so we can use the submit command. So I'll simply write driver.findElement by.XPath and I will paste it over here. Okay, so here I have written driver.findElement and this is the XPath that is present, and the operation that I want to perform is I want to submit it. So now let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, my username is entered, password is entered, username is cleared, password is cleared, and here you can see the login button is clicked and here the warning is given, the username cannot be empty. So our next test case is the get text. Now this method will fetch the visible inner text of the element, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, but it returns a string value. For example, suppose this element, here you can see this link. If I inspect this, here you can see we have the forget your password text written over here. So getText method will retrieve this forget your password. Okay, it will fetch the inner visible text that is present over here. Here there is a text present, right? Forget your password. So it will print forget your password through getText method. So what I'll do is I'll write driver dot find element by dot link text, and the text that is present over here is this. So I'll simply copy this and I'll write get text. Here I'll give some string value and I will print it. Let me execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's executed. Username, password is entered. The username is cleared. The password is cleared. The submit button is clicked. And here you can see we have the text is forget your password. Okay. Then the next test case says that get location. Now the get location method, this method locates the location of the element on the page, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, but it returns a point object. Now here I will write driver dot find element by dot id. I will store this in a WebElement type of variable. So I'll use the point class over here, and then I will write element dot get location. Next I will print it plus point dot x y coordinates point dot y. So let me execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. My username and password is entered. My username is cleared. My password is cleared. So my login button is clicked. And here you can see the text is forget your password, x coordinates and the y coordinates. So through get location we can locate the location of the element on the page. On this page I was locating this element, that is the username. That's what I found through get location method. Next test case says that we have to find the size, that is the get size. So here the get size method fetches the width and the height of the element. Now over here I will inspect this element only. I want to know the width and the height of this element. For that I will be using the get size method. Now remember, the get size method is different and the size method is different. They both are different. Okay. Now this get size method, it accepts nothing as a parameter, but it returns the dimension object. So similarly I'll write the code for this. I'll write driver dot find element by dot id, and I will store this in a WebElement type of variable. I will name it as element1 is equal to driver dot find element by dot id. Okay, next I will write dimensions. Dimension is equal to element1 dot get size. Next I will write s out, and I'll write height is, and I'll write dimension, that is the dim dot height, and I will write him dot. So let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and my username password is entered. My username is cleared, password is cleared. The login button is clicked, and here you can see the height and the width that is given of this element, that is the username element. So the next test case says that we have to find the get tag name. Now the get tag name method, it gets the tag name of the element. For example, suppose if I inspect this element, this is the element that I'm inspecting. element that is there. So the tag name is input, so it will retrieve the input. This is the tag name that is of this element, right? So the tag name of this element is retrieved, that is the input. So let's see, I'll simply write driver dot find element by dot id, and I will place the id over here. I'll write get tag name, and I'll print this value. So I'll store it in a string type of variable because it returns string. Next I will print it. Let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, the username password is entered, the username is cleared, the password is cleared, and my login button is clicked, and here you can see we have the tag name, that is the input. So the next test case is that we have to print the number of links present on the page. Now I have given this test case to understand the difference between the find element and the find elements. So what I'll do is I'll write driver.findElements by dot tag name. I'll use the tag name, and to find the links on the page, the tag that we use is the A tag, right? The anchor tag. So I'll write A, and I will store this in a list. I'll use the WebElement because I have to inspect the WebElement over here. The different types of WebElement, that is, I want to know the list of links that is present over here, right? So I'm using the list, and the element that I want to inspect is the WebElement, and I will give a variable name. I'll name it as links is equal to driver.findElements by dot tag name, and then I will print this. That is, I will print the number of links that is present over here. To print the number of links that is present over here, I'll use the size method. Remember, the get size method is different, whereas the size method is different. The size method retrieves the number of elements in the list, whereas over here the get size method, this method that you see, this is the get size method. This shows the width and the height of the element. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, it's maximized, the username and the password is entered, the username is cleared, the password is cleared, and the login button is clicked. Okay, here you can see we have the number that is present over here, that is 6. There are 6 links present on this page. Okay, now here you can see we have used the find elements method over here. Okay, now the main difference between the find element and the find elements is that the find element returns the first matching web element if the multiple web elements are discovered by the locator. Okay, and here the find elements returns the list of multiple matching web elements. In find element, it will throw no such element exception if the element is not found, whereas in find elements it returns the empty list. It will return the empty list if no element is matching over here. Find element detects a unique web element, whereas the find elements, it returns a collection of matching elements. We have seen the example also over here. So this is the main difference between the find element and the find elements. Now the next test case is that we have to check if the login button is displayed or not. Now here we are using the element visibility methods. Okay, we have 3 types of element visibility method. One is the is displayed, one is enabled, and one is selected. Now the is selected method is mostly used for radio buttons and checkboxes, whereas the is displayed and is enabled method is used for all types of web elements that is present on the web page. All these methods, it accepts nothing as a parameter, but they return Boolean values, that is the true and the false. The is displayed method, this method determines if an element is currently displayed or not. For example, if the test case is that check if the login button is displayed, that is this login button, it is displayed on this page, right, on this web page. So when I write driver.findElement.id and if I locate it by ID, and when I write is displayed, it will show true because this element is displayed on the web page. Now let's see if I write. Now if I write is displayed, and if I save it in a Boolean type of a variable because it returns true or false. So if I write Boolean1 is equal to driver.findElement by.XPath, and this is displayed, and I will print it over here. So over here the output will be true because the element is displayed on the web page, right? So the output will be true. So let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. My username and password is entered. My username is erased and the password is also cleared. And the login is clicked. And here you can see we have the value that is true. Why it is true? Because this login button is displayed on the web page. So next test case says that we have to check if the login button is enabled or not. Now here I have written a boolean variable that I have given as the bool2, and I have written driver.findElement and the XPath, and I have used the isEnabled method. Now this method determines if the element is currently enabled or not. Here you can see this element is enabled, right? If I click on this, I can see over here it is enabled. So let's see, the output will be true because this element is enabled. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized and the username and the password is entered. The username is cleared. The password is cleared. The login is clicked. We close this and here you can see we have the true value given over here. Next, let's check if the login button. Now this isSelected method is basically used for the radio buttons and the checkboxes mostly. It determines whether the element is selected or not. So this operation is only applied to input elements such as checkboxes, select option, the radio buttons, to return that it is true or false. If the radio button is selected, it will return true. If it is not, then it will return false. Okay, and it accepts nothing as a parameter, but it returns a boolean value. So in this case, this element is not a radio button or a checkbox or something, and it is not selected also. So obviously it will return false. So if I write driver.findElement by.xpath and is selected, and if I print this variable, now let's see, the output will be false because this element is not selected and it is not a radio button or a checkbox. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated and the username and password is entered. The username is cleared, the password is also cleared, and the login is clicked. And here you can see the output is false. Okay, so here these were the test cases that we execute today. We launched the Chrome browser, we opened the URL, we entered the username and the password, we cleared it. So here we use the clear operation, here we use the send keys method, and here we understood the difference between the click and the submit method. Then we use the get text method, the get location, the get size, and the get tag name. Then we understood the difference between the find element and the find elements. Then we use the is displayed method, is enabled method, and is selected method. So this way we have covered all the WebElement commands. So let us just understand the difference between all these elements. I have explained the difference between the click and the submit. So for the click we have no restrictions, whereas for submit method we have the restrictions. That is, the method is only applicable if the buttons are inside the form tag. Okay, so this is the basic difference between the click and the submit. And if the button is inside the form tag or the button is outside the form tag, the click method will work. But if the button is outside the form tag, that means the submit will not work. We have seen the example also. Next is the find element and the find elements. Now the find element returns the first matching web element if the multiple web elements are discovered by the locator. Now if the locators discovers multiple web elements, like suppose the name given over here is the column 1, and there are multiple column 1s present on the web page, okay, and it has multiple web elements are discovered over there, so it will return the first matching web element. Whereas in case of find elements, it will return a list of multiple matching web elements, and it throws no exception. It is just that it returns an empty list. Whereas in find element, it throws no such element exception if the element is not found. Detects a unique web element, whereas the driver.findElements, it returns the collection of matching elements. This is the example. We have also seen the example of find elements. Next, what is the difference between the is displayed, is enabled, and is selected? Now the is displayed method is used to verify whether an element is on site present or not. As I've shown, the login button was present on the web page, so it displayed true. So this method is used to verify whether an element is present on the site or not. IsEnabled is used to confirm whether an element is enabled or disabled, whereas isSelected is used to confirm whether an element is selected or not. IsSelected is applicable to any web object or any web element that is present on the web page, and it returns true or false. Whereas isEnabled is also applicable to all the web object that is present on the web page, and it returns true and false. Now this isSelected method is only applicable for checkbox, so the drop down menus and the radio buttons on the site, and it will return true or false. So if the radio button is selected, it will show true, and if it is not selected, it will show false. So this is the basic difference between the isDisplayed, isEnabled and the isSelected method. So far we have covered the WebElement commands. We have understood the difference also between the click and the submit, the find element and the find elements. Also isDisplayed, isEnabled and isSelected. I have also given the PDF sheet. I will give all the links in the description so that you can refer it. Also the source code link will be given in the description, so you can check out the source code as well. So for now, this is what we have studied today. In the next tutorial, we will understand how to handle multiple windows through Selenium WebDriver. So this is all for now. So in today's tutorial, we will cover one of the most important interview questions, that is how to handle multiple windows. Now in this tutorial, we will understand what is window handle. We will understand some methods used for handling window handles. Also, we will cover some interview questions on get window handle and get window handles. Now in the previous tutorials, I explained about the browser commands. I explained all the commands except the two commands, that is the get window handle and get window handles. These are the two commands which is used to handle the multiple windows. Now for example, this is the window. Now if I click on this, this is the new window. Again if I click on this, this is the next window. So these are the child windows and this is the parent window. Now the problem is, how do I switch from this window to this window? Now sometimes you may come across a complex scenario where you have to open a new window, okay, and you have to perform some desired operation on the open window. Like for example, this is the parent window, and by clicking on this new window button, I opened a new window and I have to perform some operation on this. So in this case, how do I switch from this window to this window? So this is what we are going to learn today. Now handling multiple tabs or windows may seem complex in the beginning because it involves some different commands which is new to you, so as in beginner level. So it will be complex in the beginning, but once you get to know how to handle it and once you get a hang of it, it will be very easier for you. Now there are many ways to handle multiple windows. You can use a JavaScript executor also method, but we will be covering the basic method to understand how to switch between the two browsers. Now here, if I want to switch from this browser to this browser, how am I going to do that? I'm going to use the window handles value. Now what is the window handle value? A window handle is basically a unique identifier that holds the address of all the windows. It is basically a pointer to a window which returns a string value. This is the window, right? This is the parent window. And this is the child window. Now if I want to switch from this to this, I will be using the window handles. That is basically the pointer or the address that is given to a particular browser. For example, if I assume this parent window is having a pointer of value, some string value, it will be a very long string value. I'm just taking up an example, like suppose C21. Okay, and over here it will be something like D21. Now if I want to switch from C21 or D21, how am I going to do that? I'm going to use some specific commands. Okay, and yeah, these window handles are dynamic, so it keeps on changing. There's no fixed value for it. They're dynamic in nature, they will keep on changing, and it is a pointer to a window which returns the string value. Okay, so there are some predefined methods of Selenium that can be used to handle the windows. First method is the browser commands that I have explained before, but I didn't show the practical implementation, so we're going to implement it today. So first is that the get window handles and the get window handle. Now there's a difference between the both of them. The get window handles is used for retrieving the window IDs of multiple open windows, and get window handle is used for retrieving the window ID of the current focused window. For example, now the get window handles will retrieve the window ID of this one as well as this child window and this child window. Okay, whereas the get window handle will retrieve only the parent window handle value. Okay, whatever value this window is going to have, that value it will retrieve through get window handle. So this is the basic difference between the get window handle and get window handles. And the next method that is used, that is the switch to method. Now if you want to switch from one window to the next window, we will use the switch to command, that will be driver.switch to .window. Next, how we're going to implement this is we're going to execute 3 test cases today. The first test case will teach that how to print the value, how to print the handle values, and we will learn the difference between the get window handle and get window handles. The next set of test case will teach us that how to switch and navigate to the other sides also. Okay, and the third test case we will know how to close the browser, like the parent window we will close and then we will close the child window. How do we do that? Okay, so let's first start with the first test case. Open your IntelliJ IDE. So this is the Java class that I have created, that is a Selenium tutorials 14, and I have created under the package com.selenium, and these are the 3 basic commands that we always write. First is the opening the Chrome browser, navigating to the URL and maximizing it. Okay, so first that open a Chrome browser, navigate to the URL. This is the new URL, so I'll simply just copy this and I'll paste it over here. And I have to maximize the window. Next we have to print the parent window handle. Okay, the parent window handle is this. This is the parent window handle that we have, and these are the child windows. Okay, so we have to print the parent window handle. So what you're going to do is, I will write driver dot get window handle, because I have to print the parent window handle, so I'll use the get window handle over here. Because this returns string, so I will store it in a string type of variable. I'll name it as parent window handle. So string parent window handle is equal to driver dot get window handle. Next I'm going to print it, so I'll write s out the parent, and I will write parent window handle. Okay, this will print the parent window handle value. Next it says that click on the new window button 3 times. That is this one, new window button 3 times. For this I will be using the for loop. So I'll write for int I is equal to 1, I less than or equal to 3, and I will increment it. Next I will write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I will place the XPath over here. And what operation do I want to perform is the click operation, which is one of the WebElement command. So over here I have clicked 3 times. Now let me give some time so that we can see the execution properly. Now let's execute this. Now my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, the window is opened. This is the next new window, and this is the next one. Here you can see we have 3 windows over here. Okay, this is the child window 1, this is child window 2, this is child window 3, and this is the parent window. So I'll just close this. Now the next test case says that we have to print the window handles. We have to print all the window handles. So I will write over here driver dot get window handles. Now this get window handles returns set. So this get window handles returns a set of string type. And why set? Because the get window handles are unique in nature, so that's why it's set. And I have named the variable window handles and is equal to driver dot get window handles. Now because I want to print all of them, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the for loop. So I'll write for, and over here because it's of string type, so I'll write string and I'll name it as handle. Next the values from which it's going to store in handle is from the Windows handles, and here I will print it. And now let's execute this. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, the child window is opened, the second child window is clicked, the third child window. And now let's see their values. Here it is. The parent window handle is, this is the parent window handle. These are the child window handles and the parent window handles. So here you can see there is a difference between get window handle and get window handles. The get window handle, it returns the window handle of the currently focused window or tab. Here our currently focused window tab is the parent window. Whereas the get window handles, it returns all the windows that is handled or launched, including the parent and the child. So that's why there are 4 window handles over here, including the parent and the child. There's a parent window as well as a child window in this, okay? Which are all dynamic in nature. It is having all unique values, okay? Now, this is the basic difference between the get window handle and get window handles. Our next test case is open the Chrome browser, navigate to the URL, maximize. We have printed the Windows parent window handle. Also, we have clicked the new window button for 3 times. Then we have to print all the window handles and then we have to switch to Windows. Okay, now here comes the switching command, that is the driver.switch to .window command. Okay, so to switch to Windows, here I will write. So here in the for loop itself, first I'm printing the window handles and then I'm switching. So first I will print to which window it is and then I'll write driver.switch to .window, and inside the window I will write handle. I have to navigate to Google. So what I'll do for that, so basically it will switch and then it will navigate to the Google. So here I will write driver.get and I will paste the Google URL over here and I will maximize it, driver.manage.window.maximize. So let's give the time limit over here. I'll write thread.sleep and I'll specify some time. Here I'll write driver.quit so that the browsers are closed. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, the child window is opened, the next child window is opened, the third child window is opened. Next, first the parent window will be navigated to google.com. The next child window will be navigated to Google and it will be maximized. Then the next child window will be navigated to Google and maximized. And here the third child window will be navigated to Google and it will be maximized. So till now we have learned how to switch and navigate. Over here I'm switching and navigating to Google. Okay, so this is what we learned over here. The next third case says that we have to learn how to close the windows. Now here I used driver.quit, so it just closed all the browsers including the parent window and the child window. But if I use driver.close, it will close only the current window handle that is handling. Okay, that is an execution. So here what we'll do is, now over here currently there is no window in current. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to switch first. I'll use driver.switch to window and here I will write the parent window. I want to close the parent window first, so I'll switch to parent window first. I will write driver.close. So while switching, let's write thread.sleep and I will give some time over here. Okay, the first is right, we will switch to the parent window and then we will close it. Next, switch back to the other windows and quit the browser. Now at this point of time, there is no focused window. After closing the parent window handle, there is no focused window, so we have to switch back to some window. For that, I am using a string type of a variable. I will name it as last window. I will use this variable. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write driver because I have to switch to the other windows. I'll write driver dot switch to dot window and I'm going to write last window handle over here, and I'm going to use the driver dot quit command. Now to see the execution properly, I'll write thread dot sleep, and here I'll give some time. Here also I'll write thread dot sleep, and I will give some time. Okay, so now let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and then the child window is opened. The next child window is opened, and the third child window is opened. Now the parent window will be navigating to google.com. Then my child window will be navigating to google.com, and it will be maximized. Again the same process, it will be navigated to Google and it will be maximized. Again it will be navigated to Google and it will be maximized. So the parent window is closed first, then it is switching to some tab and it is quitting the browser. Okay, so here we have learned how to close the parent window and how to close the other browsers also. So these are the 3 test cases that we executed. The first one we learned that how to print the handle values and what is the difference between the get window handle and get window handles. In the next test case we learned how to switch and navigate to the other side. We were navigating to Google and we were switching through driver.switch to .windows command. In the third one we learned how to close all the windows. First we switched to the parent window, we closed it, and then we closed the other windows. Okay, so these are the 3 test cases that we executed. Next, let's cover some interview questions on get window handle and get window handles. Okay, so one of the most frequently asked interview question is that what is the difference between the get window handle and get window handles? Now the main difference between the two is that the get window handle returns the window value of the currently focused tab, that is the parent window handle, right? Whereas the get window handle, it will return all the window handles including the parent and the child windows, as we have seen in the example. Now the return type of get window handle is string, whereas the return type of get window handles is set, because the window handle is always unique and it is dynamic in nature and it keeps off changing. Okay, so that's the reason why it is set. So this is the basic difference between the get window handle and get window handles. Okay, so the next interview question is how to switch to another window in Selenium. Now to answer this question, I divided the answer into 2 parts. The first is that define the methods of Selenium that can be used for handling the multiple windows in an application, and those methods are the get window handle and the get window handles. Switch to and window. These are some of the methods that will be used to handle multiple windows in an application. So explain this first and then explain the steps. The steps are similar to the test cases that we executed, that is get the handle of the parent window by using the command driver.getWindowHandle, print the parent window, then find the element. We found the element through XPath, so you can use any of the element locator. Now open multiple child windows, iterate through the child windows. We use the for loop for this. Now get the handles of all the windows that are currently open using the command driver.getWindowHandles, which returns the set. Why returning a set? Because it is storing unique values, window handles, right? It is storing unique window handles, so that's why it's set. Then use the switch to command to switch to the desired window, that is the driver.switch to .window, and then close the browser. So these are the steps so that to handle multiple windows in an application. Okay, so the next interview question that is asked is what does the switch to command do? Now basically the switch to command is used to switch between the windows, frames and pop-ups, and when we deal with frames and pop-ups, at that time we will understand how it works. Okay, so now whenever the WebDriver launches a new Chrome browser, it is given a unique alphanumeric value called the window handle. And how to switch between the windows is that we use a driver.switch to .window and the handle value is given over here. Okay, so this is what the switch to command do. Now this is one of the most important questions. I was asked in an interview this question, so that's why I have mentioned this. So as soon as you launch a browser window, do we get the Windows handle value? The answer of this is yes. Let's see this with an example. So as the question says that as soon as we launch a browser window, do we get the Windows handle value? So here, what I did is open the Chrome browser. I'm launching the Chrome browser. And here I'm printing system.out.println driver.getWindowHandle. Let's see what output do we get. Here my Chrome browser is launched. It is not navigated because I have not given any URL over here. And here you can see. This is the get window handle. I have used the get window handle command over here, and I can see a window handle over here, right? So this means that as soon as you launch a browser window, we can get the Windows handle value. There is no need to navigate to a URL or something, but as soon as you launch the browser, you will get the window handle. Next, is it mandatory to load a URL to achieve the window handle value? No. As we have seen in the example, here we are not loading any driver.getElement command, right? We are loading any URL over here? No, right? It's commented over here, you can see. So we can still get the window handle. So this shows that it is not mandatory to load a URL to achieve the window handle value. Okay, this question is something very important. So I was asked this question in an interview, so that's why I have included this question. Now, if you close the browser and then call the get window handle or get window handles on driver, you will get no such session exception stating session ID is null using the WebDriver after calling the quit. Now, basically it says that you open the Chrome browser. I just launched the Chrome browser. I did not load the URL and I'm quitting the browser. Then I'm calling the get window handles, and what type of exception do I get? Do I get this exception and what this exception states? We will understand that, okay? Now here you can see, I have already created this example in which I have launched the Chrome browser. I'm not loading any URL. I'm printing the get window handle value over here after launching the Chrome browser. And then again, I'm calling driver.getWindowHandles. I want to know how many window handles are present over here. Okay, after quitting the browser. So let's see what output do we get over here. Let me execute this. Okay. Now here you can see we are launching the Chrome browser. The Chrome browser launched successfully. The Chrome browser was started successfully. Then we are not loading the URL, but we are printing the get window handle value over here. We got the window handle over here. Next, after quitting the browser, we were trying to print the get window handles. We were trying to know how many get window handles value are present over here. For that, the exception that we got is no such exception. Session ID is null using WebDriver after calling quit. This is the exception that we found. Now see, whenever the script is trying to find an element after driver.quit or after driver.close action in the Selenium scripts, or after closing or quitting the driver session, that is the open browser is closed, right? And at that time we are trying to find an element. So at that time there is no session that is active to find the element. The session ID is null, exception is thrown at that time when we try to find an element after driver.quit or after driver.close. Okay, so this is what is the meaning of no such session exception and session ID is null. Let's move to the next interview question, that is, does get window handles method return handles in the same order as the Windows is launched? The answer is no. Let's practically implement this. Now here I have created a HTML code in which there are links like open Google, and here there is open Facebook, and then there is open Flipkart, and then there is open Snapdeal. Okay, these are the links. Now, does get window handles method return handles in the same order as window launches? Let's find the answer for this. So I have already written a code for this, in which first we are opening the Chrome browser. I am navigating to it, and then I am clicking on Facebook, I am clicking on Flipkart, I am clicking on Snapdeal, I am clicking on Google. These are the sites that I am clicking on, and then I am trying to find the get window handles and I am printing it with the title. So let's see which handle prints first. And according to the order, the order should be Google, Facebook, Flipkart, Snapdeal. This should be the order. Now let's see the order. So here my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, and here you can see all the browsers are opened. Okay, here the title is get window handle. This is the parent window. This is the parent window. Now the online shop site India, and this is the Snapdeal. This is Flipkart. This is Facebook and Google. So basically it's the parent window, Snapdeal, Flipkart, Facebook and Google. But the order should be Google, Facebook, Flipkart, Snapdeal. Okay, so there is a different order. So that this means that it is not necessary that the get window handle method will return handles in the same order. Okay, so the answer to it is no. So this is all for today. We learned some Selenium interview questions about the get window handle and the get window handles, which is very important and it is frequently asked also. And we also learned the difference between the get window handle and the get window handles. We learned how to handle multiple windows. We executed some test cases also. So this is all for today. Today we are going to learn about the drop down menus. Now basically a drop down menu is a menu that offers a list of options and we can select one value at a time. For example, here you can see this is the drop down menu. I can select any one value at a time. So this is called a drop down menu. Now we will handle the drop down menus with the help of a special class called as a select class. Because here you can see when I inspect this element, I can see the select tag. So that is the reason why to inspect this, to select values in this drop down menu, I'll be using the select class. Now the basic syntax of select class is that select, I'll create a reference of this, new is equal to new select, and I will specify my web element over here. So this is the syntax of select class. Next, there are different methods of select class. We'll be covering all these methods, that is the select by index, select by value, select by visible text, deselect by index, deselect by value, deselect by visible text, get options, get all selected options, and get first selected options. The deselect by value, deselect by index, and deselect by visible text only works for the multi-select box. So what is multi-select box? We will cover that also. Now there are different types of drop-down menus and we will be learning how to inspect all these menus. The first is the drop-down menu with the select class. We have seen that example now. Next is the drop-down menu with the multi-select options. And then there is a drop-down menu with a bootstrap. So here you can see this is a drop-down menu with select class. Here you can see there is select tag and this is the multi-select. I can select multiple values over here. Okay, so this is the multi-select list. So we'll be inspecting these two lists first and then we will learn how to inspect the bootstrap list. Now when we are inspecting the drop down menu, the first thing that we'll do is first we'll find how many options are present in the drop down menu. We will extract all those options and then we will select the options from the drop down menu through three methods. The first is a select by index, select by value, and then select by visible text. Okay, so just open your IntelliJ IDE first. Now I have already created a Java class. I have named it as Selenium Tutorials under package com.selenium, and I have given three commands, that is open the Chrome browser. I have given the key, that is the webdriver.chrome.driver, and the value, that is the executable Chrome driver file. Then next I have written WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver. Here I am launching the Chrome browser. Next I'm navigating to the URL, so I have specified the URL over here. This is the page that we will inspect. First I will inspect the drop down menu and then we will select the multi-select list. Okay, and then I'm maximizing the browser. Now first, to handle drop down menu, first we will use a select class. Over here I'm going to write select. I'll create a reference variable, so I'll write select element new select. And here I will specify the web element. Now there are two options over here. Either I write driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I will specify the XPath over here. I will inspect this element. Here it is, and here in selectors up I can see the relative XPath. I'll copy this. This is the first option. The second option is if I copy this, I'll just copy this and I'll give a variable, that is the web element. I'll write here drop down is equal to driver.find elements by .xpath, and this is the XPath that I have given over here. And here I'll write select Then I'll write select element. I'll give a reference variable. I'm just showing you the different ways you can use the select class. Then new select, and here I will specify drop down. That is the WebElement variable that I have created over here. Okay, so these are the two methods you can use a select class. I prefer this one, so I'll just comment this and we will continue with this one. Okay, so here I've written select. I've created a reference variable that is a select element is equal to new select, and I have specified the web element, that is the location of the drop down menu. Now here, after creating a select class, we will find how many options are present in the drop down menu. So here I'm going to write select element dot get options. Okay, so here get options belongs to the select tag, and through this option we will retrieve all the options that are present in the drop down menu. Okay, now here I will store it in a list type of a web element. I'll name this web element as options and is equal to select element dot get options. Now here I will print, so I'll write s out. I'll write options dot size. Now why I'm using the size function over here is because I want to return the number of elements in the list. I want to see how many number of elements are present in the list. Okay, then we will extract the values. So let's run this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized. Here there is no value displayed because we are not selecting any value right now. We have just seen there are total 8 elements that are present over here. Let's check. If I inspect this, here there is 8 elements, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are total 8 elements that is present over here. Okay, here you can see it. So the next is that we have to print them. So for that we will be using the for each loop. Here I have written for, and over here because I'm inspecting the web element, so I'll write the web element and I'll give it as I'll give a variable as e. And here because I have to print the options that are present, so I'll write options over here, and then I'll write system.out.println. I'll write the values are, and here I'll write e dot get text. So let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see the values that is there. Please select. Then we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and here also we can see these values. Please select Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, so these are the values. We have printed the values now. Now I want to select them. I want to select these options. Okay, so there are 3 methods to select these options. The first is select by index, then it is select by value, and next is select by visible text. These are the different types of methods through which we will select the options in the drop down menu. Okay, now let's use first select by value. Now here select by value, when I inspect this element, I can see option value. There are different types of values given over here. That is the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Here it is written option value Friday, right? So I'll be using this value to select this option. So for example, if I use Friday, I'll write select element dot select by value, and I'll specify the value over here Friday. Okay, now let's run this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see the Friday is selected. Here you can see day selected Friday. The values are printed. We have got the total number of values, that is 8, and then the values are also printed and Friday is selected. This is the first method. The next method is select by index. Now for example, suppose if I want to select Tuesday, okay, and these are the options that are present over here. To select by index, it starts from 0, so this will be 0, 1, 2, 3. Tuesday will be 3, so I'll be writing 3 over here. So first I'll write select element dot select by index, and I'll specify 3 over here. Now let's run this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and here you can see the day selected is Tuesday. Okay, so the next method is select by visible text. Okay, over here visible text means if when I'm inspecting this element, the text that is visible over here you can see there is text Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Now it is not necessary if the value and the text that is visible here is the same. Okay, here in this case it is same, but it is not compulsory that the value and the visible text is same. So for example, now if I want to select Monday, so I will just copy this visible text Monday over here and I'll paste it over here. I'll write select by visible text and I will paste it over here. I'll comment this and I will execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, and here you can see the day selected is Monday. So now these are the different ways through which we can select these options. Now if in the interviews they ask how to handle drop down menus, I have divided this answer into different steps. So the first step is that to handle the drop down menu we will use the select class. So first we will create a variable of WebElement type and pass it as a parameter in the select class, as we have done in the example before. I have created a variable of WebElement, that is the D, and driver.findElement by.id, and I have specified the location of the drop down menu over here. Next, I have created a select class. I have also created a reference variable of this, that is the drop down list is equal to new select, and I have passed the parameter of WebElement type, that is the D, over here in the select class. Now this is the first method. The second method is that if we write select drop down list is equal to new select and we write driver.findElement directly, we write driver.findElement, that is also fine. Okay. Then the next step is that we will find how many options are present in the drop down menu. To find that, we will write dropdownlist.getOptions.size. Now we can extract all the options in the drop down menu in the Selenium with the help of select class method, which has the getOptions method. Now this retrieves all the options of the select tag and it returns a list of WebElement types. Okay, getOptions returns the list of WebElement types. Just remember that. Now we will extract all the options, we will print them. For printing them we are using the for loop, and for extracting we use the dropdownlist.getOptions method, and we printed it. Next is that we selected options from drop down menu through three ways. First is select by index, then select by value, then select by visible text. So here select by index, you can use the index to select the option from a drop down menu. Basically the index starts with 0, so this means the first option's index will be 0 and so on. Okay, now if we write select by index, we will write select by index, and we will specify the index over here. Okay, next is the select by value. You can select an option by using the value attribute provided for each option in the drop down menu. In the drop down menu there is an option, there is a value attribute provided. So using that value attribute you can select the option through select by value. Okay, simply just write select by value and the value you want to select. For example, in the value it is given options value is equal to 4. So here specify 4. Now select by visible text. You can use the visible text to select the options. So if you want to select 2015, you can select the option by visible text, that is 2015 will be written over there. Okay, so just simply write select by visible text and specify the text that is visible over there. So these are the three ways where you can handle the drop down menu options. You can select these options through these three ways. Okay, now as I specified, this is the index, that is selecting by index. It will start from 0. This is the select by visible text, and this is select by value. There is option value attribute that is being used over here, so you will be using the select by value. Now over here we will understand what is the multi-select drop-down list. A multi-select drop-down list control allows the user to select multiple items from the list. To check if the select element supports the multiple selecting options at the same time or not, we will use the isMultiple method. This returns a boolean value, that is true or false. Now over here you can see this example. There is multiple options are selected. So this is called a multi-select drop-down box. Now the is multiple method, for example over here, this box is not multi-selected box, right? So if I write select element dot is multiple and I store this in a boolean type of a variable, and let me print this variable. So it will return true or false. Now in this case it will return false because it is not a multi-select box. So I will write and I will print it. Now let's execute this. Chrome browser is launched, is navigated and maximized, and here you can see the selected day is Monday and the output for this is false. Why? Because it is not supporting multiple select. It is not a multiple select drop down menu. This is a multiple select drop down menu, so we'll be using is multiple method in this, and the answer for this will be true. Now to select multiple values in a drop down box, I'll create a new Java class. I'll name it as Selenium Tutorials 16. Now I'll simply copy this till printing the values. Now first I'm launching the Chrome browser, I'm opening the URL, maximizing the page, I'm creating a select class. I'll change the XPath over here. I will inspect. So this is it. I'll copy this relative XPath over here. I'll paste it over here. Then I'm finding the options present in the drop down menu. It will print the number of options and then it will print the values of the options. So let's execute this. Now my Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized. And here I can see the total values are 8 and the values are California, Florida, New Jersey, New York, Texas. These are the values that is present over here. Now if I want to select them, what I'm going to do is we'll be using those options only, that is a select by value, select by index, select by visible. But there is something different in this, that is a deselect. Now let's first see if this is a multi-select box or not. So if I'll write first, I'll use the is multiple method. I'll write select element dot is multiple. I'll store this in a boolean type of a variable. I'll print it and let's run this. My Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you will see it's true. So this is a multi-select box, and now let's select elements. So now we will select the values. So I'll write first we will use select by index. So I'll write select element dot select by index, and I want to select this, the first index itself. So the index starts with 0, so this is the 0th index, that is the California. So I'll write 0 over here. Next we will use the select by value method. I'll write select element dot select by value. Here value for New York is New York, so I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here. Now next is that select by visible text. So I'll write select element dot select by visible text, and I will write the visible text that is present over here. For Washington, it is Washington. So I'll just copy this Washington, and let's see whether it's selecting or not. So I'll just run this command. So my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see there are 3 values that is selected, that is the California, New York and Washington. Okay, now if I want to know which is the first selected value, so I'll write select element dot get first selected option dot get text. I will write this in s out. I want to print this, so I'll write system.out.println select element dot get first selected option dot get text. Now the first get first selected option, it returns the first selected option in the select tag. Here you can see it is the first selected option in the select tags, and if we don't find it, it will throw the exception no such element exception if the option is not selected. So let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. So the options are selected. The first option that we have selected is California. Over here you can see the index that we have given 0. So the first option that is selected over here is California. Okay. Now let's deselect the values. For that, we'll be using 3 commands that deselect by index, deselect by value, and deselect by visible text. So first I'll write select element dot deselect by index. Okay, now I want to deselect New York because I've selected New York, so I'll be writing 0, 1, 2, 3. New York is the 3rd index, so I'll write 3. Now here I'll write thread dot sleep. Let me give some time and let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. And the 3 values are selected: California, New York, and Washington, and you saw the New York got deselected. Now next we will use the next method, that is deselect by value. So I'll write select element dot deselect by value. Now I want to deselect Washington, so the value of Washington is Washington, so I'll simply copy this and paste it over here. Okay, now let's execute this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and here you can see the 3 values that is selected, and the New York and Washington is deselected. Okay, now we will use deselect by visible text. So I'll write select element dot deselect by visible text, and here I'll specify now here I want to deselect the California, so the visible text that is present over here is California. So I'll copy this, paste it over here, and let's run this. My Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and the 3 values are selected. The New York and Washington is deselected. Okay, so here I'll write select element dot deselect by visible text, and here I'll paste California. Okay, now so run this, launch the Chrome browser, and maximize the web page, and these are the 3 elements that is selected: California, New York, and Washington, and all are deselected. Now over here the deselect option works only with the multi-select boxes. It does not work with the normal drop-down box that we have. It works only for the multi-select. For example, if I work for the multi-select box, the deselect option, then in that case, for example over here I'm selecting Monday. So in this case, what will happen if I write select element dot deselect by visible text, and here I'll specify Monday itself. So it will show an error. So my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized, and here you can see the day selected is Monday. But it shows an exception over here. While deselecting Monday, it shows an exception. It says that you may only deselect options of a multi-select. Okay, so the deselect option works only for the multi-select drop-down menus and not for the drop-down menus with the select class. Okay, So these are the different types of methods that we learned today. That is the select by value, select by index, select by visible text, and deselect by value, deselect by index, and deselect by visible text. Also we learned the option that is the get first selected options. Now this works for validation. Then we have learned the method that is the get first selected option also. So these are the different types of methods that is supported by the select class. So this is all for now. In the next class, we will learn how to inspect the Bootstrap drop-down menu. So today we're going to understand how to handle auto-suggestion drop-down menus with Selenium WebDriver. Well, to understand how to handle auto-suggestions with Selenium WebDriver, firstly, it is necessary to understand what basically auto-suggestions are. For example, if I type Selenium WebDriver, now here you can see there are a number of inputs given for Selenium WebDriver. So these inputs are known as auto-suggestion or autocomplete. So we're going to automate this today. This is the page that we're going to automate today. What I want is, for example, suppose if I write Dubai over here, and I can see the number of inputs, right? So I'm going to click on this input, and over here if I write Indore, and here also I can see there are a number of inputs, right? So I will click over here. So this is what we're going to inspect today. So let's just open your IntelliJ IDEA IDE. Okay, so here I have already created a Java class. I have named it as Selenium Tutorial 17 under package com.tutorials of Selenium. And I have written the three basic commands that we usually write. First is opening the Chrome browser. For opening the Chrome browser, we write system.setProperty, in which we have the key written, that is the webdriver.chrome.driver, and the value is the Chrome driver executable file. Next, we have written WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver, which will launch the Chrome browser. Next, we have navigated to the URL. So this is the page that we want to navigate to. So I have just copied this URL over here in driver.get command. Next, I have written driver.manage.window.maximize to maximize the Chrome browser. So let's just execute this. Okay, so here you can see the Chrome browser is launched and it's navigated. And it's also maximized. Okay, so these three commands are working properly. Now let's automate the auto suggestion drop down menus. So this is the page and I want to click on this element. So I will inspect this. Also, one thing, like in the previous tutorial, I explained about the drop down menus which were of select class. Over here there is no select class included. So here you can see we have the input tag. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to selectors hub and here I can see the relative XPath since I want to click on this element. So I'll just copy this XPath. Now here I will write driver.find element by dot XPath and I will specify this XPath over here. And I want to click on this. So I'll write click. Or let's do one thing. Let me save this in a WebElement type of a variable. So I'll just write from is equal to. Now I have saved this in a WebElement type of a variable. I have named it as from. So WebElement from is equal to driver.find element by dot XPath and I have placed my XPath over here. Now over here I'm going to write from dot click. First we will click on this element. After inspecting, first we will click on this element. Then what I want to do is I want to move my cursor downwards. Okay. Now during automation we often require to press enter or we need to move our arrow keys downwards or we need to use the function keys or the tab or delete or enter. Okay. So we can use these keys through send keys command. How is that possible? So just have a look at the syntax. So here are the keyboard keys. So here you can see we have the arrow key down. So under the send keys command, you just need to write keys dot arrow down, which will move the arrow downwards. Okay. Next we have arrow key up, which will move the arrow upwards. Then we have arrow key left, right, backspace, control key, alt, delete, enter, shift, spacebar. So basically these are all the keyboard keys that is given. By using send keys command, you can press them. Okay. So over here, also we have the function keys like the F1, F2, F3. We can press these keys also by using the send keys command. Usually we use the action classes for the keyboard commands, but since we haven't learned about action class, so over here we will use the send keys command. So here after clicking, what I want to do is I'll write from dot send keys, and first I will enter some value, that is Dubai, and after entering some value I want to move my cursor downwards, right? So I will write send keys again, and here I will write keys dot arrow. Here you can see we have add, alt, left, arrow down, arrow left, arrow right. So I'll just click on arrow down. Now since first I clicked on this element, then I entered some value, that is Dubai, and then I moved downwards, and after moving downwards what I want to do is I want to press enter. Okay, so again over here I'll write from dot send keys, and here I'll write keys dot enter, and here you can see we have enter. Okay, so this is what I want. Now why I have given a web element type of a variable over here? Because I want to make my code very systematic. Now if I did not give a web element type of a variable over here, I mean you have to write again and again driver dot find element, the XPath dot click, then driver dot find element, again the XPath, then dot send keys. So instead of that I have written web element and I have given a variable from, and then I have specified the XPath, and after that I'm clicking, I'm sending keys, and then I'm moving downwards, and then I'm entering. Okay, so let's execute this. Okay, so my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and here you can see Dubai, and it's moved downwards, and it's entered. So this is how we can automate it. Okay, similarly we're going to do to this drop down menu also. First I will inspect this, go to inspect, go to selectors hub, and here we have the relative XPath. I'll simply copy this, and I'll just write a web element type of a variable first over here. Web element 2 is equal to driver dot find element by dot XPath, and I will specify the relative XPath over here. Okay, so first I will click the drop down menu, then after that what I want to do is I want to send some commands. So I'll write send keys, I'll write Indore. You can specify anything over here. Then I'll write 2 dot, again I'm going to write send keys since I want to move the arrow downwards. So I'll write keys dot arrow down. Okay, let me specify some time over here, thread dot sleep, and I'll specify 2000. Similarly here also I will specify thread dot sleep, I will specify the time. Next, after moving down I want to click on the enter button. Okay, so I'm going to write 2 dot send keys, and here I'm going to write keys dot enter. So first I am clicking the element, then I'm entering some value in it. After that I'm moving the arrow downwards, and then we have to enter. Okay, so let's execute this. So here my Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized, and here you can see Dubai is entered and it's clicked. Similarly Indore is entered and it's moving downward and it is clicked. Okay, so this is how you can automate your auto suggestions drop down menus. Now that's it for this video. I hope you have learned something new. And now, checkboxes are widely used on our web pages to offer multiple choices of an option to the user. It is basically a GUI that allows the user to make certain choices for the given options. Okay, now the user may get a list of choices, and the checkbox records the choices made by the user. The user can select either single choice or multiple choices. Okay, so the user can make single choices or multiple choices out of the given list depending on their requirement. Okay, so first we will learn how to handle these checkboxes, and then we will learn how to validate them. Now the user will select the options according to their requirement, but as a quality engineer, when you are becoming a software tester,
What will you do with these choices? You're going to validate these choices. Okay, that's what your work is, right? As an automation tester, you perform test cases, right? So how we're going to handle the checkbox, that we're going to learn first, and then we're going to perform some validations on the checkboxes. Okay, so here we will understand the validation through three commands, that is the is displayed, is enabled, and is selected. We have covered these three commands in the previous tutorials, and I have also explained the difference between these three commands. Okay, so now this is the page that we're going to automate today. Here you can see we have the checkboxes. Now you must be thinking, how do we handle these checkboxes, right? It's very easy. Simply just clicking on these checkboxes, it gets checked. And if we click again, it is unchecked, right? That's what we're going to do to handle these checkboxes. So just open your IntelliJ IDEA IDE. So here I have already created a Selenium tutorial 18 Java class in package.com.tutorials of Selenium. And here we have written the three basic commands that we write in all the programs. Okay, that is first launching the Chrome browser. To launch the Chrome browser, we write system.setProperty, in which we involve the key, that is the webdriver.chrome.driver, and the value is the executable file. Next, we have written WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver, which launches the Chrome browser. Now we have to navigate to the URL through driver.get command. This is the page that we're going to navigate to. So I have copied this URL in driver.get command. And then we are maximizing the browser. So let's just execute this. I'll run this. Here you can see my Chrome browser is launched. It's maximized. It's navigated and it's maximized. Okay. So basically these three commands are working properly. Now let's handle the checkboxes. Okay. Now to handle the checkboxes, generally what you do, you just click on it, right? That's what we're going to do. We're going to perform the click operation over here. First, let's inspect this. I'll just go on selectors hub and I'll just copy this relative XPath. I will write driver dot find element by dot XPath and I'll specify the XPath over here. Okay, so I will let me store this in a WebElement type of a variable. I'll name it as sports because it's a sports checkbox. Okay, now what operation do we need to perform over here? We need to click this. So I will write sports dot click command. Okay, let us execute this. Okay, so my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized. And here you can see the sports is checked. Okay, next, again, we will inspect this element, that is the reading element checkbox. Here it is. So I will copy the relative XPath. And again, I will write WebElement. I will write it as reading is equal to driver.findElement by dot XPath. And I will specify the XPath over here. Okay. Now, what operation do I need to perform over here is click. So I'll simply just click this. I will give some time limit over here so that we can see the execution properly. Let me execute this again. So here my Chrome browser is launched. Navigate and maximize, and here you can see the sports is clicked. The reading is also clicked. Okay. So now the third web element. So I'll write WebElement and I will specify the variable over here as music is equal to driver.findElement by dot XPath. And I will just inspect this element and here it is. So I will just copy this XPath and I will paste it over here. Now what operation I need to perform over here is click operation, right? So I will just write music dot click. Let's specify some time over here so that we can see the execution properly. I'll execute this. So here my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated. It's maximized and here you can see sports is checked. reading is checked, music is also checked. Okay. Now while handling these check boxes, there is check and uncheck, right? So we have learned how to check these check boxes. Let's learn how to uncheck them. So if the check box is checked, simply by clicking it again, it will uncheck, right? So that's what we're going to perform it again. So if we write uncheck, so here I have written uncheck, and what I'll do is I will click all these elements again. So I'll just write sports dot click, and then I will specify some time, thread dot sleep. Then again I'm going to write reading dot click, and then I will specify some time, click, and then I will specify some time over here. So I write thread dot sleep. Again I'll write music dot click. Just by clicking them again, I'm going to uncheck it. Okay, so I'll write thread dot sleep over here also. Now why I'm writing thread.sleep is because I want to see the execution of the code properly. Okay, so I'm giving a waiting time over here basically. So let's execute this, and my Chrome browser is launched. It's navigated, it's maximized, sports is checked, reading is checked, music is checked. Sports is unchecked, reading is unchecked, and music is unchecked. Okay, so here we have learned how to handle our checkbox. So we can use the click operation to handle the checkbox. If we click it once, it will be checked. If we click it again, it is unchecked. Okay, now let's learn the validation part. Now in validation, I have explained 3 commands in the previous tutorials. So if you have seen all the tutorials before, I have also explained the difference between is selected, is enabled, and is displayed. Okay, so these are the 3 commands that we're going to use for validation. First is displayed. That is, it returns true or false if the element is displayed. Then we have the is selected. Then we have the is selected, which returns true or false if the element is selected. Okay, and next is enabled. So these 3 functions returns boolean values, that is true or false. So it returns true or false if the element is enabled. Okay, so these are the 3 commands for validation, and here let's validate it. So first I have explained how to handle it. So first we are clicking the element, like over here we are writing sports.click, so it is clicked. Okay, next we are unchecking it, so it is clicked again, it's unchecked. Now here I'll first use the is displayed. Okay, I'll just write sports dot is displayed. Okay, and I'll store this in a boolean type of a variable. So boolean bool1 is equal to sports dot is displayed, and we're going to print this. Now if this boolean variable is displayed, okay, now if this bool1 comes true and if it is displayed it is true, then we're going to write sports dot click. Okay, let's execute this. Since it will show true because the element is displayed on the web page. Okay, here my Chrome browser is launched, it's maximized, and you can see sports is selected, reading is selected, music is selected. Sports is unselected, reading is unselected, and music is also unselected. And again the sports is selected. The reason behind that is because the boolean value is printing true, and since we have given a condition over here, if the boolean value is true, the sports will be clicked. Okay, similarly let's go for is selected. Okay, so here if I write boolean bool2 is equal to let's go for reading dot is selected, and next I'm going to write system.out.println, and I'm going to print this value. Okay, Now let me give a condition. Now if boolean 2 is equal to false. Now if it is false, if it is not selected, then we're going to write reading dot click. Okay, now let's execute this. Okay, so my Chrome browser is launched, it's navigated, it's maximized, and you can see sports is clicked, reading is clicked, music is clicked, sports is unclicked, reading is unclicked, and music is also unclicked. And again, the sports is clicked and the reading is also clicked. The reason why it is clicked, because I have given over here the condition is like bool2 is equal to false, and here the output for when we are writing reading dot is selected, the output is false. Why? Because once we clicked it, and after that again we are unchecking it, right? So is selected retrieves false if the element is not selected. So here the element is not selected at this point of time, so the value of bool2 is false, and since it's false, then it's clicking it again. Okay, now let's go for is enabled. Now again I'll write boolean bool3 is equal to music dot is enabled. Okay, next we're going to print it, so I'll write 3, and here again I'll give a condition. Condition will be if bool3 is equal to true. If the value is true, then music dot click. Just click the music checkbox. So let's execute this. Okay, so my Chrome browser is launched, it's maximized, and here sports is clicked, reading is clicked, music is clicked. Sports is unchecked, reading is unchecked, and music is also unchecked. And then again the sports is checked, reading is checked, and the music is also checked. The music is checked because the value of is enabled is true. Okay, and I have given the condition over here as bool3 is equal to 3. So bool3 is equal to true, so that's the reason why it's clicking the music element. So here we have learned how to handle the checkboxes, and here we have learned how to validate these checkboxes. Okay, so this is it for this video. I hope that you learned something new. So try these programs on your own, and if you face any problem, you can check out the GitHub link that is given in the description. Also, if you have any questions or any feedback, use the comment section below. In the